Hey friends, welcome to my channel. So today we are gonna see, what if Naruto x Koneko x Rias? So before we start, check out my Patreon page for 18+ exclusive matu. Read content. We will now proceed to the video. A buxom, red-haired girl stared down at the deceased body of one Naruto Uzumaki. Standing beside her was the enemy known simply as Haku, her hunter Nin. Asked discarded as she looked sadly down at the youth that had arrived late to the fight, planning to back up his teammates. Haku looked like she had been crying, mourning the loss of such a bright, special young man. Sighing softly, the redhead placed a gentle hand upon Haku's shoulder. "It will be okay," was all she said before she made to approach Naruto's body. However, a strange, toxic red aura suddenly engulfed Naruto's form before shooting up and out of his body, taking the form of a fox's head for a moment. As it began to fade away, unable to maintain a solid form of any kind, its visage suddenly turned into that of an angry snarl before it howled as it faded from history, not with a bang, but with a tormented cry of anguish. The beast, known simply as the Kyuubi, would never be able to reform now without its other half. Though the people on the bridge weren't privy to such information. What had led up to these events, you might ask? For that, we would need to rewind time a few days. It all started when, flashback 2 days ago, Naruto slumped over, his head impacting the dinner table with a groan. He was absolutely exhausted from attempting to master that damn tree climbing exercise. He was getting progressively better at it as time went by, but it was still hard as hell trying to get a proper grasp on his chakra. He had so damn much of it that it was damn near impossible to rein it all in and get the fine-toothed control he needed. With a sigh, Naruto was about to say something to his sensei when they heard a knock at the door. Kakashi, Team 7's sensei, approached the door with a kunai ready to be drawn and used at the ready. Slowly opening the door, his eye widened slightly as he saw a familiar group waiting outside. Letting them inside, he returned to his seat and smiled at his team. "Well team, it looks like our backup has finally arrived." Before anybody could say anything, Naruto beamed at the group and exclaimed, "Rias-chan. Gramps sent your team." "Hell yes." The redhead, now identified as one Rias Grimori, giggled and smiled demurely at Naruto. "It's good to see you again, Naruto-kun," she said sweetly before approaching the team. "Hokage-sama sends his regards. We would have been here sooner, but the council held things up for a while. It would seem they were hoping for a certain friend of ours to die on this mission." "How shameful." Kakashi, I sighed and rubbed his forehead somewhat aggressively. "Of course they would do that. Why Sensei sacrificed himself for such selfish, small-minded people is beyond me." The cycloptic Jonin said with a groan. "Regardless, you're here now. I'll brief you on the situation we're currently faced with, and then we can go about figuring out a plan. By my estimate, Zabuza will be fully recovered and ready to fight again in a couple of days. We need to use that time wisely." Sakura frowned as she looked between Kakashi and Rias. "Wait, why would the council want one of us to die so badly that they'd nearly deny us any help?" Naruto sighed and rubbed his temples for a time before he looked into his teammates' eyes. "It's me they want gone, Sakura-chan. And before you ask why, I'll explain. Everyone deserves to hear this." Sighing sadly, he leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. "I'm a Jinchuriki. There are 9 of us scattered throughout the nations. We each have a Biju sealed within us. I, myself, have the Kyuubi no Yoko sealed within me. Tsunagakure has the Ikibi. Kurigakure has the Sanbi and the Rokubi. Kumogakure has the Nibi and the Hachibi. Iwagakure has the Yonbi and the Gobi. And finally, Takigakure has the Nanabi." Scowling now, the whiskered teen, 15 years of age, continued, "I'm not entirely sure how it is with the other villages, but I haven't been treated very well because of my status as a Jinchuriki. I've been abused in a variety of ways, not the least of which is attempting to kill me on my birthday. I've been charged triple, sometimes quadruple price for items I need to survive, and even then, they usually only want to sell me rotten food, spoilt milk, stuff like that. That's kind of the reason I visit Ramen Ichiraku so often and eat so much ramen. They give me a slight discount and keep me fed when the village would rather I just die." Sighing softly, he shook his head and said, "There are others that say we Jinchuriki are only weapons to be used as those in charge see fit. They think we Jinchuriki shouldn't be treated equally to regular people. We aren't supposed to think and feel for ourselves. That Danzo Shimura prick is the prime example of that kind of asshole. Opening his eyes again, Naruto looked at Sakura to see she was stunned to the point she had tears streaming down her cheeks. He hadn't meant to make her cry for him, though he wouldn't admonish her for it. Sasuke, on the other hand, merely scoffed and treated Naruto poorly once again. Before he could say anything, Sakura threw her arms around him and hugged Naruto tight. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. The blonde sighed and tentatively wrapped his arms around Sakura, gently running his fingers through her long, pink hair. It's okay, Sakura-chan. You didn't know. I didn't mean to make you cry either. The pinkette shook her head and looked him squarely in the eyes. That doesn't excuse what I did to you all this time. If there's any way I can make it up to you, she started to say. Only for Naruto to raise his hand and smile at her kindly. No need for that. Just be yourself around me and I'll be happy with that. Now, here, Naruto looked at Rias' team and couldn't help but smile. The Redheads team consisted of a few fellow females and a few guys. These included a beautiful Ravenet by the name of Akino Himehime, a pretty boy with blonde hair by the name of Yuto Kiba. A young-looking boy named Gaspar Vladi that frequently, always, cross-dressed, making himself appear to be a girl, and a unique young woman that often spoke in a monotone voice when and others by the name of Koneko Tuju. Akino was slightly taller than Rias and had a slightly bigger bust. She was incredibly beautiful, but Naruto always got a weird feeling from her and tended to keep his conversations with her brief. Usually claiming he was in a hurry just so he could get away. He didn't quite know why this was, but he trusted his instincts and they were screaming at him to something was just not right with the girl. Gaspar was, in a word, beautiful. Yes, he was a male and was likely attracted to women, but with the fact that he dressed in girls' clothes, and looked damn good in them, made it so that the word beautiful was absolutely perfect for him. Gaspar had platinum blonde hair and pretty violet eyes. Oddly enough, he also had pointed ears, but nobody ever seemed to comment on this fact. Weird. Kiba was, in simple terms, a pretty boy. However, unlike Sasuke, Kiba was very kind to pretty much everybody and actually got along well with his many fangirls. As a pretty charming guy and Naruto got along with him rather well. Koneko was definitely Naruto's favorite amongst the bunch, however. She was slightly shorter than Gaspar with white hair and golden eyes. She always had a bored or uncaring look on her face in front of other people, but around Naruto, she always seemed to smile, which definitely made him feel special. They got along wonderfully and, if Naruto was being honest with himself, he had a small crush on her. Despite knowing them for years, Naruto had definitely noticed something strange about them. None of them seemed to age, which honestly perplexed him. However, he didn't really care about that and simply treated them with the same kindness he would expect in return. Golden rule everybody. The Hokage oftentimes called Rias a specialized team that he'd send out on only the most extreme missions that demanded their presence. Otherwise, he left them to their own devices, allowing them to come and go and do as they please. The only other team he knew about that were treated similarly was Sona Citri's team, which was pretty much twice as big as Rias' team. Smiling at his friends, Naruto said, "Now that you're here, think it's time that I revealed something. I believe I encountered Zabuza's accomplice yesterday in the forest. She hid it well, but the way she moved and the little things she'd say and do made me believe that she's a kunoichi. And a highly skilled one at that. Before you guys say anything, she was actually pretty nice. We got along pretty well and talked for a while. I don't want to kill her if we can help it. She doesn't seem like a bad person." Sakura seemed to come to a realization at that point as she looked into his eyes and said, "That night you slept in the woods. You met her early the next morning, didn't you?" Naruto grinned and said, "Yep. I'd like to think we could be friends, but that might just be wishful thinking, I'm afraid." Sighing afterwards, he shook his head to rid it of the negative thoughts. Turning his gaze back on Rias and her group, he asked, "Sue, do you think you can come up with a plan of some kind with that marvelous brain of yours, Rias-chan?" Giggling again, the beautiful redhead took a seat beside Naruto and put her hand on his thigh, patting it gently. "Give me a little time and I think I can come up with a workable strategy, Naruto-kun. Kakashi gave her an eye smile and said, I'm willing to listen to any suggestions you come up with, Rias-san. Hokage-sama has placed his trust in you for a reason, and I've heard nothing but good things about you. Before anyone could say anything, Sasuke scoffed and rose from his chair, turning and walking towards the stairs. They're only going to slow us down, Kakashi. Not sure why you even called for backup when I'm more than enough to deal with Zabuza and his weak accomplice. Too afraid to face her superiors in a fight, running away like she did. Naruto growled irritably and looked about ready to blow up at Sasuke. But a soft squeeze on his thigh got his attention. Looking into Rias' eyes, he saw her shake her head at him as if she were telling him to just let it go. So, with a reluctant nod, he kept his mouth shut and simply rested his arms on the table before laying his head down again. Day of the fight, Rias scowled as she watched Sasuke getting his ass kicked by the girl known as Haku. Completely disregarding the plan she had worked so hard on, he had challenged Haku to a fight and was now getting his ass handed to him on a shiny golden platter. Normally one would say silver platter, but in this case, it would definitely have to be a golden one, his ass kicking was so bad. So, with a sigh, she simply motioned for Kakashi and Kiba to fight Zabuza together. They shouldn't have why trouble dealing with the missing nin if they worked together. Originally, Rias had planned to challenge Haku with herself and Akino while the remaining members of the team took up positions around Tazuna to keep him safe. She had also planned for Naruto to remain behind to protect the bridge builder's family, as she just knew an attack was coming. Sadly, as with all good plans, things tend to go awry. After a while of watching Sasuke get his ass kicked, Naruto arrived at the bridge, shouting that he needed everyone to stop fighting so he could tell them something important. However, while Zabuza and his opponents paused, Haku was already in motion for the killing blow against one Sasuke Uchiha. Now normally, this beautiful young woman wouldn't dream of killing somebody. However, the her opponent had said to her in his fit of rage changed things. Sasuke had insisted that she was just some weak, no good whore that spread her legs for Zabuza whenever he wanted to use her. How she was beneath him and should be begging him to bear his children, rather than be Zabuza's bucket, as he said. It was just the mad ramblings of an angry child, but to Haku, it proved that Sasuke's existence was a blight upon the world that needed to be removed. So, rather than use her usual Senbon, Haku began using kunai made of ice in her attacks, making things that much worse for Sasuke. When Haku went to make the killing blow on her opponent, something happened that would forever haunt her dreams. Sasuke smirked arrogantly and used the replacement technique to swap places with Naruto Uzumaki, allowing the blonde to take the killing blow for him. Good riddance, Dobi, he said with a heartless chuckle. Flashback end. As Haku wept at what she had done, Rias glared towards Sasuke. Quote, "You're lucky I don't kill you where you stand, boy. What you've just done here is a crime, and if the council dares to protect you after what you've done here, then they'll have to answer to me. I won't hesitate to destroy them if you get away with what you've done." Sasuke chuckled darkly and said, "You can't touch me. I'm the last loyal Uchiha, and nobody would dare to go against me. That worthless village practically worships me. Hell, I'm willing to bet I'll be treated like a hero for killing the so-called demon. Maybe they'll even throw me a parade," he said, chuckling even more at the thought. Before Sasuke knew what was happening, he was struck down by a lightning bolt that came out of nowhere. Body convulsing, he struggled to look around for who hit him, only to feel somebody sink the heel of their shoe into the back of his neck, pinning him down and making him wince from the pain. "Don't sound so full of yourself, Uke-chan. You've just killed someone the Hokage views as a grandson. How do you think he'll react when he hears about what you did?" Unable to throw the bitch off of him, Sasuke snarled for a brief moment before he began to chuckle again. "That old fool can't touch me and he knows it. The councils will always keep me safe from any harm." Akino released her hold on Sasuke before she knelt down and whispered in his ear, "They're not here to protect you now. I think I'm going to have some fun with you," she said before gripping Sasuke by his hair tightly and dragging him away. It was time to teach this little punk some humility. Once he was gone, Rias let out a sigh and knelt next to Naruto, gently combing her fingers through his spiky blonde hair. "Oh sweetheart, I had hoped this day would never come. Damn that coward, she said with a scowl on her face. After a while, she sighed before taking a deep breath and letting it out slowly. I just hope you can forgive me for what I'm about to do. Summoning a small box into her hand, Rias opened it to reveal a set of crimson chess pieces. She had a glowing rook, a knight, and 8 pawns. The other pieces seemed to be missing. Looking at her pieces, Rias decided to try her rook, a mutated piece, though that would be explained later. She considered using a few of her pawns on Naruto, or perhaps even making him her knight, but something told her that the rook piece would fit him the best. The improved strength and defense would prove quite beneficial to him and would likely put his strength on par with that of Tsunade Senju's technique, if not greater. Naruto was already an agile, quick-moving person, so the rook's downside of lacking speed would mostly be negated, or it would be such a minuscule difference that Naruto likely wouldn't notice it at all. Holding it over Naruto, she was pleased to see it react to him. Setting the glowing piece upon his chest, she held her hands over his form and began to chant what sounded like a spell of some sort. Haku, who still had tears in her eyes, watched curiously, wondering what this woman was doing. Did she think she could revive the dead or something? Once Rias' chant had ended, they watched as the chess piece sunk into Naruto's body. Then, it was as if Naruto's body sent a pulse of power, or magic in this case, out across the battlefield and beyond, surging throughout the elemental nations as a whole. Afterwards, Naruto's body began to glow a brilliant reddish-orange before it ceased mere moments later. Then, as if by some miracle, Haku watched with glee as Naruto took in a sharp intake of breath before his eyes shot wide open. However, his eyes were unfocused and he appeared to be hyperventilating. Seeing this, Rias smiled softly at him before she cast a sleep spell over him, sending him into the sweet embrace of dreamland. Looking over at Koneko, Rias smiled kindly at her and said, "Take Naruto-kun back to Tazuna-san's house. Do what you need to heal his wounds and keep him company. I figured you'd like to be the one he sees first when he wakes up." When Rias simply smirked at her, Koneko blushed fiercely and sighed irritably. "Baka Rias-sama," she muttered under her breath before she went and collected Naruto. Bidding everyone a good day, she began to carry Naruto back to Tazuna's house where he'd be safe and could recover in peace. It was at this point that Haku realized something, completely ignoring the fact that Naruto had literally just been revived in front of her. "Wait, Naruto-kun said he needed to tell us something. Do you think something has happened?" The redhead sighed and pointed towards the far end of the bridge. "I'd say that's probably what he wanted to tell us. Gato and his pigs are here," she said softly, though she felt like she'd choke on the words, Gato, and pigs. These people were sick, even by devil standards. Well, I guess the big bad demon is just a weak lil pussycat after all. You couldn't even kill one little brat, could you? How pathetic. I guess it's a good thing I had no intention of paying you two for your services. You see, it's just so much easier to do things this way. You kill them, I kill you, I get to keep my money, it's a win-win-win," Gato said, mockingly before laughing as if what he said was the funniest thing ever. Zabuza scowled before turning his gaze back towards Kiba. "You, boy, you're quite skilled. Once we've dealt with the rabble, I want to have a spar with you. See just how skilled you really are. I can tell you've been holding back on me." The blonde chuckled softly and smiled at Zabuza. "I did not mean to insult you, Zabuza-san. I rarely go all out unless it's absolutely necessary. I can tell you this though, my strength lies in my speed and maneuverability more than in my power. Enough of that though, I do believe it's time we show this wretched vermin why it's a fool's endeavor to try and kill our kind. Would you like to have the first go? Or do you want Gato for yourself while I cut down his forces?" Zabuza grinned sadistically and said, "Which do you think, brat? I'm cleaving my way to Gato and putting an end to that wretched pig. You go nuts on the crowd, I think they're feeling a little gutsy and need to be put in their place." With that, Zabuza chuckled and charged forward, cleaving a path through the small army of thugs as he made his way towards Gato. Kiba sighed and shook his head in amusement. "Very well, I suppose I should show just why I should be feared." Holding out his hand, he focused on his power and summoned a vast assortment of blades that sprung up all over the bridge, piercing through the vast majority of the mob. Those left alive were terrified at what they had just witnessed. Chuckling sinisterly, Kiba discarded his current sword in favor of grabbing two rather unique blades, one that lit alight with flames. The other surrounded by razor-sharp ice that seemed to be radiating a cold energy. "Let the dance of death begin," he said casually as he vanished in a burst of speed, slicing and dicing his way through the army of thugs. Kakashi simply chuckled as he covered his Sharingan eye once again. He knew that the two of them didn't need his help to finish the job. So instead, he turned and began making his way towards Tazuna. Upon reaching him, he patted the bridge builder on the shoulder and I smiled at him. "Looks like your country will be just fine. Now, stay here with the troops while I go deal with Sasuke." Tazuna simply nodded as he returned his attention to the massacre ahead of him. He was too stunned to look away unless absolutely necessary. The gore, the blood, the everything. It was all just too damn much to deal with right now. And he didn't even want to think about that girl reviving the deceased Naruto the way she did. Since when could ninja techniques do something like that? Or was it some kind of crazy magic? He had no idea. All he wanted right now was to sit down with a giant bottle of sake and drink until the crazy stopped affecting him. As he made his way into the woods outside of town, Kakashi was running through all the different punishments he could inflict, scrapping some ideas, choosing others that might be appropriate, and so on. When he finally found Sasuke, he blinked a couple of times as he tried to comprehend what he was seeing. "Okay then," he muttered. Akino smiled sweetly at Kakashi and motioned towards her unwilling play toy. "Hello there Kakashi-san, how nice of you to join us. Is there something you needed with Uke-chan here?" Kakashi sighed before looking blankly into her eyes. "I came to deal with Sasuke. But it seems you've already done quite enough. I don't think there's anything else I can do to him to make him get the message that he's in deep shit." The Ravenet giggled and said, "Oh, don't worry. He's not completely broken yet. Uke-chan's pride seems to be hanging on by a sliver. He just refuses to give in, no matter how much I put him through. He's quite stubborn that way, I suppose." Cycloptic Jonin nodded in understanding before he approached Sasuke and looked him over. So far, it looked like he had hot wax burns all over his body after Akino apparently stripped him, tied him to a tree, and started her torture. She had whipped him for a while with a cat o' nine tails, leaving several long gashes in his skin. It looked as if she had broken his fingers and toes, judging on the majority of them were bent in a rather painful fashion. He was sure Akino had done even more to torture the little bastard, but he didn't want to think on it any more than he already had. So, looking down at Sasuke, Kakashi thought over what he should say and do to get through to Sasuke. After some time, the Jonin sighed and gripped Sasuke by his hair hard and forced him to look up into his eye. "Here's what's going to happen Sasuke. I'm going to put you through hell every day we're here. All day long. Every fucking day. You won't get any breaks. You won't get to complain. You're going to be begging me for death after just a few hours of this on the very first day. You may think you'll be getting stronger, but with all you'll be doing, you're only going to burn yourself out and physically harm your own body. It won't be training, it'll be pure torture. If you collapse or complain, my good friend here will shock you until you get off your ass and get back to work. The only breaks you'll get are to eat and drink. You don't get to sleep. You don't get to relax. You don't get to enjoy a little fun in the sun. No Sasuke, you're going to suffer. If you're lucky, you'll die. If you're unlucky, you'll get to return to Konoha with us and face the Hokage's judgment. Maybe if you're really lucky, the councils will save your worthless ass. But understand this, once you're participating in the Chunin exams, you're going to die. I fully expect you to die for what you've done, and I'm personally looking forward to seeing who kills you. After all, you killed your teammate. I think it's only fair that it be declared that it's open season on your ass. Should you somehow survive the Chunin exams, I promise you I'll find another way for you to suffer and die. You should remember what I said that first day, Sasuke Uchiha. Do tell me, what were the words of wisdom I imparted on you that day?" Despite the fact that he couldn't see out of either of his eyes at the moment after what Akino had done to him, Sasuke simply smirked in Kakashi's direction. "I dunno. Maybe that you're a pathetic teacher and bet on the wrong horse." Kakashi sighed and shook his head in disappointment. You're trash, Sasuke Uchiha. Plain and simple. Those who abandon a mission are trash, but those who abandon a comrade are worse than trash. So no, I was being too kind. You're lower than trash. You're not even worthy to be called a worm. That would just be insulting to those cute little things. No, there's no word to describe how low and pathetic you are. From now on, you're my bitch, Sasuke Uchiha. By the time we get home and you're allowed to rest, I will make you loathe my very being. Your pride will be crushed and you'll be a sobbing mess on the ground, crying for mommy and daddy to come save you. Only they won't. And you want to know why that is? It's because they're dead. Dear brother did the world a favor and killed all your clansmen, women, and children. Too bad about the women and children bit, but what's done is done. I suppose. Now, stop lying there and get to moving. I don't care about the state you're in, you're going to work buck naked and humiliated until it's time to leave. Chop chop. Sasuke scowled and would have likely thrown a punch in outrage at his teacher, but he had yet to be released from his restraints. When Akeno finally let him free, Sasuke attempted to attack her first. Only for her to press 2 fingers to his forehead and shoot more electricity through his body, causing him to collapse to the ground, convulsing and screaming in agony. Kakashi simply smirked sadistically down at the punk and said, "Tick-tock. Tick-tock. Time's a wastin' Sasuke. Get off your ass and start giving me laps around the island. You don't stop until I say you can stop. If you complain even once, Akeno-san here will zap you. If you stop to take a breather, Akeno-san will zap you. Now get going." Not wanting to get electrocuted again, Sasuke wiped his eyes for a moment. Until he could see clearly again before he took off running. As he did, Akeno giggled to herself and said, "He'll never make it if he doesn't pace himself. Ooh, seeing this side of you is just making me all tingly. Too bad you're not my type, because we could have oh so much fun together," she teased. Kakashi simply chuckled as he began to follow Sasuke with Akeno by his side. "The feeling's mutual, Akeno-san. You're a little much for my tastes. Great friend to have though," he said with an eye smile in her direction. "Ah, you flatterer," she said teasingly. "Ooh, he's already taking a break. Kazap," she exclaimed, making a lightning bolt shoot from the sky and strike Sasuke, making him collapse to the ground and convulsing once again. Up and at him Uke-chan. We're nowhere near done yet. All Sasuke could think in that moment was 2 simple words, sadistic bitch. 2 days later, Rias and her peerage, a collection of people reincarnated as devils via the evil peace system, bound to serve the one who changed them, were quite concerned about Naruto. For the past 2 days, he hadn't awakened once. They were beginning to worry that something was wrong, despite the fact that he was alive. Koneko had barely left his side, sticking to him like glue and waiting patiently for Naruto to awaken. If the situation wasn't so serious, the others would have teased her for it. When Naruto's eyes fluttered open and he let out a groan, Kaneko's eyes widened and tears began to well up in her eyes. Without warning, she wrapped Naruto in a tight hug and held him tight. Naruto found himself blushing quite a bit as he slowly hugged her back, gently rubbing his hand in circles on her back. "It's okay Neko-chan, I don't know what happened, but everything's okay now." Koneko leaned back and shook her head negatively. No, it's not. The Uchiha killed you, Naruto-kun. Rias-sama had to use one of her pieces to revive you. You're like us now, Naruto-kun. Blinking a couple of times in shock, Naruto opened his mouth to say something, only to close it before he could. This repeated a couple of times before he finally asked, "What?" The white-haired girl sighed and revealed the features she hid from everyone, her cat ears, 2 tails, and her bat-like wings. Rias-sama will explain. "I'm sorry." Naruto frowned for a moment before he pulled Koneko into another hug and reached up, gently petting her ears. Much to her embarrassment. However, at his gentle ministrations, she couldn't help it as she began to purr contently, causing him to grin. "Don't apologize Neko-chan. I'm sure that, no matter what has happened to me, it won't change how I feel about all of you. You're my dearest friends and I'd still do absolutely anything to keep you all safe and happy." The now revealed Neko Yu simply closed her eyes and smiled happily as she hugged Naruto tight, refusing to let him go. She didn't even budge when the door opened and the rest of the peerage entered the room. Upon seeing Naruto awake and holding Koneko, Rias, eyes widened and she could feel tears welling up in her eyes. You're awake. Thank goodness. How do you feel, Naruto-kun? Different, I guess. I feel like something really big has changed. But I can't put my finger on what that could be. What exactly happened to me anyways? Last I remember, I hurried to the bridge to tell everyone that Gato was planning to betray Zabuza and Haku-chan. And then it's all a big blank after that. I felt so cold, Naruto said, sounding a bit unsure. Kiba took this moment to step up to Naruto and placed a gentle hand upon his shoulder. You died, Naruto-kun. Sasuke Uchiha used you to take his place when Haku-san moved in for the kill. And when you died, the Kyuubi died with you. In a sense, you're free of your burden, but you've only exchanged one stigma for another. You see, you've become like us, a devil. And Rias took this moment to step up to Naruto and placed a gentle hand upon his whiskered cheek. Running her thumb lightly over his whisker marks, she smiled sadly at him. You've become bound to me, Naruto-kun. When I revived you as my rook, I became your master. However, before you get upset, Naruto held up a hand, interrupting her before she could say any more. I'm not upset, Rias-chan. As far as I'm concerned, you saved my life and have given me the chance to become something truly great. I know you well enough by now to know that you'd never mistreat me or abuse your authority over those bound to you in any way. I'd rather direct my anger towards somebody more deserving of it, such as Sasuke Tem. What he did cannot be forgiven. And I personally hope Gramps deals with him appropriately before the councils get involved. They'd sooner kiss the Tem's ass than punish him for murdering me. Akino giggled and said, I wouldn't worry about Uke-chan. Kakashi-san has been punishing him most severely. Speaking of which, I'm afraid I can't stay for long. I have to make sure Uke-chan stays properly, motivated. She said, giggled sadistically for a time. When she calmed down, she walked up to Naruto and placed a light kiss upon his cheek. I'm glad you're okay now, my little Narukoi. She said before she turned and sashayed out of the room, smirking to herself as she realized Naruto's eyes were drawn to her shapely posterior. Naruto yelped when he felt a sharp pinch in his side. Looking down, he saw Koneko pouting cutely at him. Giggling nervously, he said, sorry Neko-chan. What exactly are you, by the way? It's obvious you're a devil too, but you've got these really pretty cat ears and even a couple of cool tails. Rias smiled as she leaned in and placed a tender kiss upon his forehead. Koneko-chan is a rare breed of Nekomata known as a Nekosho. Akino is half devil, half fallen angel. And Gasper-kun is what is known as a dhampir, a vampire that can walk in the daylight without a worry. Sure, he tends to sunburn easily because of his pale complexion, but otherwise, there's no issue. And I promise, I'll explain everything soon. I'd much rather explain everything in detail once we're safely back in Konoha. My home is a far safer place to talk about our many, many secrets. For now, just know that you're a devil now and, with this change, you now have access to a variety of new and unique abilities, such as the ability to cast magic spells and using your wings to fly. The whiskered teen nodded in understanding for a moment. After a short while, he looked into Rias' eyes as one of his hands gently petted Kaneko's hair and scratched behind her ears, making the Nekosho nuzzle deeper into his chest and purr contently. I trust you, Rias-chan. Though I do have a few questions I'd like answered now, if it's at all possible. If I can answer them now, I promise that I will. So ask away, Naruto-kun. The beautiful redhead said. Naruto simply smiled as he continued his gentle ministrations on Koneko. She was truly dear to him and he wanted her to be happy. With a soft sigh, he looked into Rias' eyes and asked, does Gramps know what you are? And is Sona-chan like you as well? Rias grinned slightly and said, excellent deductions, Naruto-kun. Yes, Hokage-sama is aware of what we are. He allows us to build our homes in his village and recruit whomever we desire into our ranks, and we act to protect his village and those he holds dear. We play the role of his elite enforcers, exerting his will and passing judgment on the guilty. As for Sona, yes, she is a devil, just like we are. While she is the heiress of the Citri family, I am the heiress of the Grimoire family. However, you should know that not all devils are as kind as we are. A lot of them can be cruel and downright manipulative to get what they want. Such as, no, never mind. When Rias' eyes seemed to dim somewhat, Naruto was tempted to ask what was wrong. However, he realized that if Rias wanted him to know whatever was bothering her, she'd tell him when she was ready to. So, without a word, he used his free hand to grab hers and squeezed it gently to show his support. I don't know what's troubling you, Rias-chan, but whatever it is, I'll help you to the best of my ability. I promise. The blue-eyed beauty simply smiled gratefully at him as she squeezed back. Thank you, Naruto-kun. I had hoped never to have to draw you into my problems, but I'm afraid they're about to become yours now too. I just hope you can forgive me for. Naruto sighed and reached up to flick Rias in the nose, causing her to let out a little, ouch. I already told you, there's nothing to forgive. I care about you, Rias-chan, all of you. You're all precious to me and I'll do whatever I can to aid you with your problems, whatever they may be. It's as Haku-chan said to me before, when you have some one or something precious to you that you want to protect, that's when you become truly strong. So no matter what's bothering you, I will fight to protect you and your smile and I'll win no matter the odds. Rias giggled and kissed him on the forehead again. You're sweet, but you'll need a lot more than sheer bravado to help me with my problems, Naruto-kun. Which is why, starting today, we'll be training you in your new powers. From now on, you'll divide your time between training with Kakashi-san in the ways of the shinobi, and training with us in the ways of magic and what it means to be a devil. As I said, we'll explain more later, but for now, you need to understand that you're special, Naruto-kun. You have the potential to become truly great. And, in case it hasn't been said before, I believe in you, Naruto-kun. Naruto found himself blushing as he looked away, his hand still idly petting Koneko throughout this whole exchange. Thank you, Rias-chan. It was at this moment that Haku and Zabuza entered the room. Both of them pleasantly surprised to see Naruto was now awake. Before anyone could say anything to the two of them, Haku rushed forward and threw her arms around Bo. Naruto and Koneko in her attempt to glomp onto the blonde shinobi turned devil. You're awake. Thank God. When Haku said that word, Naruto felt a sharp pain in his head and gripped it in agony for a moment. It passed just as quickly as it came, but it still shocked him. Looking from Haku to Rias, she mouthed that she'd explain later. Nodding in understanding, he looked back at Haku and said, I'm glad you're okay, Haku-chan. I'm sorry for worrying you. The beautiful Ravenet lightly whacked him atop the head before saying, You're glad I'm okay. Naruto-kun, you died. If it wasn't for Rias-san, you'd still be dead. I don't know what she did, but whatever it is, I'm grateful to her for saving your life. But, we saw something come from you when you died. Naruto sighed and looked away. Was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi no Yoko. What you saw was likely the Biju passing away. Zabuza grunted and said, figured as much. That was some pretty potent chakra. Lemme guess, you've had it rough, haven't you, kid? The whiskered teen chuckled and said, very. I'd say you have no idea, but I'm sure you and Haku-chan have been through your fair share of hell too. Am I right? The swordsman shrugged and said. You could say that, sure. Listen kid, Haku and I are going to be going with you and your merry little band back to Konoha. All at her insistence, I assure you. Besides, Blondie there owes me a spar. He said, waving towards Kiba. Naruto looked at Kiba and chuckled a bit. Of course he does, he said amusedly. After a moment, he patted Haku's back and smiled at her. It'll be nice being able to see you more often. Haku-chan. But, why are you so insistent on coming back to Konoha with us? Koneko simply looked into Naruto's eyes and muttered, Baka, before nuzzling against him once more. It took a moment for Naruto to realize what she meant by that. When it hit him, he looked at Haku with a shocked expression on his face. Wait, do you? Haku blushed prettily at this and slowly nodded her head. I would like to get to know you better, Naruto-kun. You're the first person I've ever been able to call a friend. Naruto smiled at her and pulled her back into a hug, along with Koneko. All right, I can agree to that. He said. Good, 'cause I wasn't going to let you say no. Zabuza said with a chuckle. Later, when Naruto finally came downstairs, Sakura began to sob. As she tried to wipe away her tears, Naruto walked up to her and gently petted her hair. Hey, none of that now. The pinkett shook her head and said, but I saw you die. Sasuke, he. Gentle. While lifting Sakura up out of the chair she was seated in, he wrapped his teammate in a hug and said, I know. Rias-chan and the others explained it to me. I'm sorry. If I knew he was going to do something like that, maybe I could have prepared for it or done something different, I don't know. But it happened and there's nothing we can do about it now besides hope he gets punished appropriately for his crime. Unless you still. Before Naruto could finish what he was saying, Sakura pounded her fist against his chest and glared into his eyes. No. After what he did, I see him for what he truly is now. That stupid crush on him died when you did. Let one of those other girls have him, like Pig or even Amy. I'm just glad you're okay. Thanks, Sakura-chan. I'm just sorry for worrying you like that. Tilting her head up slightly, he proceeded to wipe away her tears and smiled kindly at her. Now no more crying. You're so much prettier when you smile. The emerald-eyed girl blushed and slowly nodded. Oh okay. Thanks, Naruto. Good. Naruto said before he took a seat beside her and looked at Tsunami. I'm sorry to do this to you Tsunami-san, but I'm absolutely starving. Do you think you can cook me up something to eat? Please. The kind-hearted woman smiled at Naruto and said, of course. You just wait right there. And Naruto. I'm glad you're okay. Me too, Tsunami-san. Me too. Naruto said. As he sat there waiting for some grub, he couldn't help but wonder what laid in store for him now that things had changed in such a drastic way. Guess I'll find out when we get home. Rias frowned as she looked Haku in the eyes. The redhead had taken her peerage into the woods to begin Naruto's training. However, at some point during Naruto's training, they had sensed Haku's presence. Why weren't quite sure just how much she had seen. Sighing, Rias closed her eyes and asked, just how much did you see? Enough. Haku said calmly. Looking hard into Rias' eyes, she said, I knew something was different about you. But I didn't know just how different. Now that I've seen this, I have a request to make. Make me like you. I want to help Naruto-kun and protect him. If it means becoming like you all and having to retrain myself, I'll do it. Rias sighed and shook her head in mild disbelief. You don't know what you're asking for. If I do this, you'll be bound to me and have to serve me as your new master. This conflicts with your current purpose with Zabuza-san. You cannot serve two masters. Yes, I would treat you well, as if you were my family, but you've sworn to be Zabuza-san's partner. Frowning slightly, Haku took some time to think it over. After some time, she looked at Naruto, seeing his eyes were on her. Nodding her head once she came to a decision, she looked into Rias' eyes once more. Then I'll swear my loyalty to you, if it means I can be of use to Naruto-kun. But I have a question before we commence with that ritual to change me. The redhead frowned for a moment before asking. What's the question? I'll warn you now, I can't answer too many questions here. It's too open and anyone could stumble upon us at any moment, just like you did. Haku took a breath before asking. Will I be able to join Naruto-kun as one of his pieces later on? I don't mind serving you for a time, but my true loyalty will be to Naruto-kun. Is that acceptable? The blue-eyed beauty offered Haku a small smile and said, yes, that is certainly possible. Naruto-kun will have to advance in rank until he reaches the status of high-class devil before he can obtain his evil piece set. Once he does, I'll trade you to him in exchange for one of his pieces. And I can understand your desire to be with him. So I won't try to cross any kind of boundaries that would test your loyalty between Naruto-kun and myself. So yes, I accept your terms. Now, lie down and I'll perform the ritual to revive you as one of my pieces. The question now is, which piece do I use for you? As Rias hummed in thought and summoned her evil piece set into her hand, Haku laid down on the grass and closed her eyes, waiting for Rias to commence with the ritual. For a while, she laid there confused as she didn't hear or feel anything. Opening her eyes, she looked at the redhead, who appeared to be lost in thought. Deciding to give her the time to make her decision, Haku closed her eyes again and simply waited patiently. Night would be an obvious choice, considering Haku's speed is already incredible. With the night piece, she could become so fast that nobody would be able to see her before it was too late. But, sighing, Rias rubbed one of her temples and continued to think. If I make her my first pawn, she could use the power of promotion when available to gain the strengths of any other piece, which would give her more versatility in combat. Why is this so damn hard? Fine, she's fast enough as it is, so a pawn it is. Taking out a single pawn piece, she placed it on Haku's chest. And smiled when it seemed that a single piece would do the trick. So, giving the command, Rias revived Haku as her first pawn. When it was over, Haku opened her eyes and frowned in thought. I don't feel all that different. A little more powerful, I guess, but I can't really notice much of a difference. Helping Haku to her feet, Rias looked her in the eyes and shook her head. I'll explain it all later, once we're back in Konoha. Like I said before, it's just not safe to discuss it all here. For now, let's get you two started on your training. First, I sense the presence of a sacred gear within you both. I want to see if we can bring them out so you can train in their usage. Naruto-kun, let's start with you. Now that the Kyuubi is gone and can't interfere in any way, you should be able to feel for and bring your sacred gear out. Close your eyes and focus on within. You should be able to feel not just your chakra, but your mana as well. I want you to push past both of those and search even deeper until you come across a power you're unfamiliar with. Grasp onto it and bring it to the forefront of your mind. Manifest it and call out its name. Naruto nodded and sat down to begin meditating. He had taken up the practice years ago, at the insistence of the Hokage and Sona Sitri. They had recommended it to him because he had so much energy that he could barely sit still and focus. They likened it to those with ADHD, or attention deficit hyperactivity disorder, though they couldn't exactly diagnose him without the aid of someone like Inoichi Yamanaka. Meditation would help him calm down and focus easier. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes and began to search within himself for this sacred gear thing Rias mentioned. At first, he came across the feel of his chakra and, a little further in, he found a vast pool of what he could only assume to be mana. It seemed he had just as much mana as he did chakra, which was going to be insane to try and get control of. Shaking those thoughts off, he probed deeper and deeper until finally he found something glowing a golden color. As he neared it, the colors began to change and warp until finally he reached it and grasped hold of whatever this thing was. Opening his eyes, he brought the strange substance forth and called out, "Boosted gear." Rias' eyes widened in shock, as did everyone else's in the clearing. Haku wasn't quite sure what was so special about this sacred gear, but at the same time, she could just feel the power emanating from it. Rias, on the other hand, could feel tears welling up in her eyes. Naruto-kun, this is wonderful. It's perfect even. Naruto breathed heavily for a time before he looked down at his right hand, seeing the strange gauntlet attached to his arm. I can feel how powerful this thing is. Just what is it exactly? The redhead smiled as she walked up to Naruto and hugged him tightly, pressing his head into her bosom. Naturally, this caused the blonde to blush fiercely, but he ignored that in favor of listening to Rias' explanation. The boosted gear is one of the 13 Longinus gears. They have the power to slay even gods. Every 10 seconds, the boosted gear doubles your power, speed, and magical ability. However, the more it boosts, the more of a toll it takes on your body. So you need to be careful not to overdo it and use your burst ability to unleash your stored power in one massive attack. But with you and your massive stamina and how physically fit you are, you should be able to store up more power than most people would. This is perfect. Naruto frowned at her excitement. Something was off about it, but he wasn't sure what it could be. Deciding he would press her for answers once they were alone, he turned to face Haku and said, "Haku-chan has a sacred gear as well, right? Shouldn't we see what hers is like?" Rias nodded and released Naruto before she turned to face Haku. "Haku, do as I instructed and try to pull forth your sacred gear. I assure you that it will be useful for you in the long run." The Ravenet nodded once before she closed her eyes and began to focus. After some time, shorter than it took for Naruto to summon his, Haku opened her eyes and exclaimed, "Twilight healing." Looking down at her hands, she saw 2 beautiful rings on either hand. Blinking a couple of times, she looked at Rias and asked, "What are these used for exactly?" Once more, the entire peerage's eyes widened, with the exception of Naruto, who knew nothing about her sacred gear. "Haku, your sacred gear can heal any injury, no matter how fatal it may be. It does have certain limitations however, such as being unable to restore lost limbs or reviving someone that's already dead. It's a rare sacred gear, and few have mastered it. However, I'm 100% positive that you can master it to its fullest potential. It's the perfect sacred gear for someone as pure-hearted as yourself. Haku found herself smiling at the possibilities of this sacred gear. Looking into Naruto's eyes, she said, I will use the power of this sacred gear to protect and aid those dearest to me, such as you, Naruto-kun. Naruto smiled at her and blushed a little. Thanks, Haku-chan. We'll both become more and more powerful together until nothing can stop us. Looking at Rias now, he asked, so what kind of training will you have us do, Rias-chan? Rias smiled as she took a step back and looked the two of them over. First, I think we should get you two used to tapping into your mana reserves. Afterwards, once we see just how much mana you both have, we'll work on controlling it and teaching you some basic spells. For you Haku, I think we'll start with healing magic. Naruto-kun, you're going to start on minor attack magic. Sound good? They both nodded in understanding. Of course Rias-chan. Sounds great to me. Naruto exclaimed excitedly. The beautiful heiress giggled a bit and said, okay, now I want you both to focus on your mana. Try to bring it forth and let it explode. I want to see just how much mana you two have. It will be hard at first, because you'll instinctively draw on your chakra at first. It will take a few tries to get the hang of using your mana, but once you get used to it, it should become second nature to you. Both the blonde and his friend nodded in understanding before they began their attempts at grasping hold of their mana. For Naruto, it was as difficult as Rias had made it sound. Haku, on the other hand, managed to get it on her first try. As her mana enveloped her and exploded outwards in a powerful aura of sorts, Rias smiled at her and said, well, you've got a large pool of mana to pull on, just as I expected of you. Very good. I'm actually pretty impressed you managed to do it on your first try. Haku blushed a bit and said, I'm used to control exercises from training to use my chakra, and the concept was pretty similar. It wasn't that hard to do. Naruto-kun though, she looked at Naruto and frowned sadly. With his vast reserves, it was going to be naturally harder for him to take hold of his mana and use it properly. It took about half an hour before Naruto was finally able to grasp hold of his mana and bring it forth. When it enveloped him in a type of aura a short while later, the others were forced to shield their eyes. The sheer density of his mana was blinding, and it spread throughout the land of waves. Catching everyone's attention at the sheer power they were feeling, Rias shouted out, Naruto-kun, you have to rein it in. You're unleashing too much power at once. You'll only wear yourself out and draw unwanted attention. Try to control it. Naruto nodded and did as she said, trying to exert his will over his mana and draw it in again. When he finally had it under control, everyone, even Naruto himself, breathed a sigh of relief. Afterwards, Rias smiled at him and said, that's amazing, Naruto-kun. I didn't expect you to have such vast magical reserves. Unfortunately, this means you'll have a harder time controlling it as compared to Haku. The blonde sighed and sulked for a moment before he looked up with a look of determination on his face. It doesn't matter. I'll train and train until I've got a handle on both my chakra and my mana. I'll become so powerful that nobody will ever hurt my precious people. I'll protect all of you, I swear it. Everyone smiled at him, but after a moment, Rias sighed and said, unfortunately, I don't think we'll get to train today. We have company closing in on our location. The unwelcome kind too, I'm afraid. Naruto grumbled and looked over his ass. Asuke entered the clearing with a sneer on his face. What was that power I sensed just now? Akino simply smiled sweetly at him and said, Ouke-chan, who said you could slack off? Do you need Akino-sama to punish you again? Sasuke growled at her and exclaimed, I'm tired of you, you rotten psycho bitch. I'm done with this ridiculous punishment you and that airhead of a sensei forced upon me. From now on, you bend to my will. Why don't you get on your knees and beg me to forgive you? Before anyone could do or say anything in response, Naruto acted on instinct and pointed his finger at him. Firing a concentrated burst of mana that struck Sasuke in the chest, sending him flying backwards and into a tree, causing it to snap and fall over as he slumped to the ground unconscious. Bastard. Everyone blinked a couple of times before turning to face Naruto. Naruto-kun, how did you do that? You just fired a compressed ball of mana at him without any sort of incantation or spell circle. Naruto blinked in confusion as he looked at his hands. Honestly, I have no idea. I was just so angry that I kinda just did what came naturally to me. Besides, you have to admit he deserved it. True, but what you did is highly unusual. It's almost unheard of, actually. If you can master that particular ability, you can become quite the force to be reckoned with. You could easily catch most OPP opponents off guard with such a technique. Rias explained. I see. Sounds interesting, Naruto said before he began to chuckle. This is gonna be awesome. I can't wait to see what all I can do with this mana stuff. Haku giggled a bit and nodded in agreement. I'm looking forward to it as well, Naruto-kun. Unfortunately, we can't exactly train in the ways of magic right now. Naruto sighed and said, yeah. Sorry about that. Rias simply smiled at him and said, no need to apologize, Naruto-kun. You did nothing wrong. You simply have far more magic than I had anticipated. I'm actually quite proud of you, Naruto-kun. The whiskered teen blushed a bit and looked away. Thanks, Rias-chan. You're welcome, she said kindly. Now, we should probably wake him up. One of the rules of this punishment was that he couldn't sleep at all. Akeno, if you would. The sadist giggled and raised her finger into the air. Kazap, she exclaimed, watching giddily as another lightning bolt struck the sleeping Avenger. When he shot up screaming a moment later, Akeno wiggled her finger and said, I suggest you get back to your training, little Uke-chan. Otherwise, I might just have to up the voltage on the next one. You might even die. Wouldn't want that now, would we? Sasuke growled and, instead of doing as he was told, he tried to charge towards Akeno to end her life. Sighing in disappointment, she struck him with yet another lightning bolt, causing him to collapse to the ground, screaming in agony. When it was finally over, Akeno walked up to Sasuke, grabbed him by the hair, and flung him into another tree. Glaring at him, she said, I said get up and give me another 20 laps around the country. If you don't obey me, I'll inform Kakashi-san that you're being a disobedient brat and he needs to deal with you appropriately. You may think you're hot shit, Uke-chan, but in this big, wide world, you are nothing. Now get moving. In truth, Akeno was feeling quite angry with him. He had killed someone very dear to her when he took Naruto's life and she was never going to forgive him for that. And now, here he was, throwing a damn temper tantrum and attempting to kill her simply for punishing him as he deserved. Well, she wasn't having any of it. No more Miss Nice Akeno. Groaning in pain, Sasuke slowly stood up again, wincing as he did. Without a word, he turned and began walking off to continue his training. Once he was gone, Akeno turned to face Rias and said, with your permission, I'm going to get in touch with Kakashi-san and make sure Sasuke stays properly motivated. Rias nodded and said, go for it. I'm tired of his attitude. I'm almost amazed he hasn't let go of his pride by now. He's just so arrogant and rotten to the core. He reminds me of him. It pisses me off. The various members of her peerage nodded in understanding, with the natural exception of Naruto and Haku. Seeing their looks of confusion, Rias smiled sadly and said, I'll explain soon, I promise. Right now, it looks like we have some more company. Looking at where Rias was pointing, they saw Sakura walking up to them, looking somewhat shyly at them. Smiling at her, Naruto asked, what's up, Sakura-chan? Is something wrong? The pink-haired girl frowned as she looked around for a moment. Turning her gaze back onto Naruto after a moment, she said, I felt that spike of whatever it was. I was worried about you. So I came looking for you. Is everything okay? Naruto chuckled a little nervously and said, yeah, sorry. I was practicing a new technique and it kind of got out of hand. Nearly blew us all up. The others were impressed with how easily he lied about what he had done. Still, they turned their attention to Sakura to await her response. Sakura sighed and shook her head in exasperation. Offering her friend a smile, she said, just be careful, okay? I don't want you to get hurt like that again. Of course, Sakura-chan. I'll be more careful from now on, I swear. Naruto promised. Thanks, Naruto. So what were you all doing out here? The Pinkett questioned curiously. Not much. We were trying to get some training in, as well as discuss some things, but then Ida screwed up on that technique and caused a scene. Then, well, Sasuke showed up and pissed us off. Akino-chan chased him off after he made threats and attempted to attack us. I swear, that bastard's a real pain in the ass. Naruto grumbled out. Sakura sighed and shook her head again. Of course he did. I'm beginning to wonder if they ever gave him a psyche eval. I highly doubt he'd pass a test like that. Nor would he have ever been allowed to become a shinobi of Konoha if they had just bothered to check something like that. Then again, Naruto nodded, understanding where she was going with this line of thought. The councils probably worked their magic for him and made it so nothing could potentially ruin Sasuke's career before it could even get started. They love kissing his ass. Too bad for them. Uke-chan isn't attracted to anyone at all and can't get it up. Otherwise, he'd be able to give them all what they want. Despite herself, Sakura couldn't help but giggle at that and nodded her head in agreement. Shame for them, I suppose. I mean, how is he ever going to restore his clan if he can't get it up for anyone? I swear, if he could make a solid clone of himself, he just might be able to get it up then. But even then I doubt it'd be possible, she said, giggling even more afterwards. Naruto's eyes widened a bit as he tried to comprehend the fact that Sakura had just dissed Sasuke. After a moment though, he began to chuckle. Afterwards, it turned into full-blown laughter. When he finally calmed down, he wiped a tear from his eye and said, Sakura-chan, you are awesome. I'm glad you've changed, Sakura-chan. Sakura simply smiled at him and said, me too, Naruto-kun. Me too. 2 weeks later. During the past couple of weeks, Naruto and Haku had trained hard in the use of their mana. Getting the hang of calling it forth and using magic as well. Naruto had learned a few minor attack spells, but he found that even if they were minor spells, with his immense power, the Y became as deadly as a higher level spell. Haku, meanwhile, had learned a few minor attack spells, but her main focus was on healing spells. She would practice these spells by healing Naruto after his spars with Kiba and Koneko. Naruto had also trained alongside Sakura under Kakashi. They were taught the water walking exercise, and he had even taken the time to test their chakra affinities. They found out that Naruto had a strong wind affinity with minor affinities for fire and water chakra natures. Sakura had a strong earth affinity with a very minor affinity for wind. So he had gotten them started on the first steps to mastering their affinities with what knowledge he had available. They had been practicing on leaves as they tried to get the hang of things. Kakashi had also taken the me to instruct Sakura in the effort to increase her chakra reserves. He had her exhaust herself by sparring on the water. This forced her to learn how to walk on water instinctively, and the more she sparred and the more she exhausted herself, the more her chakra reserves would increase. The silver-haired Jonin had even given them a couple of jutsu to practice for their various elements. He wanted to make up for lost time, considering he had been giving Sasuke private lessons before everything turned bad. Other than that, Naruto had spent time with Sakura and Haku, getting to know the both of them better and building a friendship with the both of them. At one point during the past few weeks, Haku had built up the nerve to kiss him, much to Naruto's shock. However, he didn't dislike it and actually kissed her back. The two of them were excited at the prospect of being in a relationship with one another, but something told them that Naruto was going to end up with a harem, whether he liked it or not. Naruto and Sakura, on the other hand, had joked and laughed with one another and had generally just enjoyed spending time together. Whether Naruto realized it or not, Sakura had slowly begun to fall for the blonde ninja. But she wouldn't admit it to either herself or Naruto. Her inner self, on the other hand, was constantly teasing her and trying to plant suggestions in her head to make her plant a kiss on Naruto's cheek at the very least. However, Sakura held strong and chose to simply enjoy her time with Naruto. Naruto had also spent some quality time with the various members of Rias peerage. With Kiba, he found a sort of brother figure. They got along really well and, after learning a bit about his friend's past, Naruto vowed to help him in his quest to destroy the holy swords known as Excalibur. If only to help bury the past and be done with it all. Besides, Naruto could see the anger buried deep inside of Kiba, just waiting to explode. If he could do something to help his friend, he'd do it. Whenever Akino wasn't busy torturing Sasuke, Naruto would spend time with her and tease her a bit about her sadistic ways. He even offered some suggestions on various ways He could torture Sasuke that didn't involve lightning or whips. She found herself giggling quite a bit at some of his suggestions. Aside from that, Naruto and Akeno had grown close enough that Akeno had entered the shower behind him one day and pressed herself against his back, earning a full-body blush that resulted in Naruto fainting from the shock. When asked why she did such a thing, Akeno simply tapped a finger against her chin and claimed it was just to tease him a bit, but he felt there was a bit more to it than that. Still, he didn't press her on it and simply let himself fall into a comfortable exchange with her. When he spent time with Gasper, he had taken the Dampier clothes shopping and even helped him pick out some cute dresses to wear. Was it a bit odd to help a guy choose girls' clothing to wear? Maybe. But Naruto wasn't bothered by it. He just wanted Gasper to be happy, and if he could help bring a smile to his friend's face, then it was all worth it. With Rias, Naruto had asked her what kinds of books she enjoyed reading, as he had often seen her reading a variety of books back in Konoha, and even during dinner time in Tezuna's home. When she told him which books he was currently reading and the basic genres that she enjoyed, Naruto thanked her and vowed that he'd look into giving those books a read. Something very few people knew about Naruto was that he enjoyed sitting down with a good book and reading for hours on end. It was relaxing and he could easily immerse himself in the fantasy world of the books he'd read. Finally, with Koneko, Naruto had taken her on a few dates. If you can call them that. They had strolled through town and the countryside holding hands and talking. She had confided in Naruto about her sister, who had killed her former master and become a rogue devil. However, she admitted that something was strange about it, but she couldn't place her finger on what it was. She didn't hate her sister, but she also found that he couldn't quite forgive Kuroka for leaving her behind the way she did. Still, she hoped that she could one day be reunited with her sister and learn the truth behind why she did what she did. Koneko had even informed Naruto of her real name, Sharon. When asked why she was telling him all of this, Koneko simply smiled and pulled him into a loving kiss. When they parted, she simply smirked at him before walking ahead of him with a nice sway to her hips, knowing that she had caught his eye. Now here they were, the entire team standing on the bridge in front of Tezuna and the many citizens of Wave, saying their farewells. Team 7 plus Rias and her peerage turned and began to make their way towards home. Sasuke was barely able to stand, much less walk on his own. After all the torture he had been put through, he looked incredibly sleep-deprived, angry, and miserable. As soon as we're back in Konoha, I'm going straight to the councils and getting them to deal with these assholes properly. As they hurried along their way, Naruto hung back with Rias and decided to voice a question that had been bugging him for a while. Looking around to make sure nobody was eavesdropping on them, he asked her quietly, "Nay, Rias-chan. I noticed when you were changing Haku-chan that you were missing one of your pieces, your other bishop. Does that mean you have another member in your peerage that we don't know about?" Rias simply smiled sadly at Naruto and nodded her head. "Yes. You'll meet her when we get back to Konoha, I promise." But, sighing softly, she shook her head and said, "You'll see, Naruto-kun. I just hope you can forgive me when you learn the truth." Naruto frowned for a moment before shaking his head. "I'll wait and see what you're talking about before I say or do anything. I'm pretty damn sure that whatever it is, it won't affect our relationship. You're a dear friend and I refuse to let anything change that." The redhead simply smiled at Naruto and said, "Thank you, Naruto-kun. I wish, no, never mind." When Rias shook her head and began to frown, Naruto reached out and grabbed her hand, squeezing it gently. "Rias-chan, please talk to me. What's bothering you so much that you aren't telling me?" Rias could feel tears threatening to spill over and said, "My parents arranged for me to marry a member of the Phoenix family. His name is Riser Phoenix, and he's a really horrible man. Women are like trophies or playthings to him. His peerage is full of women of various kinds and he only values them as his sex slaves, essentially. He wants me as a prize and would love to break me in body and spirit. If he has his way, he'll wreck my peerage as well, taking Akeno and Koneko as his slaves as well." And, sighing, she looked Naruto in the eyes and said, "It wouldn't be good. I've been trying to find some way out of this blasted marriage contract, but my father has been fighting me every step of the way. Even Riser's parents and other family members can see How despicable a person Riser is, and don't blame me for wanting out. But my father is so insistent on it. Naruto scowled and said, if Riser so much as tries to lay a finger on any of you, he's a dead man. I don't care if I get in trouble for it. I refuse to let him touch any of you, and I refuse to let an arrogant shithead like that get away with upsetting you like this. In a way, he sounds similar to Kiba, only worse. Despite herself, the redhead couldn't help but giggle a bit. Thank you, Naruto-kun. You're sweet. Hey, gotta try and make you smile somehow, he said with a grin. I promise to get strong enough that you won't even need to worry if it comes down to a fight with that guy to get you out of this marriage business. I believe in you, Naruto-kun. When you say something like that, I can't help but believe you. I'm looking forward to seeing Riser get what's coming to him. But try not to hurt Riser's peerage too badly. Most of them are decent people that ended up in the wrong peerage. They trusted the wrong man. Okay, Rias said, a small smile on her face. I can't make any promises. If they try to defend that monster, I'll have no choice but to knock them out or so. Methinks I can get at that lecherous pig. I'll try to take it easy on them, but I make no guarantees. Naruto said, looking into her eyes with a determined look on his face. For now, let's focus on getting back to Konoha. I'd like to see some of my friends again, like Anko-chan for instance. Rias simply giggled as she continued to move alongside her new peerage member. She rather enjoyed his company. However, she couldn't help but notice the nasty looks Sasuke was giving everyone as he struggled along. If it wasn't for him, they'd be able to move faster. However, Sasuke had brought this punishment on himself with his actions. So they'd slow themselves down so little Uke-chan could keep up. Naruto frowned as he looked at what his friend King was looking at. Shaking his head at the glare Sasuke was sending his way, Naruto simply flipped him the bird and continued walking. Sasuke wanted to kill him again, but he knew he wouldn't be able to get away with it twice. Nighttime. After setting up camp for the night, the group had set up shifts for night watch duty while the others would get some much-needed rest. While the majority of the party slept, Sasuke made sure to stay awake. If he was going to have his revenge, this would be the perfect time. So, with kunai in hand, he approached Akino's tent in the cover of darkness. Slowly slipping inside of her tent, the Uchiha approached her and got ready to end her life for the humiliation she had put him through. However, the moment he went to strike, he felt something pierce his gut, causing him to collapse to his knees and drop his kunai. Looking down, he could barely make out the fact that someone had stabbed him. Turning his head, he looked at the person that had inflicted such a wound on him, only to see Kakashi standing there with a bloody kunai. Why? Kakashi simply narrowed his eye and unleashed some of his killing intent upon Sasuke. I made sure not to strike anything vital. You were going to kill my dear friend Akino. I couldn't have that. Now could I? You see Sasuke, you're already in deep shit with me and soon to be in trouble with Hokage-sama. Just wait until everyone learns about you trying to kill a second comrade on this mission. If Hokage-sama doesn't strip you of your headband and have you jailed, then I'm going to make your life a living hell. Worse than anything I made you do in Wave. Is that understood? Sasuke snarled as he turned to glare fiercely at his sensei. He didn't even notice that Akino had woken up during Kakashi's lecture and was preparing to fry his ass. You and this bitch put me through enough torture as it is. Once we return to the village, I'm taking this matter straight to the councils and they'll do something about all of you for the crimes you've committed against me. Oh, will they now? Akino's honeyed voice could be heard asking from behind him. Slowly glancing over his shoulder, the Uchiha wasn't prepared for what happened next. Gripping Sasuke's face hard, she dragged him outside and threw him into a nearby tree so hard a small crater appeared in the wood. Before he could react, she used her superior speed to get in close and punched him hard in the face repeatedly until the tree behind him broke and fell over. How dare you attempt to kill me, you rotten boy. First you killed Naruto-kun, my precious Naruto-kun, and now you're attempting to murder me in my sleep. Obviously, you still haven't learned your lesson. I'm going to beat it into you now, because I am tired of your shit. Now sit still and take your beating like a good little Uke-chan. At this point, everyone had woken up and were now watching as Akino ruthlessly beat Sasuke until he was barely breathing. Hearing what he had tried to do this time was infuriating, but why knew the resident sadist had it well in hand. When he finally fell into sweet, blissful unconsciousness, Akeno tossed him into the center of their camp and said, "Somebody heal him. I'd rather he not die until we're back in Konoha. I want to see the punishment he has to endure. And if he somehow gets off with a light slap on the wrist, well, they won't like what I do to little Uke-chan." Haku sighed and, against her wishes, she went about healing the rotten little punk. When he was fully healed, she stepped back and shook her head in exasperation. "I really don't like this guy." "None of us do, Haku," Kakashi said. "He's been spoiled silly and the people of Konoha have sucked up to him so much that his ego has grown ridiculously huge. The councils will try to save him from being punished, but in the end, Hokage-sama should do the right thing here. Hopefully." Rias sighed and shook her head. "You know he's going to go straight to the councils upon our return to the village. He'll tell his side of things and try to manipulate them into pressuring the Hokage to let him off the hook. A council meeting will be called damn near instantly, abusing their supposed authority, and it'll all erupt into chaos. We'll need to tell our side of things to Hokage-sama immediately so he can prepare to deal with everything accordingly." Naruto sighed and shook his head. "I don't know what will happen. I just hope everything turns out okay." Everyone shared that sentiment, sincerely hoping that things wouldn't just take a turn for the worse when they got home. Konoha, days later. Upon Sig Ningen at the gate and preparing to venture to the Hokage Tower, Sasuke attempted to break off from the group so he could go straight to the councils. However, Kakashi gripped his shoulder painfully and said, "Where do you think you're going? Get your hand off me, Kakashi. I'm going to make sure you and the others are punished appropriately," Sasuke said, practically snarling at the silver-haired Jonin. "I don't think so. No. We're dragging you before Hokage-sama so he can ensure that everybody knows the truth. Now come along, Sasuke," Kakashi said as he began practically dragging Sasuke along. The teenage Uchiha thrashed and screamed, but he couldn't get free from his sensei. As they walked along, the citizens were naturally upset at how their precious Uchiha was being treated, but they didn't do anything more than whisper about it amongst each other. When they finally entered the Hokage's office some time later, the large group stared hard at the Hokage. "Hokage-sama, we have a lot to discuss," Kakashi said. What then followed was a long explanation of the events that took place during and after the mission. When they had finished retelling the events that had transpired during the mission and their return home, Hiruzen turned his gaze on Sasuke and shook his head in disappointment. After a moment of silence, he unleashed his massive killing intent upon Sasuke, making the young man damn near soil himself from fright. "Tell me something, boy, do you realize what you've done? Do you even care?" Sasuke was shaking as he replied, "I did the village a favor. The Dobi should have stayed dead. It's not like anyone actually cares about the loser." Hiruzen sighed and closed his eyes, shaking his head once again. "I see. In that case, I suppose it's time to call the council together and discuss your punishment. You won't get off easy for this, I assure you. Everyone, please follow me." As the Hokage led them out of his office and towards the council chambers, he told his secretary to call the councils together so they could discuss the events that had taken place. When they entered the meeting room, Hiruzen took his seat at the head of the semicircular table while others stood in the center of the room, waiting for the various council members to arrive. The first to arrive were the members of the civilian council, who smiled at Sasuke while shooting nasty glares at Naruto. All Naruto did was flip them the bird and remained quiet. Naturally, this pissed them off, but they didn't say anything. Instead, they simply took their seats and waited for the remainder of the councils to arrive. The next to enter were the three elders, Danzo Shimura, Homura Mitokado, and Kaharu Udatane, each taking their place beside Hiruzen. Finally, the last group to arrive were the various clan heads, Inoichi Yamanaka, Shibi Aburame, Choza Akamichi, Hiyashi Hyuga, Shikaku Nara, and Su Minazuka. Once everyone had taken their seats, Hiruzen prepared to speak up, only for Sasuke to interrupt him. "I demand that you punish these monsters for what they did to me in the Land of Waves. They have committed crimes against me and I will not stand for it." Hiruzen scowled and nodded at Kakashi, who hit Sasuke in the back of the head, causing him to lurch forward and damn near vomit the contents of his stomach. I'm sorry, it seems my little genin doesn't understand basic procedure. Do begin, Hokage-sama. Kakashi said with an eye smile. The third Hokage took this moment to begin. Over a month ago, I sent Team 7, consisting of Kakashi Hatake, Sasuke Uchiha, Sakura Haruno, and Naruto Uzumaki, on a mission to escort a man by the name of Tazuna back home to the Land of Waves. They were to protect him while he built his bridge that would connect the Land of Waves with the Land of Fire. However, along the way, they encountered resistance in the form of the Demon Brothers. This encounter easily bumped the mission up to at least a B rank in nature. However, rather than quit and return to the village, they chose to continue with the mission, because it was the right thing to do. Now, it should be noted that Gato was responsible for the Land of Waves being oppressed. He had hired Zabuza Momochi and his accomplices to kill the bridge builder, which bumped the difficulty of the mission up to an A- rank. After their battle with Zabuza, they called for backup, and I sent it in the form of Rias Grimori's team of enforcers. Taking a breath at this point, Hiruzen closed his eyes and shook his head. Days after Rias' team arrived, a battle took place on the incomplete bridge in the Land of Waves. Rias had formulated a plan to help deal with Zabuza and his accomplice, a young woman by the name of Haku. She had also predicted an attempt to kidnap Tazuna's daughter and grandson, which is why she left Naruto behind to deal with them appropriately. Now, Naruto learned from those men that Gato was planning to betray Zabuza and have him killed once he was too exhausted to fight back properly. He had never planned to pay them what they were owed. Seeing the scowls on Zabuza's and Haku's faces, as well as the clan heads and his old teammates Homura and Kaharu, here, Uzen nodded once before returning his gaze to Sasuke. Naruto hurried to the bridge after ensuring that Tsunami and Inari would be safe. Upon arriving at the bridge, Naruto tried to inform everyone that Gato was going to betray Zabuza and Haku. However, while the majority stopped fighting, Haku was already moving in for the kill on Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke, in an attempt to save his own life, used replacement technique to swap places with Naruto Uzumaki. As a result, Naruto-kun lost his life. And, since most everyone in this room is aware, the Kyuubi died right along with him. Danzo's eye narrowed and he shot a fierce glare first at Naruto, and then at Sasuke. Before he could say anything, however, one of the civilian council members spoke up. But wait, if the Naruto died, how can he be standing here before us? And you said the Kyuubi died. But he's standing right there. Hiruzen scowled and with a wave of his hand, and Anbu heeded his order and appeared with his blade through the civilian's chest, ending his life. Since you idiots still don't seem to understand, allow me to ask you one thing. What was the fourth seal meant to do? Obviously it was meant to force the cube into a human form so we could easily be rid of it. One Mebuki Haruno exclaimed, a small grin on her face. Sakura scowled at her mother and exclaimed, bullshit. The fourth Hokage's seal was meant to contain the beast and seal it within Naruto-kun. Naruto-kun was only the jailer, not the Kyuubi itself. How can you not understand that? Mebuki scowled at her daughter, but before she could say anything in protest, Hiruzen scowled and said, your daughter has the right of it, Mebuki. You're lucky I don't have you killed for speaking such slander. All Mebuki could do was sit there looking dumbfounded and furious. Seeing that she was going to be quiet now, he began to speak again. Because you're all wondering it, Rias used a technique known only to her and her friends to revive Naruto-kun. No, I will not tell you what she did. Nor will I allow any of you to harass her for answers. Just know that Naruto-kun is now bound to her and has become a member of her team. Before he could continue, Danzo scowled and said, she should have just let him rot. Without the Kyuubi, he is worthless to us in the village. He has no purpose being here. As for the Uchiha, he should be punished to the highest degree for his crime. The Kyuubi was sealed within the boy so it could be properly used as a weapon to strike down our enemies, and now it's lost to us forever because of that stupid boy. Hiruzen turned such a fierce glare on his old teammate and snarled out, you're a blind fool, old friend. Naruto-kun was never meant to be a weapon. He was to be treated as a hero for holding the Kyuubi at bay all this time. But you and the civilians made damn sure his life was utter hell in this village. Don't think I didn't know what you had planned, Danzo. The only reason I have allowed you to live This long is because you still served a purpose. I'm beginning to think you can no longer be of any use to this village. Don't push your luck any further than this. Danzo's eye widened slightly as he looked into Hiruzen's eyes. It wasn't hard to tell that Hiruzen had very little patience left to give for him, so the old war hawk went quiet, not wishing to push his luck any further. Once Danzo had been sufficiently silenced, Hiruzen looked down at Sasuke and said, Danzo has one thing right, Sasuke Uchiha needs to be punished for the crime he committed. But more than that, on the way back to Konoha, he attempted to murder a member of Rias' team, Akeno Himehime. He was stopped by Kakashi, but the attempt was still made. Now, I'm open to suggestions on what should be done to punish this foolish boy for his transgressions. I already have a punishment in mind, but I'd like to hear your suggestions. Partly because I want to see just how far you idiots will go to protect him. He said and then thought to himself. The civilians' initial reaction was to argue that Sasuke had done the right thing and that there should be no punishment. However, they realized that Sasuke had committed at least one crime, attempting to kill Akeno. Mebuki, acting as the spokesperson for the civilian council, frowned as she said, Sasuke-kun was in the right. He was more important to the village than Naruto is, so for that, there should be no punishment. However, he did attempt to kill someone loyal to the village, so. Before she could say any more, Hiruzen scowled at her and said, I've tolerated you and your shit for long enough. Trying to protect a murderer is the last straw. Anbu, throw the civilian council into the prison and do be sure to lose the key. It would seem we need to assign replacements. Ones that won't be so prejudiced against our more loyal shinobi. The civilians naturally protested this action, but they were quickly silenced and were dragged away. Once they were gone, Hiruzen smiled at his old teammates and asked, so, any suggestions? Danzo scowled at Sasuke and said, his chakra should be sealed and his Sharingan given to someone that could use them appropriately. He is not worthy of them. Nor is he worthy of calling himself a member of our shinobi force. If you're so insistent on the Jinchuriki, rather RX Jinchuriki, being useful to us in some way, perhaps T. Uchiha's eyes should go to him to make him actually prove useful to the village again. Hiruzen scowled at Danzo and said, I warned you Danzo. I won't warn you again. One more slip up from you and I'll see to it that you suffer for the crimes you have committed in the name of what's good for Konoha. Do you understand me? The old war hawk scowled at this, but wisely chose to keep silent. Once he had been sufficiently subdued, Hiruzen turned to his old teammates and asked, what would you two suggest? Homura sighed and said, as much as it pains me to admit it, I'm in agreement with Danzo. The Uchiha's chakra should be sealed and his Sharingan given to someone worthy of them. As the aggrieved party, perhaps they should go to Naruto-kun. Kaharu frowned, but nodded her head in agreement. I agree, though I'm not sure if we should give them to young Uzumaki-kun. Perhaps someone would be better suited for them. Hiruzen shook his head before turning his attention to the clan heads. And what say all of you? It does sound like a fitting punishment for one with an ego as large as his. My real question is, what comes after? Soon questioned. Shikaku muttered, troublesome, before. Ihi looked into Hiruzen's eyes and offered up his suggestion, after having his chakra sealed and his eyes given to Naruto, I say we put him under house arrest. Make him sit and stew in his anger and frustration in his home. Throwing him in prison would be too merciful, if you ask me. No, he should be made to wallow in misery in the home where his parents died. Everyone took some time to think over before they each nodded in agreement. However, Danzo offered up one final question. I agree, but at the same time, I have a question. Should we take samples of his semen so we can use them to impregnate willing females to have Uchiha children? Or do we remove any chance of him ever reviving the Uchiha clan? Hiruzen seemed to ponder this for a time before a sadistic grin appeared on his face. We'll allow those fangirls of his to bear his children. But Sasuke will never get to see his children, nor will he be able to taint them with his arrogance. No, we'll take the children and raise them properly. The Uchiha clan will be revived, but they'll become productive citizens of the village rather than arrogant assholes who think themselves superior to everyone around them. Sasuke snarled and thrashed against Kakashi, trying to get free so he could kill the Hokage. Never. I will never agree to that. I'd sooner die than allow you to taint any children I might have. The third Hokage simply chuckled and said, "You don't get a choice in the matter. I'm going to recall Jiraiya to the village so he can handle the ceiling. For the time being, you'll simply rot away in prison, where you belong. Anbu, take him away." As an Anbu appeared, Sasuke shouted out threats and profanity before the Anbu vanished with the Uchiha runt. Once they were gone, Naruto asked, "Are you sure about this?" "I mean, I don't mind. But I can't imagine myself with the Sharingan of all things." Hiruzen and the others simply chuckled. "Kid, I'd say you're worthy enough of the gift. Besides, your life was stolen away by that brat. I think it's only fair you get what makes the Uchiha so prideful," Sume said, smiling down at him. Naruto sighed and rubbed the back of his head. "Thanks, I guess. I doubt the citizens will be happy with this though." Homura chuckled softly and said, "Don't worry about them. We'll deal with them somehow. For now, I think it's time we discussed something rather important, your heritage. We had originally planned to tell you about your parents and give you your inheritance once you made Chunin, but..." Hiruzen sighed and nodded his head in agreement. "After what's happened to you, I realize we should have told you much sooner. I am sorry for keeping your parents a secret from you for so long, Naruto-kun." Naruto frowned as he looked at the Hokage. "You knew who my parents were all this time." Hiruzen nodded and waited for the eventual blow-up that he knew was coming. However, Naruto surprised him by saying calmly, "I should blow up at you, even call you a bastard for lying to me all these years." But, sighing, he shook his head and said, "I won't. You had your reasons, I'm sure, but I doubt they were good ones. I just want to know who my parents were and if they loved me." Before anyone could say anything, the doors opened and in walked a beautiful, red-headed woman with violet eyes. She stood just slightly shorter than Naruto and was currently wearing a deep scarlet-colored shirt and brown pants. Her figure was amazing and anyone that looked at her would say she was drop-dead gorgeous. When she spoke, her voice was just as beautiful. When the occupants of the room turned to look at her, she smiled at Naruto and said, "Of course we loved you, sweetie. Never doubt that." Yes, the person standing there was Kushina Uzumaki, wife of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and mother of Naruto Uzumaki. "You're my mom?" Naruto asked unsurely. His head was suddenly pounding and he could feel his heart racing. Unsure of how to feel, the teenage Uzumaki collapsed to his knees and clutched at his head. "Why?" he asked, not sure what her answer would be. Kushina could only smile sadly at her son as she slowly approached him. She knew he would take this hard and his relationship with Rias might be damaged somewhat, but she knew she had to clear up any misunderstandings. However, only time would tell how he'd react to what she had to tell him. "Sweetheart," Kushina said softly, hoping to calm her son. "It's..." Naruto turned such a fierce glare on her that the beautiful redhead couldn't help but flinch back, as if struck by him physically. "Stay away from me," he screamed out. Turning to Rias, he narrowed his eyes and said, "This is what you meant. You recruited her. And you," he exclaimed, turning to face the Hokage. "You knew, didn't you?" "Don't answer that. Of course you knew." Rias looked incredibly saddened by what she was seeing and hearing. She was also incredibly worried about her beloved Rook. She didn't know what to say, or even what she should say. Despite how much pain it caused her, she couldn't help but pray to God that she wouldn't lose him in any sense. Hiruzen flinched and found he couldn't even look Naruto in the eyes. "Naruto-kun, I don't want to hear it. Not from any of you. Goddamn," the blonde exclaimed before he stormed out of the room, completely ignoring his mother and everyone else in the room. His ad was killing him now and he felt like he could throw up at any second. Once Naruto had left, Rias started to cry and fell to her knees, unable to bear the guilt and the shame at what she had done, priving Naruto of his mother the way she had. All she could think at the moment was how she hoped her Naruto-kun would forgive her and they could go on being happy together, just as she wanted. Kushina began to sob, unable to take the pain anymore. She knew her son would likely be upset, but she couldn't go against her orders. Taking a moment to think on it, she hung her head and thought, "I should have just ignored them and gone to see my son. Minato, you stupid fool. And you," looking into the Hokage's eyes, Kushina glared hard at him and said, "I never should have listened to you. If I had just ignored the orders given to me, my son would have grown up loved with people adoring him as it was meant to be. I'm going to find my son and be there for him. To hell with all of you. Hiruzen sighed, as he watched Kushina hurry out of the room to find her son. After a while of silence, he said, there is the matter of his inheritance to be discussed. I think he deserves what's his by right. I trust nobody's against this decision. The boy technically died, Hiruzen. I say we take what was left to him and put it to good use. There is no reason to give the boy what's no longer his. Danzo said, a sneer on his face. Besides, it would be wasted on him. Before anyone could say anything in response, Rias' power flared damn near uncontrollably. Danzo would have said something, but he was soon struck by a condensed ball of Rias' power of destruction. When he simply reappeared a moment later, the crimson-haired beauty flew at him, not giving a shit that her wings were in plain view for everyone now. Upon reaching Danzo, she ripped off his bandages, revealing to everyone what was underneath. The others looked on in disgust at what was revealed. What the hell have you done, Danzo? Hiruzen exclaimed angrily. You abomination. Danzo simply scoffed as he dodged Rias' attacks to the best of his ability. I did what was best for Konoha, old friend. Bullshit. Rias exclaimed furiously. All you ever think about is yourself. You're not some diehard patriot you pretend to be. All you've ever done is what benefits yourself. Now die you asshole. The old man scoffed and was prepared to strike the redhead down. Only to blink when his deformed arm fell from his body, hitting the ground at his feet. Glancing behind him, he saw Yuto there, swiping the blood off his sword. This was a mistake, however, as Rias' power of destruction enveloped him again and removed him from existence. Damn that monster. Hiruzen sighed and shook his head. Damn him. Thank you, Rias-chan. Now that that particular problem has been taken care of, are we all in agreement that Naruto-kun should be given what's his? Most of the others voiced their agreement. However, when all eyes turned on him, Hiashi frowned deeply and shook his head. I must disagree. As much as I despise the man, Danzo had a point. Naruto's inheritance would be better used by the village than it would be if we gave it to Naruto. When he died, he forfeited all right to his inheritance. Kaneko's extra features appeared and she growled angrily at Hiashi. You're an enemy too, she said quietly. Then, before Hiashi or anyone else could react, she lunged across the table and slammed her fist as hard as she could into the Hyuga head's face, sending him flying out of his chair and through the nearby wall, and perhaps even further than that. Without waiting for anything, not even her master's command, Kaneko chased after Hiashi, prepared to beat him to death if need be. Hiruzen scowled and called out for his Anbu. Hurry! Ing with them and the members of Rias' peerage, they arrived to see the beautiful lowly stalking angrily towards the injured Hyuga. Kaneko-chan, stand down. You can't kill him, no matter how much you want to right now. The aged Hokage exclaimed, trying to get her to calm down. The white-haired beauty ignored him and walked right up to the downed Hyuga. Lifting him up by his hair, she reared back her fist. Only for someone to grab it and prevent her from delivering the fatal punch. Don't Kaneko-chan, he's not worth it. Practically snarling at this point, Kaneko spoke without ever looking back at Rias. So you're allowed to kill that old fossil and I'm not allowed to punish this man for daring to try and take what's Naruto-kun's. He's my boyfriend, damn it. In her shock, Rias let go of Kaneko. Completely caught off guard by what her other rook had just proclaimed. She wasn't aware of just how close her two rooks had become. However, this proved to be a mistake as, without a second thought, Kaneko punched Hiashi so hard in the fact that his head was practically destroyed. With a few more good punches, she smiled wickedly as she let the Hyuga clan head drop dead to the ground. My Naruto-kun. Hiruzen sighed and shook his head sadly. Damn it. Now what the hell am I supposed to do? The Hyuga clan will demand answers. They'll demand that somebody be punished for this. Rias frowned and shook her head. Call his children and the elders of the clan together. We'll tell them the truth about what happened. We'll have to spin it in a way that helps them understand that Danzo and Hiashi were traitors to the village. In a sense, they were trying to meddle in Uzumaki clan affairs and had to pay the price for it. They can whine and fuss all they want, but in the end, they can't do a NY thing because the two of them were trying to steal from another clan. The third Hokage scratched at his chin and beard for a moment before he nodded in understanding. That's as good a plan as any. We'll need to get Kushina to help explain things to them in that case. Which means we'll have to interrupt her time with Naruto-kun. If she's found him. When Naruto-kun doesn't want to be found, it's damn near impossible to find him. Rias simply smiled and said, she's his mother. If anyone can find him, I'm sure she can. But for now, I'll go get her. We're going to need her to settle things with the Hyuga clan for us. Hiruzen simply nodded at her and said, please do so. I'm honestly hoping she hasn't found him yet. Poor Naruto-kun's been through enough for the time being. The redhead sighed and said, I know how you feel. I just hope he can find it in him to forgive me. Hiruzen and the others watched as Rias flew off in search of Kushina. Once she was gone, he looked to her peerage members and asked, what are you all going to do? Go in search of Naruto-kun? Or do you want to be there for the meeting? Haku scowled and said, I'm going to find Naruto-kun. Looking at Koneko, they nodded to one another, deciding to work together to find him. Zabuza, I'll see you later. Naruto-kun needs us. And with that, she and Koneko hurried off to find their shared boyfriend. Yuto sighed and shook his head in disappointment. I hate to say this, Hokage-sama, but you and Rias-sama messed up in a pretty big way. I'll aid in the search for Naruto-kun, but, as you said, he can be difficult to find. He said before walking off to try and find his friend. Akino simply glared at the Hokage and took Gasper by the hand, walking off with him so they could try and find Naruto as well. This left the Hokage with Zabuza, Kakashi, and Sakura, who were each looking a bit unsure about what they should be doing. After a short while though, Sakura excused herself and hurried off in search of Naruto. She hoped she could help him through this situation and make him feel better. She honestly hated the idea of him hurting in any way. Hokage-sama, would you mind explaining to us how Kushina-sama is alive? Why hide her from her son? Kakashi questioned, his eye narrowing at the aged Hokage. Hiruzen sighed and motioned for Kakashi and Zabuza to follow him back to his office. I'll explain when we're back in the council chambers. I'm sure everyone's wondering exactly what's going on. Kakashi and Zabuza could only nod at that, but stayed quiet as they followed the aged man back to the council chambers. They realized that they'd likely have to get the wall repaired as well. Naruto scowled as he watched his supposed mother try to find him. Contrary to what people might think, he was exceptionally skilled at stealth, keeping hidden even in plain sight. And right now, he didn't want this bitch, as he considered her, to find him. Slipping away again, Naruto went off and journeyed into the Forest of Death. Hardly anyone would actually think to look for him in there, and there were so many more places he could hide within the forest. It was the perfect place to just hide out and think about everything. Once he found a decent place to hide and relax, Naruto lay down on the branch he was perched on and stared upwards at the little bit of sunlight trickling through the leaves up above. Damn them, that rat bastard of a Hokage lied to me all my fucking life. If he knew why my mom was alive, then he definitely kept her from me for some reason. Then there's Rias. I trusted her. If I'm right, then my mom is Rias' other bishop. Which means Rias kept her from me as well. All my fucking life even. I know I promised her I'd save her from that loveless marriage, and I'll keep my word. But, I don't think I can ever look at her the same again. He thought sadly. Then there's her. Naruto thought to himself with a scowl. If she's my mother, she should have just come to me. Screw what the old man and Rias said. If she truly gave a shit about me, she would have found a way to be with me. That bridge has been burned. I don't need a mother now. I don't need her. Naruto would have continued thinking on all of this. But somebody with black wings landed on the branch and smiled at him. Blinking a few times, he stared at the person and realized that she was incredibly attractive. For some reason, he found himself feeling at peace with her. He wasn't quite sure why, but he felt he could trust this woman. Hi. Name's Naruto. Who are you? The black-haired, black-winged man sauntered closer to the blonde and smiled somewhat seductively at him. Naruto-kun, I'm glad you've returned. My name is Rainer and I've truly missed you. I've wanted to meet you in person for so long now. I stayed my hand, though. Because you were always around those devils. I can tell, you've become one of them, haven't you Naruto-kun? The whiskered teen nodded and sat up so he could have a friendly chat with this woman. Yes, my teammate, Sasuke Uchiha, killed me on the mission. Rias had to use one of her evil pieces to revive me. If not for her, I'd still be dead and I'd never have returned to the village. Rainer looked upset by that before she moved in close and hugged him close. I'm sorry, sweetheart. If only I had been there for you sooner. I've been watching you since you got back home. They kept so many secrets from you, and now your mother. Naruto scowled and shook his head. I don't know who she is, but she's no mother of mine. Anyways, looking into the woman's eyes, Naruto asked, why are you so interested in me anyways? The beautiful woman smiled sadly at him and said, your father asked me to watch over you in case something happened to him. I wanted to reveal myself to you sooner. But those devils aren't exactly on friendly terms with we fallen angels. Seeing his confusion at the term, Rainer scowled and said, Grimoire hasn't even told you anything about the various races or anything. Has she? Naruto shook his head again and said, no. She insisted that we wait until we were in the safety of her home before talking about anything. Too many eyes and ears in the land of waves. Rainer sighed softly and said, then I'll just have to tell you everything I can. You deserve to know the truth. First though, you asked me why I'm so interested in you. I've chosen you to be my husband. Naruto blushed and asked, husband? What do you mean? The violet-eyed fallen angel leaned in and captured his lips with hers. When they parted, she said, I've watched you growing up in this village. You've endured everything this village has thrown at you and stayed strong in the face of it all. You're a bright light in the darkness, illuminating everything around you. You provide a sense of warmth when everything else remains cold. Your father would have been so proud of you, Naruto-kun. I admit I had something of a crush on him before he passed away. He married Kushina-san though. And I was left with an unrequited love. Seeing you, at first I felt like I was simply projecting my feelings for him onto you. But the more I watched you, the more I got to know you as a person. The more genuine my feelings for you became. I've come to love you with all my heart, and all I ever wanted was for you to be happy and safe from harm. I never expected you to become friends with those devils. However, if there weren't such hostilities between our species, I'd have introduced myself to you so much sooner than this. Sweetheart, I love you dearly. Will you accept me into your life? I know it's a bit much to ask for you to be in a relationship with me, but... Naruto sighed and closed his eyes before leaning back against the tree. It's okay, Rei-chan. I'm not upset with you. But, can you tell me who my father was? I have my suspicions, but I need to be sure. Rainer smiled sadly at him and said, your father is the very man that sealed the Kyuubi no Yoko within you. Minato Namikaze. He was a good man, but more than a bit naive. He truly believed that the village would see you as a hero for holding the Kyuubi at bay. As we both know, that didn't happen. For a while, Naruto clenched his fists and bit his lip until he drew blood from both of his palms and his bottom lip. Taking a few deep, calming breaths, he shook his head again and said, I see. That's what I thought. Thank you, Rainer-chan. I'm willing to listen to anything you have to say now. So please, tell me everything that has been kept from me. The beautiful fallen angel simple. Wai smiled sweetly at him and pulled him in close, hugging him tight. While his head rested snugly against her breasts, she said, well, the first thing I should tell you is about the three factions. There's angels, fallen angels, and devils. For a good, long while, the three factions were at war with one another. Mainly because of how different we all were, but it was also because we each had different ideas and differing methods about a lot of things. You see, people don't generally like things or people that are different from them. We fallen angels aren't liked by either the devils or the angels. Just as the devils aren't liked by either angels or fallen angels, and so on. Sadly, the fallen angels are looked at as abominations. We fell from heaven because of our sins. My sin was lust, for instance. And so I was cast out of heaven and my wings were turned black like this. I used to have such beautiful wings before. Hugging Rainer tight, Naruto offered her a kind-hearted smile and said, I think your wings are beautiful as they are now. They really suit you, Rei-chan. Rainer blushed prettily, but nodded her head in thanks. Thank you, sweetheart. That actually means a lot to me. Leaning in close, she kissed him again before she went back to hugging his head to her chest. As I was saying before, there was a great war between the three factions. At the end of the war, both God and the four Satans were killed. Michael is doing his best to keep heaven from falling apart and trying to keep the humans and other such races from discovering the fact that God is dead. It's a rather well-kept secret. But the truth will get out someday. And the underworld. Sighing softly, Raynor looked into her beloved's eyes and said, the underworld went into a civil war between the New Devil faction and the Old Devil faction. The Old Devils were dead set in their ways, while the New Devils wanted to change things for the better and try to make peace between the three factions. I'm assuming the New Devils won. Naruto questioned a little hopefully. Nodding her head in confirmation, Raynor said, yes. There's remnants of the Old Devil faction still around, but they're keeping quiet for the time being. Anyways, a devil by the name of Ajuka Beelzebub, one of the four new Satans, created the evil peace system to help restore the devil's dwindling numbers. Using this system, high-class devils can recruit any other race into their ranks, turning them into devils. Eventually though, people started treating it like a game. Sighing softly, she shook her head and continued with her explanation. Honey, they created a game based on the principles of the board game known as chess. They are called rating games, and in these games, they pit one team of devils, better known as a peerage, against another team, peerage. They are made to fight each other while trying to keep the king safe. If your king falls in the battle, it's game over, just like in a game of chess. Anyways, they even started trading pieces between one another in an attempt to either gain favor with a certain someone or to enhance their team's power for the next rating game. And, despite the fact that New Devil faction wanted to promote peace and prosperity amongst one another, a lot of devils are incredibly manipulative and seek to take whatever they want for themselves. Power is one thing they all seem to lust after. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying all devils are manipulative and evil. Despite what you might think of her right now, Rias is very good to her peerage and is just desperate to get out of her arranged marriage. But, Naruto sighed and said, yeah. She kept my mother from me. I don't know why, but it's going to take a lot for me to ever even consider forgiving her for this. I understand, sweetheart, Raynor said before kissing the top of his head. Anyways, you should know that there's other races out there. One of the most prominent you'll hear about is the yokai faction. They're a varied species. Nekomata, Kitsune, and more. The leader is a Kyuubi named Yusaka. I think you'd like her, actually. Naruto decided to take her word for it. What else is there? He asked curiously. Well, there's Greek gods, Norse gods, stuff like that. Odin and the Valkyries. Thor, Sun Wukong. There's so many different types of people and races out there that it's almost impossible to name all of them. And then you've got the church and their exorcists. And of course there's rogue exorcists as well. Sighing in frustration, Raynor looked into her desired one's eyes and said, you want to stay away from both types, trust me. The light weapons they both use are incredibly dangerous to devils. I don't ever want to see you hurt by them. Okay, Naruto-kun. Naruto nodded and said, thanks for the warning, Ray-chan. But you sound a bit frustrated by something. It's because I am. One of my fellow fallen angels has brought in a number of rogue exorcists for some big plan of his involving this sweet young girl. Her name is Asia Argento, and she was wrongly excommunicated from the church after healing a devil. They didn't take kindly to her healing the enemy of God, and banished her from the church. She has the Twilight Healing, a powerful and rare sacred gear. Anyways, she's so sweet and innocent, and Danasik is planning to kill her so he can take her power for himself. I don't want that for her. Which is why I want your help. Asia's already here in Konoha, in the district with the abandoned church. After they built the new, grander church near the center of the village. They left the other one to decay with the passage of time. My fellow fallen angels have taken up residence in that abandoned church. It's where they plan to perform the ritual to steal Asia's sacred gear. Raynor explained, sounding genuinely worried. Well, that's not good. When are they planning to go through with this? Naruto questioned. In about a week. Danasik still needs time to prepare. Asia's not living in the church, so she isn't with them 24/7. She actually lives in an apartment fairly close to where you currently live. I want you to befriend her and try to talk to her about avoiding the fallen angels. Be honest with her about what you are what I've told you, and above all else, ensure that she stays safe. I have a few friends that I can work with to try and deal with Danasik. But I might need help. If need be, I'll seek out Rias Grimori and try to enlist the aid of her peerage. I just hope they are in a talking mood if it comes down to that. Naruto nodded in understanding. Before he could say anything, however, somebody else dropped down onto the branch, grinning at the two of them. Hey there Foxy-kun, I see you've made a new friend. And, she's got wings. Huh, the newcomer said. This woman was named Anko Mitarashi, and, like Naruto, she had a troubled past. They shared something in common that binds them together, they're both outcasts in the village. The teen blonde chuckled a bit and revealed his own, bat-like wings. Hey Anko-chan, I'm glad you're here. This is my new friend, Rainer-chan. Rainer-chan, this is my best friend, Anko-chan. I hope you two get along great. Rainer smiled at the woman and shook her hand in greeting. It's very nice to meet you at last, Anko Mitarashi. You've been good to my darling, so I thank you for that. And because I'm sure you have questions, allow me to explain. And for a while, Rainer explained to Anko everything she had just told Naruto. When she was finished, Rainer asked, so, what do you think? Anko simply shrugged and said, not bad. I kinda like it. So this peerage thing, can any devil have one of these evil piece sets? Rainer shook her head and said, only high-class devils can receive a set. A low-class devil like Naruto-kun here can raise through the ranks, but it takes a lot of time and effort usually. In that case, when you get your set, Naruto-kun, I want you to turn me. Make me your rook, queen, knight, whatever. I don't care. Just make me like you. Anko said seriously. Naruto blinked a couple of times in shock before asking, Anko-chan. Why would you want something like that? So I can be with my Foxy-kun forever, of course. Why else would I want such a thing? She questioned rhetorically. If you're going to live for centuries, then I want to be right there with you. You're the most important person in my life, after all. Naruto blushed and said, if that's what you want, then sure. I'd be happy to have you along for the ride. Rainer giggled a bit before saying, then I might just have to ask you to turn me as well. Yes, as a fallen angel I can live for a very long time, but I think being bound to you in such a way might be kind of nice. Besides, just imagine the kinky times we could share. Blushing worse, Naruto muttered, pervert, under his breath. After a while, he looked at Anko for a moment and asked, are they still looking for me? Who? Rias and her peerage. Probably. They were searching all over the village for you, last time I checked. Though I think Kushina was taken to meet with the council or something. Still, L kinda shocked to see her walking around like nothing happened. Rainer frowned and said, Kushina's probably been called in to speak with the Hyuga clan about what Hiashi tried to do. He had the LL to say that Naruto-kun shouldn't be given his inheritance because he technically died and therefore forfeited his right to his inheritance. I'm glad Koneko killed him. Naruto blinked a couple of times in shock. Wait, Koneko-chan did what? Anko nodded. Yeah, she went ballistic on him for that. I've never seen her so pissed off before. I think she's still looking for you, Foxy-kun. Might want to let her know you're okay soon. Naruto frowned and shook his head. I'm not ready to leave the forest yet. I'd rather stay here until I've calmed down some more. I'm afraid I might blow up at those that care about me if I leave now. I mean, if Rias revived my mother, then the others probably knew about her being in the peerage as well. Not one of them told me the truth. How am I supposed to forgive them for such a thing? Rainer smiled sadly at him before pulling him in for another kiss. Nobody's saying you have to forgive them right now. I know I probably wouldn't if I were in your shoes. But I know you care about them. So give it some time and try to work things out when you're ready. Okay sweetheart, she's right. I know you care about that Koneko chick, so you should at least try to work things out with her. But the others, nobody's saying you have to forgive them. Hell, stay mad at them forever. Seems to be working for me when it comes to Orochimaru's pedophilic ass. Anko joked. Naruto chuckled softly and said, thanks Anko-chan, Rainer-chan. Of course sweetheart, anytime. Rainer said as she held Naruto close, listening as his breathing slowed and he fell asleep. My wonderful Naruto-kun, you've got it bad for him, don't ya? Anko asked. Can't say I blame you. He's a sweetheart. Rainer giggled a bit and said, "He really is. I love him. I only want to be with him. I just wish I could have been there for him sooner. He's suffered far too much as it is." "Agreed," Enko said before she took a seat with her back against the tree. "Let's let him sleep for the time being. If anyone comes in here looking for him, we'll deal with it then. For now, we'll just relax." "Sounds like a good idea to me," Rainer said as she just continued to stroke Naruto's hair while humming softly to him. "I love you, Naru-kun. Now and forever. Kushina." Kushina scowled as she listened to the Hyuga clan elders call for Kaneko's death for what she had done. They had been ranting on for a while now about the injustice done to their clan, what needed to happen now, and even bringing up the possibility of branding both of Hiyashi's daughters with the Hyuga clan's curse seal will they put someone more worthy and capable of leading the clan in charge. Finally having enough of their shit, Kushina unleashed her massive killing intent upon them and shouted, "Enough already. I don't have time for your bullshit." Glaring heatedly at them, her hair had begun waving around like the 9 tails of the Kyuubi. "That asshole was trying to take away my son's inheritance that Minato and I left for him. He was interfering in another clan's affairs. Kaneko-chan was well within her right to punish him how she saw fit. And if you even think about branding his daughters with that blasted seal you assholes are so fond of, I won't hesitate to kill each and every one of you. Then, once I'm done, I'll personally pick someone to be your new clan head, someone that won't be such an asshole. And then, just for good measure, I'll pay a visit to your families. I think you get the picture by now." When Kushina let up on the killing intent, one of the elders, Hiyashi's father, glared at her and exclaimed, "Your son is nothing more than an abomination. A blight upon this village." And he should have, the man never got to finish, as he felt something impact his chest hard. Looking down, his eyes widened in horror as he stared at the burning hole through his chest. When the man fell to the ground dead moments later, Kushina simply smiled evilly at the others. "I suggest you all learn from his mistake. I'm not taking any more shit from any of you. You, the people of the village, Hiruzen, Rias, I'm done playing nice with all of you, goddammit." The entire time this was going on, Hinata and Hanabi could only stare on in horror. They knew that if their father ever died, the elders would make their lives a living hell. Their father may have protected them for a time, putting off the decision to brand one of his daughters for as long as he could. But even then, he wasn't the nicest man in the world. But to think he'd try and steal from another clan. But the scary thing was watching Kushina unleash her anger upon the other Hyugas in the room. She was terrifying. Rias placed a gentle hand upon their shoulders, smiling reassuringly at them. "It'll be okay. If they try to brand you with the curse seal, I might be able to help you girls out. Nobody deserves to suffer that kind of fate." Hanabi looked up into Rias' eyes and asked, "What do you mean? How could you help us?" "I can't say right now. Just know that if things ever get too bad, I can and will take you into my home. You deserve to be happy and not have to rot away in a toxic environment like that," the redhead said with a kind smile on her face. Hinata frowned and asked, "There's AC catch though, isn't there?" "Clever. Yes, but it's nothing terrible. It will be explained to you if you ever need a home away from your toxic home environment," Rias said, not willing to delve too deep into the subject. After all, she still had to deal with her blonde-haired rook. If she could find him. Their attention was drawn back to the argument between Kushina and the elders again when she zipped across the room and tightened her hand around one of the elders' throat. "You fools just don't give up, do you? I will not hesitate to kill each and every one of you if that is what it takes." "What part of that do you idiots not understand?" Hiruzen sighed and said, "Kushina, that's enough. I'm sure." Turning towards Hiruzen, Kushina leveled such a glare on him that it froze him in place, unable to utter another word. It was at this point that the man she was choking was erased, catching her off guard. When they turned their gaze to Rias, the red-headed devil said, "He was preparing to attack you. I refuse to let anyone harm my adorable family." Hearing this, Kushina turned her glare on the other elders and screamed out, "That's it, goddammit." The others watched in a mixture of horror and fascination as Kushina slaughtered the other Hyuga elders without a care. Once the last one was dead, Kushina turned to Hiruzen and asked sweetly, "What was it you were about to say?" They get the picture. Obviously they didn't. Now, I suggest you do what you can to make the rest of the Hyuga clan understand not to fuck with me and my child. Appoint someone as temporary clan head until Hinata-chan is ready to lead her clan. If anyone has a problem with it, they can kiss my ass. Now, if that's all, I'm going to try and find my son. You interrupted me in my search. Nobody tried to stop her as Kushina left the room, her hair still flailing about, signifying that she was still rather furious. Once she was gone, Rias looked into the Hokage's eyes and said, "We need to figure out what to do about Naruto-kun. I don't want him to stay mad at me forever." Hiruzen sighed and said, "We've burned that bridge already, Rias. Hiding everything from him like we did. And keeping Kushina from raising her son, we've screwed up big time. We should have just come forth ages ago, before he died. Maybe we could have prepared him better for everything. I don't know." Rias frowned and shook her head sadly. "I listened to you, Hiruzen Sarutobi. I did as you asked of me, and now Naruto-kun hates me. If he never forgives me," glaring into his eyes. Rias flared her power for a moment before saying, "If I can't somehow mend my relationship with him, you will pay. I won't kill you, but you'll wish I did." And with that, Rias turned and made her way out of the room. Once they were alone with the Hokage, Hinata and Hanabi looked into his eyes and asked, "What happened to Naruto-kun?" "I can't tell you that," Hiruzen said somewhat dismissively. "He had a big enough headache and he didn't need to deal with anything more." "Why not? You just insinuated that Naruto-kun died. I think as someone that cares for him that I deserve to know what the hell happened." Hinata exclaimed angrily. "You don't need to know," Hiruzen said sternly before he left the room. Once he was gone, Hanabi looked into her sister's eyes and said, "We need to find Naruto-kun." And with that, the Hyuga sisters hurried off to try and find Naruto. Forest of Death, hours later. Rainer scowled as a certain kitty landed on the branch a short distance away from them. "Are you here to hurt him again?" the fallen angel asked somewhat bitterly. Koneko glared hard at the black-winged woman and said, "What do you want with Naruto-kun?" The beautiful raven-haired woman sighed and said, "Like you. I'm in love with him. Besides, his father wanted me to watch over him. If he hadn't grown so close to you and the others, I would have shown up much earlier in his life. Besides that, I need his help." Koneko listened patiently as the fallen angel explained everything to her about Asia and Danesik. How she informed Naruto about everything she could before he fell asleep in her arms. Koneko was worried that she might have twisted the truth a bit, but Anko shook her head and assured her that Rainer was pretty honest with him about everything, as far as she could tell. With a sigh, the Nekosho looked deep into Rainer's eyes and said, "Thank you. For looking out for him, I mean. How does he feel about you?" "He's upset that you hid his mother from him like that. But I don't think he'll stay mad at you for long," Rainer said, a smile on her face. Now Rias, on the other hand. She won't be forgiven so easily, I'm sure. The white-haired loli nodded in understanding. "Of course," she said before she walked up to them and began gently petting Naruto's hair. She didn't speak a word and simply sat down beside Anko, continuing to pet Naruto's hair. After a while, she said, "Soft." Rainer giggled and said, "I know. It's not what you'd expect. It's really nice though." Anko looked into Kaneko's eyes at this point and asked, "Anyone else still looking for him?" "I think he'd like to avoid Kushina and the others for a while." Koneko frowned and stopped petting her boyfriend. "Kushina won't stop. Kiba and the others are trying too." "I see," Rainer mumbled. "What do we do then? If he returns to his apartment, they'll find him there eventually." Anko sighed and scratched her head for a moment. "I don't mind letting him stay with me for a while. I'd prefer he be given his inheritance though, but that would require dealing with Hokage-sama. I don't know if he's ready to face the old bastard yet." "I'd like my inheritance," Naruto said, slowly sitting up as he came to. "If it means confronting that bastard, I'll do it. But he'd better not try the whole grandfather act with me. I was stupid to trust him." Koneko looked worried as she looked at her boyfriend. When he turned to her, she flinched away and looked down at her lap. The loli was shocked when he suddenly pulled her into a hug and began to stroke her hair. Purring lightly, she nestled against him and whispered, "Love you." Naruto smiled at her and said, "I can't stay mad at you, Neko-chan. Rias and the Hokage though are on my shit list. I don't know how to feel about the others. And I don't want anything to do with that woman right now." Enko sighed and rubbed the back of her head. Kushina's your mom, but I agree, she has no right trying to enter your life now of all times when she should have been there for you. But I do know one thing, she's stubborn as hell. She'll keep trying to find you so she can at least talk to you. There's no way to avoid her forever. Naruto sighed and looked at Koneko. Why was she kept from me? Whose idea was it? Koneko frowned and said, it was a deal between Hiruzen Sarutobi and Rias Grimori. Hiruzen convinced Rias that they dead to keep Kushina safe from the likes of Danzo until she was back at full strength. However, once Kushina had recovered and started getting the hang of her new powers, she demanded to meet you and be in your life. This happened shortly after you turned 6. Hiruzen convinced her that it wasn't the right time, that you weren't ready to meet her yet. That you weren't ready to receive your inheritance or anything. Rias tried to argue in your favor, but the old man put his foot down and made it clear that you needed to mature. I think he wanted to ensure you were loyal to the village and to him before he'd allow Kushina to meet you. Naruto clenched his fists again and scowled as he glared at nothing. And Rias? Koneko sighed and said, Rias convinced Kushina it was for the best. That going against the Hokage's wishes wouldn't be a good idea. So she helped to keep Kushina hidden away. Though she wasn't happy with Hiruzen's decision, or the fact he was subtly manipulating you. Still, the blonde nodded and said, she lied to me. Instead of disobeying the Hokage's orders, she chose to hide the truth from me. She helped the Hokage manipulate me growing up. Yes, she did, Koneko said sadly. But Rias does care about you. Naruto-kun, I know. If she didn't, she'd have left me dead on the bridge. That doesn't mean I can just forgive her though. Naruto said. Before anyone could say anything more, a familiar redhead made herself known to them. I know you don't want to see me right now, but I need to explain my absence in your life, she said sadly. Naruto, my sweet child, when they wouldn't let me meet you. I watched you from the shadows. I did what I could to protect you from the villagers without ever making myself known to you. When Hiruzen let them off with a slap on the wrist, I moved in and struck each of them down without a trace of my involvement being left behind. That stranger that would often point out places for you to hide and misdirected the mobs. Naruto stared into his mother's eyes as she sat down in front of him. Realizing what she was saying, Naruto's eyes widened as he asked, that was you? Kushina smiled and nodded her head, tears trickling down her cheeks. I couldn't reveal myself to you, so I found other ways to be near you for even tiny moments like that. I tried to protect you. And when I wasn't around, I was keeping tabs on goings-on. In the underworld and throughout the elemental nations. I've collected so much blackmail material you could write at least a dozen books full of such information. You wouldn't believe just how much Anzo Tem's been up to behind everyone's backs. Naruto scowled and said, why didn't you disobey their orders? You should have raised me. The redhead sighed and closed her eyes. If a devil disobeys their master and goes rogue like that, we could be labeled as a stray devil with orders being given to eliminate us. It doesn't help that some turn into grotesque monsters after being labeled a stray. If their desires are strong enough, then they have the potential to turn into monsters like that. So as much as I wanted to just take you in my arms and run away with you, I couldn't. But, I shouldn't have listened to them. I should have disobeyed. I'm strong enough that I could have run away with you and raised you right. I think I was afraid that you might hate me or something. I see. Sighing, Naruto looked into his mother's eyes and said, I can't blame you then. At least, not entirely. Hiruzen and Rias though are another matter entirely. Rias could have very easily ignored the Hokage's orders and allowed you to be in my life. But she chose to do nothing and to keep you hidden from me. Rias may be our master, but she's officially on my shit list. Same with that old bastard. I doubt I will ever forgive either of them. And that's fair. They were in the wrong. I want to be in your life from now on, Naruto-kun. Kushina pleaded. Naruto shook his head and said, I don't need a mother in my life anymore. That ship has sailed, but if you wanted to get to know each other as friends. Kushina smiled at him and said, that works for me. I swear, I'll never leave your side again. Naruto sighed softly and said, thanks. Looking into her eyes, he extended his hand to her for a handshake. I'm Naruto Uzumaki. It's nice to finally meet you. Shaking his hand, Kushina said, I'm Kushina Uzumaki. I'm Rias Grimory's bishop and it's wonderful to finally meet you, Naruto-kun. And Koneko-chan and I are her rooks. Though right now, I'm not sure if I want anything to do with her. I did make a promise to her though, and I intend to keep it. But after that, I don't think I want to have any contact with her at all. This isn't something that can be so easily forgiven, Naruto said, sounding dejected. Kushina simply squeezed Naruto's hand gently and said, then we'll move into my old home. You and me. I know you aren't too fond of me right now, but we'll be safe there. Nobody can enter our home unless we let them in. Which means nobody can harass you there. I'll even train you in everything I can think of, even some of the magic spells I've come up with. I think you'd get a real kick out of seeing some of them. The redhead giggled a bit before she surprised Naruto by wrapping him up in a tight hug. I'm so sorry Naruto-kun. For everything. Naruto flinched at the contact. His first instinct was to push her away and tell her not to touch him, but he ignored that. Instead, he slowly wrapped his arms around Kushina and hugged her back tentatively at first. It's not entirely your fault, Kushina. And that sounds wonderful. Thank you. Kushina smiled at him and leaned back to look him over. You're so handsome. Your dad would be so proud of you. Anyways, I've got your inheritance with me. If you want to head home and check it out. You girls are welcome to come too, if you want. Enko shook her head and said, nah. I've got some things to take care of. I'll see you later Foxy-kun. Leaning in close, she kissed Naruto on the cheek before turning and leaving the area. Naruto blushed a bit and shook his head. My life was never meant to be normal, I swear. He said with a chuckle. Come on girls, let's go home. I want to see what my new home is like. Koneko and Rainer smiled at him and spread their wings, flying away with Naruto and Kushina back towards the village. As rough as this had all been for him, they knew Naruto would be okay. They just hoped Rias and the Hokage would get the message to leave him the hell alone, at least for the time being. Rainer, on the other hand, kept an eye on Naruto and thought about the request she had made of him earlier. Just hang in there Asia-chan, Naruto-kun will save you. I know he will. Upon reaching the village proper once again, the group of four landed and hid their wings once more so as not to attract too much attention. As they walked along, however, they couldn't help but notice the glares sent Naruto's way. It didn't help that they were whispering horrible things about him to one another. Without warning, Kushina flared her power and smiled sweetly at the citizens in the immediate area. I suggest you stop what you're doing right now. Naruto-kun's been through quite enough thanks to you people, so if you know what's good for you, you'll shut the hell up and start treating him with some respect. Am I understood? She asked, her hair flailing in the shape of 9 tails. One of the civilians scoffed as he looked at her unafraid. The fool didn't realize the danger he was in. And what are you going to do about it? You're just one of the demon's whores. Anyone willing to spend time with him is just another abomination in our eyes. He said, waving his hand dismissively at her. You all probably spread your legs for the demon and willingly accept his seed. It's such a shame too, you're quite the looker. Without a word, Kushina stepped up to the man, a sweet smile on her face. Then, before he could react, she grabbed his head and proceeded to snap his neck. Watching his body collapse to the ground, she looked at the other civilians and asked, anyone else have something smart to say? Needless to say, everyone in the immediate vicinity ran away in a panic, screaming about homicidal abominations and the demon's whores. Afterwards, Kushina walked back over to Naruto and gently took his hand in hers. Come Naruto-kun, let's get you home. Naruto just nodded dumbly as he followed along. She's certainly interesting. When they reached the gate barring entrance into the Uzumaki compound, they saw Akeno and Gasper waiting for them. Smiling kindly at Naruto, Akeno said, I figured I would wait here for you, Naruto-kun. I knew you'd eventually come here once Kushina-chan found you. Naruto frowned deeply as he looked at Akeno. Gasper he had no problem with, but Akeno was Rias' queen and probably knew quite a bit about Rias' dealings with the third Hokage. He wasn't sure if he could place any amount of trust in her if she played any part in what they had done. Still, he wondered if he could get some answers out of her. What do you want, Akeno? I assume you were searching for me for some reason. Naruto questioned grumpily. Akeno frowned sadly and said, we need to talk. It's about Rias. Naruto sighed and simply walked up to the gate. Kushina, is this a blood seal, by any chance? The redhead nodded as she walked up next to Naruto and proceeded to prick her finger, drawing a bit of blood in the process. Smearing it across the seal on the gate, shish. He pushed it open and walked inside with the others following her. Once the gate had closed and the seal activated once again, she led them into the house and proceeded to take a seat on the love seat. All right, Akino. Tell us what you need to say. Akino sighed and found that she couldn't look Naruto or his mother in the eyes. You need to know the truth about the deal. Rias struck with Hiruzen Sarutobi. Kushina scowled at this and asked, what else is there? They conspired together to ensure I couldn't be there to raise my son. They ruined any chance we had of being a real family. The Domasociust looked sadly into Naruto's eyes and began to explain. When we first came to this village during the Fourth's reign, he agreed to give us shelter and made sure we were protected. We had Nally found a place where Riser couldn't find us. Later on, we made contact with Sona Citri and invited her to come stay here as well. However, when the Fourth died and Hiruzen took over again, things changed. Naruto frowned and asked, in what way? Sounds to me like I won't like the answer. Akino nodded and looked into her crush's eyes. Minato had left notes, detailing what we had told him about what we are, the various factions. All of it. He left specific instructions on how to treat us and what he'd like his successor to do in the event of his passing. Unfortunately, Hiruzen decided to deviate from Minato's plans for us. He contacted Rias and she and I went to speak with him. Hiruzen wanted to control us. The old bastard threatened to reveal our location to Riser and Rias' father, one Zeoticus Grimori. Apparently, Riser had come looking for Rias-sama and Hiruzen decided to blackmail Rias-sama in exchange for her continued loyalty. Sighing sadly, Akino looked down at her lap and said, the bastard twisted Rias' arm, giving her no real choice if she wanted to remain safely in the village. He decided to use us and made us his elite enforcers. Then, when he learned that Kushina-chan was alive and one of us, he enforced his will upon us once more and promised that he would reveal our location to Riser if we didn't keep Kushina-chan from you, Naruto-kun. By that point, Rias had already grown fond of you and wanted to help you in any way she could, but her hands were tied. It was either do as he said or we'd be given to Riser to do with as the bastard pleased. Kushina scowled and growled out, that rotten son of a bitch. How dare he do such a terrible thing? He deserves to die for his crimes. Naruto frowned and shook his head. If we kill him, there's no one to why take his place besides that Danzo creep? Koneko shook her head and said, Danzo's dead. The blonde blinked in shock before saying, then there really is nobody to take his place. Sadly, until a suitable replacement can be found, we're stuck with him as the Hokage. Kushina scowled at this, clenching her fists angrily. If Hiruzen dies, chances are Jiraiya would take his place. That man cannot be trusted. He's fiercely loyal to the third Hokage. And he's obsessed with some prophecy he was told years ago. Chances are, he'll try to use you, Naruto-kun. No, our best bet would be to bring Suna back to the village so she can take over as the fifth Hokage. But she could be anywhere at this point. And she holds no love for the village after everything she's lost. Naruto frowned and said, then we'll just have to convince her to become Hokage. She needs to get over her losses, get over herself, and understand that plenty of people suffer just like she has. Let me guess, next thing you're going to tell me is she's homophobic or something. Seeing the look his mother was giving him, the blonde deadpanned and said, you have got to be kidding me. The redhead sighed and nodded her head. Yeah, Tsunade's got problems. Can't deny that, but I'm sure we can help her overcome her problems and take up the mantle of Hokage if need be. For now, we'll just have to deal with Sarutobi and try to counter him when we can. I refuse to let him manipulate you anymore. Thanks, Naruto said. If Hiruzen passes away, what are the chances that Jiraiya will claim the seat for himself before we can recruit Tsunade? Kushina smirked and shook her head. I wouldn't bet on it. Jiraiya would rather enjoy his vices and would sooner pass the position on to someone else. You see, Jiraiya is a massive pervert. He makes his living writing smut books. All his books are as sex. No plot, terrible character design, cuckolding, the works. And the inspiration he gets comes from peeping on women in their most private of moments. They can be relaxing in the hot spring or they could be having sex with their loved one. He uses a jutsu that makes him pretty much invisible to the naked eye to do all his peeping. He's a rotten scumbag. Koneko scowled and said, enemy of women. Rainer frowned deeply and said, if he comes anywhere near me and my darling Naruto-kun, I'll castrate the son of a bitch. Kushina smirked and said, let me help. It sounds fun. Why Minato ever trusted him to be a good godfather for his son eludes me. Damn naive fool. Naruto sighed and massaged his forehead tiredly. My father was an idiot. Wasn't he? Kushina shook her head and said, no. He was actually a really intelligent man and a very skilled shinobi. Minato was just extremely naive and trusted the wrong people. Gasper, who had remained quiet all this time, looked at Naruto and asked, nay, Naruto. Are you still mad at Rias? Naruto sighed and closed his eyes as he thought over how he should respond to Gasper's question. After a while, he said, despite her reasons for going along with it, she hid my mother from me. Besides that, I get the feeling that there's more to the story that I don't know. If she wants my forgiveness, she's going to have to work for it. For now, I want nothing to do with her. And before you ask, I made a promise. I'll save her from Riser. But otherwise, she'd better leave me alone. Akeno frowned sadly, but nodded her head in understanding. All right, Naruto-kun. I'll be sure to inform her of your decision. Hopefully she'll give you space and let you be. Though, there is one thing we'd like to do for you and Haku. Gasper, seeing where she was going with this, smiled brightly and said, a familiar. Right. Naruto blinked and asked, what's a familiar? Rather than answer, Kushina and Akeno summoned their familiars to their sides. Kushina's familiar was some kind of bird Naruto was unfamiliar with. It was an orange-reddish color and was rather large as well. Meanwhile, Akeno's familiars were a bunch of creatures he could only identify as imps. Blinking a couple of times, he asked, what exactly are those things? Kushina smiled and said, this is a phoenix. His name is Blaze. I would have named him Menma, but he didn't like any of the names I picked out for him. So we went with Blaze. Shrugging her shoulders, she petted Blaze gently and smiled at her son. He's really sweet if you want to hold him. Akeno simply smiled at her love interest and said, these are my little friends. They're small onus commonly known as imps. Koneko-chan has a cute little kitten. Which is appropriate. Koneko grumbled irritably at Akeno's comment. She didn't say anything though. Instead, she listened as Akeno began explaining to her beloved all about familiars. Naruto-kun, we devils make pacts with creatures that we call familiars. We befriend them, and in turn they do a variety of things for us. One common usage is having them deliver flyers for us. I'll explain those in a minute. But really, familiars can do a wide variety of things. Some can aid you in combat, others will help with chores, such as cleaning around the house. Some are meant purely for camaraderie and friendship. A lot of familiars even have the ability to take on the appearance of a human and can even talk. Kushina took over at this point. The flyers Akeno mentioned are GI. Then to people so they can summon we devils to help them with a variety of things. It used to be that they could call devils for pleasures of the flesh or to exact revenge upon someone for them. However, things have changed and we will no longer accept requests like that. I don't know about you, but I'd rather not have sex with complete strangers. Naruto blushed a bit at the images running through his head after hearing that. Shaking it off, he asked, so what kinds of requests do you typically receive? Akeno shrugged and said, it varies depending on the customer. Some just want somebody to talk to about how their day went or to vent to somebody all their frustrations and woes. Others will ask devils to model for them while they draw them. And, in case you're wondering, we accept payment in a variety of ways. Money, priceless artifacts, useful items, whatever really. It used to be that devils would take their souls, but we don't do that anymore. Kushina smirked at this point and said, then there's people like Jiraiya. He's been blacklisted because he kept trying to pressure female devils into sex, thinking they had to obey his every whim, simply because he summoned them. That man, Gato. He was blacklisted as well. You get all sorts of people, really. I see. Is there some kind of point to doing this, or is it simply for fun? Naruto questioned. While it sounded interesting, he just didn't see the point in doing this at all. Well, the more requests you complete, the more your power grows. Complete enough requests and prove yourself and you can advance in rank to mid class devil and eventually high class devil, if you work hard enough. Akeno explained. Huh, I guess that's a good payoff. I wonder what type of requests I'd be asked to fulfill. Naruto wondered. Ino licked her lips as she looked at Naruto. Well, I know what I'd request. I'd have you model nude for me so I could paint a wonderful little picture of you. Naruto blushed badly and quickly shook his head. I don't know if I could do something like that. Kushina found herself giggling as she said, she has a point though. You're handsome, and you're powerful too. You're bound to attract a lot of women. Koneko sighed and nodded her head. Yes, a harem is a distinct possibility, sadly. Blushing slightly worse, Naruto scratched at the tip of his nose and said, I wasn't even thinking about that kind of thing. I mean, girls never really took an interest in me until now. And, I suppose I'm in that kind of situation now, considering I'm dating you and Haku-chan and Rainer-chan has come into my life. Speaking of, why exactly is a fallen angel here? Akeno questioned, narrowing her eyes at Rainer. She wasn't fond of fallen angels, despite being half fallen angel herself. Though that's a story for another time. Rainer sighed and explained the situation to Akeno and whoever else didn't know the story just yet. Once she was finished, Akeno sighed and said, I see. I suppose I'll trust you, for now at least. If you genuinely love Naruto-kun, and you seriously want to help this Asuya Argento girl, I'll help. I'll try to convince Rias to lend her assistance as well. I can make no guarantees however. But, looking at Naruto, the half-devil smiled sadly at him and said, I'll never abandon my adorable Naruto-kun. If he's planning to help you, then you have my support. The Iful fallen angel smiled happily and said, thank you so much. You have no idea what that means to me. I want to save that poor, sweet girl before anything can happen to her. My friends and I will try to deal with Danesik and the rogue exorcists, but Naruto shook his head and said, I don't care how dangerous it is, I'm not letting you and your friends fight them alone. I'll be coming with you to deal with that problem. Koneko scowled at this and said, light weapons can kill you. You'd be at a disadvantage. The blonde shrugged and said, then I'll just have to be careful. I'm not going to run away at the first sign of trouble, and I'm not about to abandon a friend in need. First thing I need to do is get in touch with Asia and try to convince her to avoid Danesik and the others. Shouldn't be too difficult. Rainer sighed and shook her head. I don't know about that. Asia is a sweet, naive young thing. She's very trusting, and she's kind to everyone. She might try to defend Hnaseek and whoever else has gotten in touch with her. I'm worried about what they'll do to her if given the chance. I'm especially worried about what that freed person will do if given the opportunity. He's pretty much as evil a person as you can get. He's a rogue exorcist that relishes in causing other people pain, and he's not above raping a beautiful young thing like Asia. So if you're going to save her, you'd best do it quickly. Naruto and the others scowled at this piece of information. Standing up, Naruto looked at Rainer and said, show me where she lives. I want to get to know her immediately and try to figure out a way to protect her. I refuse to let anyone harm someone that pure. Akeno nodded in agreement before she stood up as well. I'll go inform Rias and the others of the situation. She may be upset at first. But I'll try to smooth things over for you. Just, be careful, Naruto-kun, she said, moving up close to Naruto and kissing his cheek. Afterwards, she left his new home. Naruto blushed a bit, but quickly shook it off. Looking at Koneko and then at Kushina, he asked, what are you two going to do? Koneko smiled slightly and said, coming with you. Kushina sighed and said, I'd come with you. But I need to take inventory and see if there's anything missing. I highly doubt it, but it's better to be safe than sorry. I also need to go grocery shopping, as the food we had stocked has all gone bad by now. Chances are, I'll have to do some cleaning as well. Busy bee. Nodding in understanding, Naruto said, busy indeed. All right, let's get going girls. And with that, he left the house with Rainer and Koneko to look for Asia. Once they were gone, Kushina frowned and said to herself, Akeno's definitely hiding something about that deal Rias made with Hiruzen. She knows the full truth. I'm sure of it. Just what could they be hiding though, I wonder. Rias sighed heavily as she curled up on her bed. She was miserable right now, and the sun laid with her second rook, Naruto Uzumaki. She didn't know when, but she had slowly found herself falling in love with the young man. Yes, she was older than him by quite a few years, but love knows no bounds. As far as she was concerned, the redhead knew Naruto would be mad at her when he learned the truth about his mother. But she was hiding a secret far worse than that, and she knew that if Naruto ever learned the full truth, he might never forgive her. Sadly, she had the feeling that Hiruzen would make his move sometime soon to truly sever the bond between Rias and Naruto. If only she knew what he had planned. She was confident she'd be able to formulate a plan to put a stop to his machinations somehow. The more she thought about Naruto, the more her chest constricted and hurt. She couldn't help but shed a few tears and mutter out, "Please don't leave me." It was at this point that Akeno stepped into the room and said, "Rias, we have a problem." Turning to face her queen, Rias saw the serious look in her eyes and frowned deeply. Sitting up, she wiped away her tears and asked, "What's the problem, Akeno? Please don't tell me something's happened to Naruto-kun." Akeno frowned and said, "It pertains to Naruto-kun." Yes. Seeing the look of worry on Rias' face, the hybrid decided to try and assuage her worries somewhat. "No, he's not hurt. At least not yet." Rias scowled and asked, "What do you mean, not yet? Has something happened to put my cute rook in danger?" "In a manner of speaking, yes. Were you aware that fallen angels had moved into the abandoned church near Naruto's old apartment?" Akeno questioned, a deep frown on her face. Eyes widening in horror, Rias shouted, "What? Don't tell me." Akeno shook her head and said, "No, they haven't hurt him yet. A foul. Len angel by the name of Rainer found Naruto-kun before we could. She told him damn near everything you were waiting to tell him until we got home. About the various factions, the wars, him being dead, etc. Naruto-kun wasn't happy about having to learn all of that from someone that wasn't you, Rias-sama. But that's not the problem." Sighing softly, Akeno took a seat beside Rias and continued, Minato asked Rainer to watch over Naruto-kun if something happened to him. Rainer, at least, has been around in Konoha for at least as long as we have been, perhaps even longer. She's fallen in love with Naruto-kun as well." Rias growled and exclaimed, "But he's mine. I won't let her just have him without a fight." Akeno giggled a bit and said, "Naruto-kun's going to have a harem, you know that as well as I do. Regardless, that's not the main problem we're now faced with. You see, a fallen angel by the name of Danasik has secured a girl by the name of Asia Argento and brought her here to Konoha. Asia has the twilight healing as well, just like Haku. Danasik wants that power for himself and is going to kill Asia to get it. Rainer has asked that Naruto save her from such a fate. The big problem comes from the fact that rogue exorcists, including a man named Freed, have joined the fallen angels. If Naruto-kun tries to help Asia, how dare she put my sweet rook in such danger? What the hell is she thinking?" Rias exclaimed angrily. "Hasn't he been warned that light weapons can hurt him? Potentially kill him, and does he know yet that holy ground will weaken him? He doesn't realize the kind of danger he's in by agreeing to do this. Then we should have been more honest with him from the start. Yes, Wave might not have been the ideal place to discuss everything, but we should have told him something, Rias. He doesn't trust us now because we kept everything from him. Rias, we need to help him before he gets himself killed. And if that means working with that fallen angel and her friends, I'll put aside my differences and do it. What about you?" Akeno questioned. Rias didn't even need time to think on it. "Of course we're going to help him. I refuse to watch Naruto-kun die again. Get Kiba and the others. We're going to exterminate those wretched rogues and keep Naruto-kun safe." Akeno smiled at her dearest friend and nodded, leaving the room to go and fetch the others as she had been instructed. The hybrid smiled and said to herself, "You will be safe, Naruto-kun. Let your lovely Akeno-chan do all the dirty work for you." Hiruzen, the third Hokage, scowled as he went through his paperwork. He was barely focused on it, idly reading through everything and either approving or disapproving of a variety of things and filing things as needed. No, his mind was more set on one particular subject, Naruto Uzumaki. That stupid Uchiha just had to ruin our weapon. It's going to take a bit of work, but I can't have other villages learning that our Jinchuriki isn't a Jinchuriki any longer. If Danzo were still alive, I could have made use of him. Could have told him to bring me the Jinchuriki from Taki, that Fu girl. But no, he had to be a blasted fool and enrage Rias. That's another problem. Those damn devils. If she had simply cooperated from the start and not tried to twist my arm, I could have been rid of her ages ago. I could make use of him, I suppose. Riser Finex. Hiruzen scowled and put down his pen. Massaging the bridge of his nose, he opened his eyes when he sensed a strange power spring up in his office. Quickly dismissing his Anbu, he watched as a tall, blonde man with an arrogant smirk on his face appeared. Narrowing his eyes at him, Hiruzen asked, "Why are you here, Riser?" "I'm getting tired of waiting, old man. Bring Rias before me so I can talk. Eat her away from this cesspit you call a village," Riser demanded. Scowling at the Finex, Hiruzen shook his head and said, "Not yet. You need to learn some patience. Just wait a bit longer and you'll get everything you wanted and then some." Quote. Riser scowled and shouted, "I'm tired of being patient, old fool. She is mine. I refuse to let any pathetic human from your village lay a finger on her. I won't have my bride sullied before I can break her in. Don't forget Finex, I can and will break you. You may be a devil, and you may be strong, but you forget that, for as strong as you are, I'm your better. You'd be wise not to question me, little boy. Now, when I tell you to be fucking patient, you will be patient. Is that understood?" Hiruzen exclaimed, flaring his power to get his point across to the arrogant devil. The womanizer scowled, but reluctantly nodded his head. "Fine. When will you be ready to hand her over to me?" "Soon," Hiruzen said and rested his chin atop his steepled hands. "Your time to strike will be during the Chunin exams coming up in a couple of months. Her new rook and pawn will be participating in the exams. Once they're busy, I'll notify you of where Rias is hiding. Go there and take the bitch. Do whatever you want with her. I couldn't care less. And if you absolutely must challenge her to a rating game, as you people call it, then make sure to wait for the day of the final matches. I have a strong feeling Naruto-kun and Haku-chan will be making it through to the finals. By waiting until then, you ensure that two of her most valuable pieces will be unavailable to assist her. Your victory over her will be all but assured at that point. If you screw up the timing, I'll fry your ass like the roasted chicken you are. Do I make myself clear, boy?" Bristling at the insult, Riser wanted to lash out against Hiruzen, but he knew that such a fight wouldn't go his way. Maybe if he had brought his peerage with him, he could use them to wear the old bastard down enough to actually kill him. But he hadn't exactly thought this plan through very well. No, for now he'd have to play by Sarutobi's rules. "Fine. Just make sure nobody touches her. I want her to stay pure for me so I can crush her heart, mind, body, and spirit. She'll be my greatest trophy." Hiruzen simply waved him off and said, "I wouldn't worry too much about it. She's only interested in her new rook, Naruto Uzumaki. And I've already made sure that their relationship's been damaged to the point he no longer trusts her. Of course, it was a double-edged sword strike, so to speak, considering he no longer trusts me either. Either way, with their relationship damaged to such an extent, it will be all too easy for me to sever that bond completely. Trust me, when I'm done, Naruto won't even attempt to come to her rescue. Your victory will be all but assured, I guarantee it." Riser chuckled and said, "I swear, you're eviler than I am. As much as I dislike your kind, you've proven to be a valuable ally to have. Once Rias and I are out of your hair, I hope you take real good care of that rook of hers. Why do you even keep something like that around, anyways?" The Hokage shrugged and said, "He was useful for a time. But his usefulness has come to an end now that foolish Uchiha broke my weapon. Once Rias has been successfully cowed and Kushina has been dealt with, I'll rid myself of that boy. Hell, I might even be labeled a hero for killing the Kyuubi brat. My legacy would live on forever in that case." "I see. You've really thought all of this through. Tell me though, why did you let Rias get so close to your weapon?" Riser questioned curiously. "It was an arrangement made between us in exchange for keeping the boy's mother from him. I hadn't expected to lose the Kyuubi as a result, however. A miscalculation on my part. Regardless, what's done is done. For now, all you need to do is be patient for a while longer. You'll get what's coming to you, and I'll ally be rid of one more nuisance plaguing my village. It's a win-win for the both of us. Hiruzen stated. Afterwards, the two men chuckled evilly for a time before going their separate ways. Naruto. Naruto smiled sadly as he watched the beautiful young woman known as Asia Argento. She was truly as beautiful as he had imagined, both inside and out. She was currently going out of her way to tend to a wounded child who had been injured while playing with his friends. She really is a sweetheart, isn't she? Naruto questioned nobody. Rainer smiled and said, she's a good person. I'm sure she'll love getting to know you, Naruto-kun. Why don't you go talk to her? The whiskered blonde frowned and said, I don't know what I'd say to her. I have no idea how I'm even supposed to keep her safe. Echo grabbed Naruto's hand and walked with him up to the girl. Talk, she commanded. Naruto's sweat dropped before turning to smile at Asia. When the girl turned to face him, Naruto said, Hi there Asia-chan. The name's Naruto Uzumaki. Can we talk for a while? I know a place that serves some good food, if you want to get something to eat with me. Asia blinked in shock at the name and looked a bit worried. Naruto Uzumaki? She asked. When he nodded in confirmation, she went, eat. And bowed to him. I'm sorry Mr. Demon sir, I didn't mean to offend you in any way. Koneko scowled at the girl while Naruto just looked perplexed. Then, realizing what was going on, he sighed and facepalmed hard. Dragging his hand down his face, he said, You've been talking to the villagers too much. Let me guess. They warned you to stay away from me because I'm an evil demon, didn't they? And because you heard it so often, you just assumed they were right. Am I right? The cute blonde looked into his eyes and nodded a few times. Yes. But, looking him over, she frowned and said, You don't look anything like what they described. Sighing again, Naruto took Asia by the hand and began walking with her towards Ramen Ichiraku. I'll explain everything in a bit. Let's get some food in our bellies while we talk. Okay. Asia smiled brightly and nodded her head in acceptance. Of course Uzumaki-san. Oh, is it okay to call you that? Naruto chuckled softly as he entered the ramen stand with the adorable healer. Gently pushing her into a seat, he sat beside her and said, You can call me Naruto, if you'd like. So long as you don't mind me calling you Asia-chan. Asia blushed a bit and said, That's fine, Naruto-san. What is this place? It smells lovely. The whiskered teen quirked a brow at her and asked, You've never had ramen before? Seeing her shake her head negatively, he nodded in understanding. All right, I think you'll enjoy this then. Old man, we'll take 2 miso ramen to get us started off. Make sure to really work your magic on Asia-chan's bowl. It's her first time having ramen. Tuki grinned at Naruto and said, 1 super deluxe miso ramen coming right up for the lovely lady. Naruto chuckled a bit before turning to look at Asia. So what exactly have the villagers been telling you about me? Asia frowned and tapped a finger against her chin. Well, they said you were some big evil demon with 9 tails that enjoys causing destruction for the fun of it. They said that you had corrupted a bunch of innocent children and that you devour babies. They claimed that the 4th Hokage sealed you in your current form to make it easier to kill you, but... Naruto blinked owlishly for a moment before shaking his head in mild disbelief. Wow, just how many people are breaking the old bastard's law and getting away with it? He wondered aloud. Sighing softly, he looked into Asia's eyes and said, Well, I can tell you that that's all false. My name is Naruto Uzumaki and I was born the day of the Kyuubi attack. You see, on the night of my birth, the Kyuubi attacked the village. I don't know why or what exactly happened. All I really do know is that shortly after my birth, my parents had no choice but to seal the Kyuubi within me, thus making me its jailer. So you see, Asia-chan, I am not the demon. I simply hold the beast at bay. Or at least, I used to. When Naruto sighed, Asia placed a gentle hand upon his and asked, What do you mean? Did something bad happen to you? Naruto smiled at her before giving a nod to Koneko in greeting when she entered the stand and ordered some ramen for herself. Turning back to Asia, he said, A boy named Sasuke Uchiha. Seeing her eyes light up in recognition of the name, the spiky-haired blonde sighed and asked, What have the people told you about him? I'm curious. Asia smiled brightly and said, they said that Sasuke is a prodigy unlike anything this village has seen before. He's smart, kind, wise, and incredibly powerful. They say that he'll eventually be able to control the demon and they'll all finally be safe from its blight upon the world. They even said that he's destined to be Hokage someday. Despite herself, Koneko snickered in amusement at that. Naruto chuckled softly at that before he looked into Asia's eyes and shook his head. Sorry to say, but Sasuke is none of those things. Years ago, Sasuke's brother killed damn near everyone in the Uchiha clan, sparing only his little brother. Now, most people would have you believe that Itachi killed them to test his power and only Sasuke escaped alive. The truth is, nobody really knows why Itachi did it. Personally, I think the Uchihas were planning something big and he was ordered to take them out. As for sparing Sasuke, Itachi didn't want to kill Sasuke. It's as simple as that. Sighing softly, Naruto ran his fingers through his hair, brushing it back. Anyways, Sasuke became arrogant and so full of himself. He belittles everyone, treats people as if they're worth less than dirt. Let's just say he's not a good person. The people of the village have spoiled him rotten and he thinks he can get away with doing whatever he wants. Frowning deeply, Naruto turned when his ramen was placed in front of him. Muttering a quick prayer, he ate a little before continuing. When we graduated, I was placed on a team with Sasuke Uchiha and Sakura Haruno with Kakashi Hatake as our Jonin sensei. Sasuke and I hate each other. On our most recent mission outside of the village, he killed me in an effort to save himself. Asia gasped in horror while Koneko accidentally broke her chopsticks into pieces. She was clenching them so tight. But why? You seem so nice. Because Sasuke cares for nothing but himself. He's the only thing that matters in his world. I was just an expendable pawn in his game of life. Anyways, sighing again, Naruto looked at his bowl of ramen and said, when I was killed, the Kyuubi died with me. The ex-nun blinked and asked, but, you're sitting right here, talking with me. What exactly happened? And isn't the Kyuubi being dead now a good thing? Chuki frowned as he looked at Naruto. Naruto, my boy, what exactly happened to you? You say you died, but you're right here in front of me. Tell us what the heck happened. Naruto nodded and looked behind him towards the kitchen. Ayame-chan, you might want to come out here too. I think you all need to hear this. Clanging sounds could be heard in the back of the stand before Ayame came out, wiping her hands off with a washrag. Naruto-kun, are you okay? Naruto sighed again and said. Rias Grimori had to revive me as part of her team. Revealing his bat-like wings, he flapped them a few times and smiled sadly at his loved ones and then at Asia. I've been revived as a devil. Asia gasped, but rather than flinch away or scream or anything else that he might have expected, she instead threw her arms around him and hugged him tight. I'm so sorry you had to go through all of that. You seem so nice. And, contrary to popular belief, I think there's good in everyone. Or at least, everyone has the potential for good in them. It doesn't matter if you're an angel, a fallen angel, a devil, or whatever else you might be. But, why are you telling me all this? Gently wrapping his arms around Asia, Naruto held her close and said, it's because I want to protect you, Asia-chan. You were brought here by a man named Danesi, correct? Looking up into Naruto's eyes, the beautiful young woman nodded. Yes, he said that, even though I was excommunicated from the main church in the middle of the land of fire, I still had the potential to do good in me. He promised that if I came with him here, to Konoha, that I'd be able to help people again. He even said he had a special surprise for me if I do good work. Naruto frowned and shook his head. Asia-chan, Danesi isn't a good person. Seeing her about to interrupt him, Naruto held up his hand to silence her. I'm not saying this to be mean. I'm saying this because I'm concerned for you. A trusted source informed me that Danesi is planning to kill you so he can take your sacred gear for himself. He doesn't care about you. Asia-chan, I only want to protect you. Asia looked like she was about to cry. But, why? I thought. Brushing her bangs out of her face, Naruto placed a tender kiss upon her forehead. Asia-chan, come live with me. I promise I'll keep you safe no matter what. Nobody will ever hurt you again. Not the church, not the fallen angels, not even my fellow devils. You'll be safe with me. Please. Looking into his eyes searchingly, Asia found that he was telling her the truth. He was being sincere in his worry for her. Frowning, she returned to her stove. And sat there for a time as her bowl was put in front of her. Thank you, Naruto-san. You're very sweet. I think, looking into his eyes, she nodded determinedly and said, I think I'd like to move in with you, if you'll have me. I don't really have anywhere to call home yet in this village. Naruto smiled at her and gently petted her head. Thank you, Asia-chan. Now go ahead and eat up. I promise you'll like it. Asia smiled brightly and began to dig in. The moment she tongue was hit with the flavor, she squealed in delight before devouring her meal with gusto. When she was finished, she looked at Naruto and asked, Can I have more, please? That was so good. Naruto chuckled softly and nodded. Another round, old man. Tyuki simply chuckled and went to get to work on the next round of ramen for everyone, Koneko included. Meanwhile, Ayame stared sadly at Naruto. For what it's worth, I'm sorry about what happened to you, Naruto-kun. But there's more you're not telling us, isn't there? Naruto sighed and nodded his head in confirmation. Yes, Rias and the old man did something terrible. My mom's been alive all this time as a member of Rias' team. They kept her from me. Rias had her reasons, I suppose. But that old bastard, he's lucky I don't try to kill him for the shit he's pulled. Ayame gasped and Tyuki clearly dropped some dishes in the kitchen, judging by the sounds they heard coming from there. Asia, on the other hand, looked horrified by what she had just heard. They kept your mother from you. How old are you now? Naruto said, 15. They kept my mother from me for 15 years. I told Kushina that I don't need a mother anymore, but I'm willing to try and be friends. That's the best we can really hope for, at this point. Asia surprised him by giving Naruto another hug. Can you find it in your heart to forgive her? Your mother, I mean. The whiskered teen frowned and said, her. Yes, Rias. Maybe with enough time. But the Hokage? Hell no. Not after what I've learned. Asia smiled up at him and said, that's all I can ask for. Forgiveness is important, but even I understand that some crimes cannot be forgiven. I don't think God will forgive me for healing that devil. But I still feel it was the right thing to do. Naruto placed a firm hand on her shoulder and shook his head. Asia-chan, there's nothing to forgive. You were wrongly judged in SC. Orn for using your gifts to help somebody. You shouldn't feel any shame in doing the right thing. Race and gender shouldn't matter to anyone, and nobody should have the right to decide who lives and who dies. You did the right thing and you should be proud of yourself for it. Screw what those people might think and say about you. I think you're a wonderful person, Asia-chan. Asia blushed and tightened her hold on him. Resting her head against his chest, she said, thank you, Naruto-san. May God bless you. Seeing him flinch and hold his head in pain, Asia blinked a moment before realization struck her. I'm so sorry. I forgot. Naruto chuckled nervously and massaged his temples to try and stave off the growing headache. It's fine, Asia-chan. I'm not upset with you. You didn't mean any harm by it. Just, try to be a bit more careful from now on, okay? Nodding in understanding, Asia offered him a bright smile before she returned to her meal and began consuming it again. Moaning slightly in delight, she couldn't help but hum happily to herself. Seeing this, Naruto chuckled and thought, so long as I live, nobody will ever harm you again, Asia-chan. Rias scowled as she looked at the fallen angel standing before her. You must be Rainer. How dare you put my Naruto-kun in such a dangerous situation? What were you thinking? You're Naruto-kun. Someone's feeling a little possessive. Rainer commented bluntly. After a moment, she shrugged her shoulders and said, he won't be in any danger if we hurry and eliminate Danesik, Fried, and the other scumbags Danesik has recruited. My friends Kalawarner and Mittelt will help us to destroy them. Now, are you going to help me deal with them, or do I need to ask Naruto-kun to help me kill them? Rias' scowl deepened as she growled out, don't bring him into this. We'll help you put down those monsters that dare to threaten Naruto-kun's existence, but afterwards. Rainer frowned at her and shook her head. I'm not leaving Naruto-kun alone. I stayed out of his life for as long as I did because I knew how you and your peerage would have reacted to me trying to reach out to him. I'm not just going to give up on him now that I've finally talked to him. Face it, Grimoire, I'm in his life now and I'm not leaving. Rias looked about ready to blow a gasket, but after a while, she reined in her temper and took a few deep, calming breaths. Fine. But, nope. Not gonna hear it. Now let's go, Rainer said, waving her off dismissively as she began making her way towards the church. Mittelt and Kalawarner would meet them there and they could put a stop to Danasik and his evil ways. The beautiful redhead gawked in disbelief at being dismissed so easily. Eyes narrowing, she mumbled to herself, Naruto-kun's first time will be mine. If I have anything to say about it. And with that, she and her peerage, sans Naruto and Koneko, made their way towards the abandoned church in the red light district. They had some Ildowers to exterminate and an innocent young woman to protect. The battle against Danasik, Freed, and the other enemies could hardly even be called a true battle. Rias had been so pissed off by Freya King everything that had been going wrong lately, and now to learn her Naruto was in danger because of the stupid fallen angel known as Rainer. It was just a bit too much for her. Shortly after entering the church, Rias didn't even wait for a sign to begin, nor did she wait for anyone to speak. Instead, she walked forward, calm as can be, until her enemies began to approach her. As soon as they did, she raised her hands to her sides and snarled out, "Begone pests. Nobody will ever hurt my Naruto-kun." And with that, she proceeded to unleash her immense power, a power referred to as the Po.R of destruction upon the fools that had dared to encroach upon her territory. No, what happened could never be referred to as a battle. To imply such a thing would give the baddies too much credit. What took place in the rundown church could best be described as a massacre. Brutal, efficient, and deadly, these words described Rias and her power quite well. Not even Danasik or Freed had escaped her wrath. The two of them were the last obstacles in her path and she didn't even give them time to think, let alone flee to safety. No, Rias destroyed them. Blinking a couple of times in shock, and a terrifying feeling of horror. Rainer looked at Rias, whose body was still emitting that same deadly aura as before. Holy fuck. Note to self, do not piss off Rias Grimori. Then again, if she tries to keep me from my darling Naruto-kun, we will have a fight on our hands. As if sensing eyes upon her, Rias turned around and smiled sweetly at Rainer and the others. Is something the matter? She asked pleasantly. Everyone quickly shook their heads. Rias-sama. Are you going to be okay? Kiba asked cautiously. The beautiful redhead continued to smile as she turned her gaze to her knight. I'm fine. Perfectly fine. Why? What could possibly be wrong with me? Everyone decided to simply let the matter drop. They were too terrified of Rias in her current state to even try to broach the subject. However, after taking a moment to think on it, Akeno stepped closer to Rias and held her hands up, trying to show she wasn't a threat. Once she was close enough, she waited for Rias to calm down. Some before placing her hand on her master's shoulder. Rias, maybe we should try and talk to Naruto-kun. I think he deserves to hear the whole truth from us before the Hokage can poison his mind against us. Rias closed her eyes and did her best to calm herself. After a time, her power receded back into her body and she slowly reached up, clinging to Akeno's shirt. Burying her face in her queen's neck, the redhead began to sob. I don't know if I can. He's already so angry with me, her whole body was quivering at this point. I don't want him to hate me. I never wanted him to hate me. I didn't think it would happen. I didn't think I'd fall in love with him. But I did. And now that he's so angry at me, it hurts. It really hurts. What if, by telling him the whole truth, he starts to really hate me? What if he doesn't want me in his life anymore? I can't do this, Akeno. I don't want to lose him. Akeno smiled sadly at her dearest friend and held her close, gently running her fingers through the redhead's long tresses. Rias, sometimes you just have to take a risk and hope for the best. If Naruto learns the truth from Hiruzen, then we'll probably lose him forever. You know how that man is. What he's like. Now that things are the way they are, and Naruto-kun has started down a spiral of anger and hatred, distrust and paranoia, sighing, she closed her eyes and rested her chin atop her friend's head. It's the perfect time for Hiruzen to swoop in and deal the finishing blow. If we don't tell him first, Hiruzen will twist the truth around and then Naruto will really hate you. We can't let that happen. Rias flinched and clung tighter to Akino's shirt. Taking some time to think everything over, she looked up into her friend's eyes and asked, should we go tell him now? I don't know if I can. But I don't want to lose him because of that wretched man. Please, take me to him. Akino nodded and smiled kindly at her king before petting her hair gently. Sure, Rias. Looking to the others, the sadomasochist smiled at them pleasantly and said, we're going to pay a visit to Naruto-kun. Please come with us. You all deserve to hear the truth as well. I just hope this doesn't blow up in our faces. Kiba simply smiled and said, of course. I think he should be home by now, don't you think? Let us pay him a visit, then. Rainer and her friends, Mittelt and Kalawarner, frowned for a moment before they nodded in agreement. I want to see how Asia's doing as well, so we'll come with you. But if you upset Naruto-kun more and cause him more stress, we'll be having words. Rias looked calmly into the woman's eyes and said, what I have to tell him will hurt, but he deserves to hear the truth from me and not that old bastard. I can't guarantee how Naruto-kun will take it, but it's pretty much guaranteed that he'll be upset. More than he already is. The fallen angel frowned for a time, but eventually nodded her head in acceptance. Very well. All we can do is be there for him and help him through this whole process. Thank you. Let us be off, Rias said before she used her sleeves to wipe her eyes free of the tears. Naruto-kun, I'm coming. Please don't hate me for this. Naruto's home. When Naruto and his friends entered his home, he and Koneko quickly took notice that Kushina wasn't home. Frowning in thought for a moment, Naruto soon UGHT his fist down against the palm of his other hand and smiled. She did say she needed to shop for groceries. Guess we'll be seeing her a little later, then. Turning back to Asia and Koneko, I led kindly at them before inviting them inside. Taking seats upon the various pieces of furniture, Naruto smiled at Asia and said, well Asia-chan, this is our home. You'll always be safe here, and I am going to do my best to make sure you stay happy as well. I'd offer you some cookies or something, but I don't think we have any food just yet, let alone tasty snacks like those. The blonde healer smiled at her new friend and said, that's all right. Thank you for thinking of me, at least. I'm very grateful to you, Naruto-kun. You've been far kinder to me than anyone I can remember. I've had more fun with you than I've ever had before. You've made me happy today. I can't help but wonder if this is what it's like to have a brother. To have family. Naruto wrapped an arm around Asia and hugged her closer to him. Well, if you want me to be your honorary big brother, then I'll be glad to accept that role. I'll be the best big brother you could have ever asked for. Giggling a bit, Asia nestled against her new friend and closed her eyes. Thank you, Naruto-kun. I think I'm just going to rest here for a little while. Naruto chuckled a bit, but before he could say anything, he heard Asia's soft breathing, signifying that she had fallen asleep while leaning against him. As her breath brushed against his neck, Naruto felt a pleasant tingle throughout his body. Blushing, he did his best to calm his nerves. But with every breath, he'd feel that feeling more and more. It was getting to be a bit too much stimulation. Suddenly, the door opened and in walked Kushina, carrying with her numerous bags. Looking at her, he was about to offer to help her, but she shook her head at him. It's okay. Koneko can help me. You just stay right there. Don't want to wake your new friend now, do you? The blonde simply smiled in thanks and watched as Koneko went to assist the bishop. He watched them for a short time before he returned his attention to his sleeping companion. Gently squeezing her arm to show his support, he brought her closer against him and said quietly, nobody will ever hurt you again, Asia-chan. Let your new brother deal with everything. After a period of silence between everyone, Naruto was caught off guard when Kushina began to speak from her place in the kitchen. Naruto-kun, you should know that Rias went with your new friend, Rainer, to deal with the threat. They'll have everything taken care of shortly, I'm sure. Seeing her son nod, signifying that he understood, Kushina soon entered the room and sat down in one of the free chairs. Looking into his eyes, she said, I'm sure you suspected it as well, but I believe Akino knows more than she's letting on. She and Rias are likely hiding even more from all of us. I don't know what it could be, but... Before either of them could say any more, a chime sounded throughout the house. Sighing to herself, Kushina stood up and opened the front door to see who could be disturbing them. Eyes widening slightly at what she saw, she soon narrowed them and stepped out of the house. Approaching the gate that barred entrance into her home, she asked, "What are you doing here, Rias?" The busty, crimson-haired woman frowned and asked, "Can we please come in, Kushina? There's something important we need to discuss, and it involves Naruto-kun." Frowning at her, Kushina was ready to snap at the woman. However, rather than blow up at her king, she asked, "Can this wait? I think Naruto-kun has been through way more than enough today. He needs his rest." Rias shook her head and said, "It's best if we get this out of the way now, before Hiruzen can act to make things even worse than they already are. I wouldn't put it past him to pull something soon. So please, let us in so we can talk." Kushina scowled for Ime before she eventually grumbled irritably to herself and allowed Rias and the group with her into her home. Sealing the gate shut once the last of them had come in, she activated the seals once more and followed them into the house. Seeing the look her son was giving her, Kushina sighed heavily and said, "Sorry, Naruto-kun, but I think this is important. Let's hear her out before we do something we might regret." Frowning deeper, Naruto was about to say something when he felt Asia's hand gently tugging at his shirt. Glancing down into her eyes, he frowned in confusion and opened his mouth to ask a question. However, she spoke up before he could. "Please, hear her out. I don't know what's happened between you, but you shouldn't carry around such hatred and anger in your heart." "That's easier said than done, Asia-chan. But all right, I'll hear her out." Looking into Rias' eyes at this point, he asked, "What did you need, Rias?" Rias flinched at the lack of the chan suffix, but decided not to dwell on it. Closing her eyes, she took a deep breath in and released it slowly. She repeated this a few more times, obviously trying to calm her nerves so she could speak clearly. "Naruto-kun, it's really important that you hear this. You deserve to know the whole truth and not whatever BS Hiruzen will try to feed you. If I don't come out and tell you this now, then Hiruzen will most readily approach you and tell you his version of things." Rias began, "Naruto-kun, I've always known you were special. Ever since you were born, I had my eye on you. Something about you intrigued me. It wasn't the fact that you housed the Kyuubi, nor was it your connection to your parents. Heck, it wasn't even your sacred gear that caught my attention. There was just something that drew me to you. I can't really put it into words. Sorry." Quote. Anyways, fast forward a ways and we come to the meeting with Hiruzen. When he revealed that Minato had foolishly left notes about us, he tried to blackmail me into doing his bidding. However, while I agreed to work for him, there was a stipulation that I put forth in exchange. Rias explained. Naruto frowned at this point and asked, "I'm not going to like this, am I?" The redhead shook her head. "No, but it needs to be said. It was a dangerous ploy, but I convinced Hiruzen to allow me to bring you into my peerage. I wanted you to be a part of my family. I sensed greatness in you. And I didn't want to risk losing you." Sighing sadly, she couldn't even look him in the eyes anymore. "Naruto-kun, I made him promise that he'd put you in a situation where you couldn't refuse me. I would revive you as a member of my peerage and make use of you to deal with my delicate situation. I knew you would likely be killed on a mission outside of the village, WH. It would give me the perfect opportunity to revive you as part of my family." The spiky-haired blonde clenched his fists tightly as anger boiled inside of him. Before he could lash out at the conniving witch, Asia squeezed his hand tight, getting his attention. "Shish. Just listen. I think she has more to say." Taking a few deep, calming breaths, Naruto glared into Rias' eyes and said, "What else?" The crimson-haired beauty looked into his eyes with a hint of a blush on her cheeks. "Naruto-kun, while originally I just wanted to use you to get me out of a bad situation, I hadn't calculated something that happened as I watched you grow." Quote. Raising a brow, Naruto asked, "And what would that be?" Naruto-kun, peering deep into his eyes, Rias smiled slightly and said, I slowly found myself falling in love with you. You may be a lot younger than me, but love knows no bounds and all that. After a time, I just couldn't use you. I just wanted you to be happy and I wanted to be close to you. I just wanted to be your friend. And maybe something more later down the road. I didn't even care anymore if I got you in my peerage or not. All I wanted was to be with you. Naruto's eyes were wide for a time. But after a while he closed his eyes and said, and you couldn't tell me any of this before, why exactly? I was afraid. I was so afraid you'd hate me. I couldn't bear to have you mad at me. I love you, Naruto-kun. I well and truly love you. Just the thought of hurting you, of losing you, it hurt so much. Then, Naruto nodded in understanding and said, Kushina was finally ready to meet me, eh? And you struck a new deal with the Hokage. Correct. Rias scowled and said, yes. When I approached him about Kushina, declaring that I'd be introducing Kushina to you, he decided to take his blackmail a bit further. Somehow, he had obtained a contract with Riser Phoenix. All he had to do was make use of the seal given to him and he could have summoned Riser right then and there. It was either do as Hiruzen commanded of us. In this case hiding your mother from you, or he would call Riser then and there. I didn't have a choice. I wasn't ready to face Riser back then. I was too afraid to make a move against him yet. Kushina scowled and said, the more I hear about that evil son of a bitch, the more I want to kill him. Akino nodded in agreement. The third is corrupt and has let his position of power go to his head. If I could get away with killing him, I would. Naruto frowned at this and, after taking some time to think on it, he looked into Rias' eyes and asked, what if he's already met Riser? If the Hokage is as corrupt as you say he is, then wouldn't he have already been in contact with Riser? They could be waiting for the right opportunity to strike. Everyone's eyes widened at the implication of what Naruto had just said. After coming to her own realization, Rias clenched her fists tight and said, you're absolutely right. I wouldn't put it past that bastard to pull something like that. If they've made a deal, then anything could happen. Naruto-kun, I want you to be very careful from now on. There's no telling what could happen if they're in contact with one another. IWOU. Eldant put it past Riser to attack you at some point just to prove a point to me. So please, be safe. Okay. Nodding once, Naruto decided to just come out and say it. Rias-chan, I'm sorry. I didn't even stop to think about all the possibilities, nor did I think about how you felt or anything. I should have waited until I had the full truth before I did anything. Sighing heavily, he gently squeezed Asia's hand for support and said, I'll be honest with you. I'm still upset with you, but I can't entirely blame you. Despite everything, I do care about you. I don't want to hate you or be angry at you or anything, really. You're one of my dearest friends and I never wanted to hurt you in any way. Still, I was pissed off. I still am, but I can't place all the blame on you. Not after hearing all of this. Asia smiled at her brother figure and asked, so, will you forgive her? Naruto sighed again and said, yeah. I guess I will. But, looking hard into Rias' eyes, he said, don't betray my trust again. And be honest with me from now on. No more lies. No more hiding things from me. I want you to trust in me, just as I'll trust in you. Rias couldn't help herself as she began to cry again. Nodding her head rapidly, she said, I'll never hurt you again. I swear it. Just please, please don't leave me. I'd die without you in my life. I couldn't bear it if I lost you. Blushing at her words, Naruto glanced away and scratched at the tip of his nose. That's a little much, but thank you. Akino giggled to herself and said, we'll all be alright. The Hokage won't tear us apart. Now, why do you introduce us to the cute little thing next to you? She seems so sweet. Asia meeked and clung to her brother figure. Chuckling at this, Naruto said, I'm sure you already know who she is, but this is Asuya Argento. I've kind of adopted her as my little sister. Smirking at Asia, he nudged her gently in the side to get her attention back on him. Asia-chan, let me introduce you to my family and friends. And with that, he took the time to introduce each of his peerage members and Rainer. When it came time to introduce Mittelt and Kalawarner, he blinked and said, I actually have no idea who they are. Rainer-chan. Rainer smiled at him before motioning towards her friends. Meet Mittelt and Kalawarner. They're two of my dearest friends. I'm glad that you finally get to meet them. I hope you all get along splendidly. Quote. Naruto smiled at them and said, it's a pleasure to meet you both. Just out of curiosity, do you three have anywhere to live? If you don't, you might as well move in here with us. You're more than welcome to if you have nowhere else to go. Mittelt smirked as she nudged Rainer. Oh, he's a keeper. You're just the sweetest thing, aren't you, Naruto-kun? No, we don't have any place to live. We were only sent to be observers for the time being. Rainer, though, has been living here for years now, also she could watch over you. Calawarner and I, on the other hand, only arrived here recently. Quote, the blue-haired fallen angel smirked and said, we'd be glad to move in with you. But we first need to report into Azazel-sama. He needs to know what's happened here, after all. Then, if he permits it, we'll be glad to return and live here with you. Rias sighed and hung her head for a moment. Damn it, more competition. Kushina, noticing this, giggled for a moment before saying, as fun as this all is, I think it's time we all went home and got some sleep. It's late and we're all exhausted. Mittelt, Calawarner, go and meet with your leader. Then, if he permits it, you can return here. I'll get you keyed into the seal so you can come and go as you please. And Naruto-kun. Once she had his attention, the redhead smiled sweetly at him and said, please. Don't act on any of your potential impulses. I don't want to be made a grandmother too soon. Naruto stared in a complete deadpan at Kushina. I'm more controlled than that. Besides, it's not really your place to tell me if I can be intimate with my loved ones or not. The redhead shook her head and said, relax. I was only teasing. There's silencing seals throughout the house, so please make us of those if you're going to do that with somebody. Inside, though, she couldn't help but frown sadly. He was serious. I guess I really can't play the worried mother card anymore. I've lost that chance. Sighing softly to himself, Naruto soon stood up and looked at Asia. Come on, Asia-chan, let's get a room picked out for you. I think you'll like it here. I'm sure I will, too, he said with a chuckle. As if suddenly realizing something, Akino shot up and said, wait. Naruto-kun, we need to take you and Haku to get your familiars. Will tomorrow night work for you? Naruto blinked for a moment as he looked between Akino and Haku, who had been rather silent this entire time. Sure. What do you think, Haku-chan? Haku smiled and said, that sounds lovely to me. I'm eager to meet whomever I end up with. I get the feeling a fox might be perfect for you though, Naruto-kun. Chuckling softly at the teasing, Naruto said, we'll just have to wait and see. Now, if there's nothing else, I'd very much like to go and get some sleep. I'm exhausted. Rias smiled sweetly at him and said, that's everything, Naruto-kun. Sleep well, okay. Thanks, Rias-chan. Good night. Naruto said before he walked off with Asia to pick out their rooms. Once they were out of sight, Kushina looked into Rias' eyes and said, I'm still upset with you, but I understand your position. I don't like you planning to manipulate Naruto-kun like that. But I'll forgive you, just as my son has. Just don't go betraying our trust again. Rias nodded and said, of course, Kushina. But, the Uzumaki shook her head and said, we need to do something about Hiruzen, I know. Unfortunately, killing him won't solve our problems. If we act hastily, without thinking this through, somebody even worse might take over and we'd have even worse shit to deal with. We need to find some way to locate Tsunade and convince her to return to Konoha to take the mantle of 5th Hokage. Rias nodded in agreement. If we can't locate in time, Jiraiya might take over and that would just be another damn problem. He might be even worse than Hiruzen. Shuddering, Akino said, I can only imagine what he'd do if he were in charge. No thank you. As they talked, not one of them had noticed Koneko sneaking out of the room. Well, not everyone. Smirking to herself, Rainer thought, I should have thought of that first. Oh well. Enjoy cuddling up with Naru-kun while you can. Koneko. Soon enough it'll be me at his side. Turning her attention back to the discussion taking place, Rainer asked, if we're so worried about Jiraiya, couldn't we just, kill him and be done with it? Kushina turned to Rainer and shook her head. Unfortunately, Jiraiya is important to the village. He works as Konoha's spy master and has built up an impressive network of information gathering. Killing him would only cripple Konoha in the long run. We don't want that. Rainer shrugged. You make a good point. Still, if he tries anything, we'll just have to get creative. At that comment, the women began to chuckle evilly. Meanwhile, Kiba just smiled awkwardly beside Gasper, who could only watch the proceedings with wide eyes. Just grin and bear it. Women are terrifying, Kiba said to his companion. Gasper slowly nodded but didn't utter a word. The next day, Naruto wanted to scowl at the man sitting before him, but decided to keep a neutral expression on his face so as not to alarm his guest. Sitting before him on one of his chairs was Hiruzen Sarutobi. He had that same grandfatherly expression on his face that he always had, but now that Naruto knew the truth, he could barely stomach looking at the man, let alone his damn smile. What do you need, Hokage-sama? Naruto-kun, there's a few reasons I came here today. The first reason is because I wanted to personally escort you to the hospital so you can undergo the transplant. After all, you are taking Sasuke's Sharingan, are you not? Hiruzen said kindly. Naruto blinked and said, I kinda forgot about that. With all that happened yesterday. Hiruzen nodded and said, it's understandable, Naruto-kun. You've been through a lot lately, far too much than someone your age should have to deal with. Which is why this second topic is so hard to discuss. It's bound to only compound your reasons for being upset with myself and Rias. But, you deserve to hear the truth from me. So, here it is. Naruto inwardly sighed and listened as Hiruzen began to speak. I'm about to hear a lot of bullshit. I wish I had Koneko with me right now. Naruto-kun, on the night of your birth, I knew you were special. You were meant to do great things. However, shortly after I retook the mantle of Hokage, Rias Grimoire approached me. She insisted that you be given to her to be resurrected as one of her pieces. Your whole life, she's been trying to manipulate you in an attempt to get you on her side. I do not know the full reason behind her desire to have you, nor do I understand her circumstances. However, I tried to argue on your behalf. However, she revealed to me that she had Kushina in her clutches and threatened to keep her from you if I didn't let you have her. We all know how that turned out in the end. Hiruzen said, releasing a soft sigh afterwards. Man, it almost sounds like he believes this bullshit. If he wasn't such an asshole, I'd recommend he take up a career in acting. He'd make a killing, Naruto thought to himself. After a time, Naruto shook his head and said, I kind of figured something like that was going on behind the scenes. I'm just so done with it all. I just want to be left alone. Can we just go and get this transplant done so I can rest and relax for a while? I think I've been under way too much stress lately. Hiruzen frowned at the apparent lack of interest Naruto had shown, but chalked it up to him just being exhausted from the events of yesterday. Hell, it was true that Naruto had been through way too much in such a short period of time. Heck, he died. That'd be enough to stress somebody out for sure. Shaking those thoughts from his head, Hiruzen rose to his feet and left with Naruto, journeying with him to the hospital. If it helps any, Naruto-kun, I am on your side. I'm sorry all of this has happened to you. Thanks, Hokage-sama. I don't know if I could ever forgive you, but I understand. Now let's hurry. I'm just so tired. I want to get all of this over and done with, Naruto said. Looking at Naruto's face, Hiruzen did notice some small bags under his eyes. He really does look exhausted. Maybe I should just let him rest after this. Shrugging it off, Hiruzen led Naruto inside into the correct room where the transplant would be taking place. Do be careful with him. Of course, Hokage-sama. The surgeon said. Naruto-kun, we're going to put you under for the time being. When you wake up, you'll likely be groggy for a while. You're going to have to wear a cloth around your eyes for a while before you can use your new eyes. Okay. Naruto looked into the surgeon's eyes and said, sure. Some actual sleep sounds wonderful right now. The surgeon chuckled before he nodded to one of his assistants, putting the IV in the blonde's arm. She soon set everything up before watching as Naruto's eyes began to close. Nodding to the surgeon, she said, give it a few minutes and he should be out like a light. Thank you, Shirley. All right everyone. This is a delicate procedure and I won't accept mistakes from any of you. Hokage-sama, I would like you to step out of the room, please. We'll inform you when the transplant is successful, the surgeon said. Hiruzen frowned momentarily before he nodded his head in acquiescence. Very well. Take good care of him, doctor, he said before leaving the room. Might as well go back to work. TCH. Dealing with all the damn paperwork is such a bother. I wish I could just burn the whole damn pile and be done with it all. Later that afternoon, Naruto groaned as he slowly came to. At first, he was confused, as well as feeling groggy. Letting out a loud yawn, he stretched and tried to open his eyes, only to see black. Frowning, he tried to remember what the hell had happened while he was out. Then it all came rushing back to him. That's right. I've got the bastard's Sharingan now. Can't help but wonder how long I'll have to leave this blindfold on. Oh good, you're up. A voice that he recognized from earlier said. You're awake earlier than I expected. I suppose that's only natural, however. How do you feel? Naruto frowned for a moment before he said, my eyes feel really itchy. I know I shouldn't, but I really wish I could scratch at them for a bit. The surgeon chuckled and said, that's only natural. Give it some time. We're going to release you into the custody of Kushina Uzumaki, okay? She'll watch over you and help you out. I want you to return to see me in a week from today. I'll remove the blindfold then and we'll see how well you've acclimated to your new eyes. Okay. Naruto nodded and said, all right. Thanks doc. Of course. Do you have any questions before I bring Kushina-san in to see you? Naruto frowned and tried to think over anything he might need to know. After a while, he just shrugged and said, I can't think of anything. But, if something starts to feel off, I should probably come back and see you right away, huh? The surgeon nodded, though Naruto couldn't see him do so. Yes, if you feel that something is wrong, I want you to come see me right away. I'll do whatever I can to help you with the healing process. Thanks. I'm ready for Kushina now. Before you go, do I have any clothes somewhere around here? I'm feeling a little, breezy. The surgeon chuckled softly and handed Naruto his clothes. Helping him out of bed. The surgeon allowed the blonde to lean against him for the time being until he could find his center of balance again. Once he was sure Naruto was ready, he watched calmly as the teen dressed himself. Once he was sure that everything was fine, he said, Kushina-san will be in just a moment. Take care, Naruto. Frowning to himself, Naruto said, damn eyes itch so bad. Can't rub at them, though. Can't make things worse. They itch so much. Giggling could be heard as Kushina entered the room. I'm sorry Naruto-kun. I shouldn't laugh, but you really do make for an interesting sight right now. I know your eyes itch right now, but you'll be okay, I promise. Would you like to go out and get a bite to eat? You've been cooped up in the hospital all day. Naruto chuckled softly and said, that sounds wonderful. Thank you. Or any of the others with you. Kushina nodded and said, yes. Koneko and Rias have been waiting here for you. The others would be here as well, but they're quite busy today, it would seem. Haku is currently trying to get acclimated into the village still. She's been assigned to Team 7 as Sasuke's replacement. I'm sure she and Sakura are looking forward to when you recover. Especially little Sakura. She teased. Naruto chuckled softly and said, thanks. Of course. Here. Kushina took Naruto's hand in hers and began to lead him out of the room. Once they were in the hallway, she greeted Koneko and Rias. Rias, Koneko, would you like to get some dinner with the two of us? Rias smiled brightly and said, I'd love to. Koneko simply smiled and nodded her head. Seeing this caused Kushina to giggle a bit before she turned and began guiding Naruto along once more. As they walked, the redhead decided to ask her son, where would you like to eat? Ramen Ichiraku. Perhaps yakiniku Q. You know, some barbecue does sound rather good right now. Naruto admitted. After a moment, he asked, Koneko-chan, Rias-chan, how does that sound to you? Yum. Koneko said in her usual monotone voice. Hearing this caused Naruto to chuckle a bit, figuring she was down for the idea. Rias giggled a bit and said, that sounds lovely, Naruto-kun. Do you mind if I hold your hand while we walk? Naruto frowned for a moment as he thought it over. After a time, he held out his hand for Rias to take. When she did, he gave it a gentle squeeze to reassure her that he didn't hate her. Blushing, Rias smiled contentedly to herself and intertwined her fingers with his. Leaning in close, she pressed her lips to his cheek and said, I really do love you, Naruto-kun. More than you could ever know. Naruto blushed and said, I know. And thank you. I don't know yet how I feel about you. I've forgiven you, but I don't want to just rush into anything, okay? Of course. I won't try to rush you or anything, I promise. I'm happy just to be near to you. My wonderful Naruto-kun, Rias said, sounding awfully lovestruck. Naruto chuckled softly, but didn't say another word. She really is something special, isn't she? Still, She hid my mother from me and tried to manipulate things behind the scenes, same as the old bastard. Sighing softly, he soon just lost himself to his thoughts. Koneko watched all of this with a frown on her face, but didn't say anything. In her mind, Rias deserved to spend some quality time with their destined one. Because that is what he was to them, their destined one. The one they were always meant to be with, no matter what. Don't hurt him again, Rias-sama. I won't hesitate to hurt you if you hurt my Naru again. Outside, Rias and the girls frowned as they spotted the various citizens of Konoha looked at Naruto. These weren't friendly expressions. No, they looked like predators planning for their next meal. When they began to whisper amongst themselves, the four of them frowned at what they heard. They're going to try something, just watch. Kushina said. Rias scowled at this and said, until Naruto-kun's ready to remove the blindfold. We need to always travel in groups. We can't let them believe they can hurt our Naruto-kun. Let's go, Koneko said before she began to tug on Naruto's shirt. With the two redheads nodding in agreement, they led Naruto through the village, though the looks didn't stop. Now that Naruto was essentially blind for the time being, they seemed to believe he was easy pickings now. Not one of them knew yet that he no longer housed the Kyuubi. No, in all their infinite wisdom, they still believed he was the Kyuubi no Yoko. A while later, they finally arrived at Yakiniku-Q and stepped inside. Thankfully, the people here were friendly and didn't have any intention of harming Naruto in any way. However, as they peered outside, they saw that a large group of people had followed them and were now simply waiting. Scowling at this, Kushina said, Rias, we need to contact the others. For the time being, we're stuck here until we can get some more help. Think you could get in touch with the others? Rias nodded and said, of course, give me a moment. While Rias worked on getting in contact with their fellow peerage members, Kushina looked outside again with a nasty scowl on her face. Koneko, are you ready to fight if need be? The white-haired beauty nodded. Yes. As much as I hate the man, should we try to get in contact with the Hokage? He might be able to help. Kushina shook her head and said, I'd rather not bet on that horse if I can help it. We can't trust him, and there's no telling what he'd do if he learned about this. Chances are, he knew this kind of thing would happen and neglected to set up countermeasures against such a thing. Koneko frowned and said, damn. Naruto scowled as he clenched his fists tight. Before he could say anything, however, the waitress stepped up to them with a smile and asked what they'd like to drink. After taking their drink orders, she asked if they were ready to order, but her answer was a swift, not yet. Nodding her head in understanding, the waitress left them to their own devices once again. I wish I could help in some way. But right now, I'm practically useless to all of you. I don't know what I could possibly do to help in this situation. Naruto admitted frustratedly. Kushina placed a gentle hand upon his shoulder and said, it's fine Naruto-kun. We'll deal with them. When we're done here, we'll start taking you back home where it's safe. Just leave the fighting to us if it comes down to that. Okay. Naruto nodded his head somewhat reluctantly. Of course. Sorry for being such a burden right now. Kushina lightly flicked his forehead, eliciting a small, ow, from her son. You aren't a burden. You're a valued member of our family. We'll always keep you safe. Thanks, Naruto said. Rias looked at her friends and said, Kiba and the others will be here soon. I've informed them of the situation and they're none too pleased. If these people push their luck, there's going to be a lot of dead citizens. I hope the Hokage is ready to deal with that kind of fallout. Kushina nodded and said, good to hear. For now, why don't we figure out what we want to eat, Unless the others will be joining us. Rias smiled and shook her head. They said to go ahead and order for them. Now, do you know what you'd like, Naruto-kun? Naruto let a small smile form on his face as he gave his response. However, inside he was quite upset by this whole situation. I wouldn't be at all surprised if that old bastard planned for this to happen. I may be blind for the time being, but that doesn't mean I can't still fight. This might even be good training to hone my other senses. I've neglected that for a while, so it might be worth a shot. Later, after the rest of Rias' peerage had arrived and joined them in their feast, the group paid for their meal and proceeded to leave the restaurant. There was a much larger group of people now, each of them just waiting for the opportunity to pounce and kill their prey. Kushina frowned deeply as she hurriedly guided Naruto along. The peerage members were in a circle around the two of them, making sure to keep close just to ensure no stray attacks of any kind could reach him. However, their luck wasn't meant to last. Soon enough, they became surrounded on all sides and they were left huddling close together, still keeping Naruto tucked away from harm. Be good little boys and girls and step aside. Now's the perfect chance for us to get rid of this blight on our village's great history. After all, the idiot's gone and crippled himself. There's never been a better time than this to deal with him, the apparent leader of the group exclaimed somewhat maniacally. Before anyone could say or do anything more, they all heard the sound of barking dogs. This was shortly followed by a voice saying, "Yar yar, what do we have here, Looks like we've got a lot of little ones misbehaving. Do let my friends through, would you please?" Looking up towards the voice, they were a bit surprised to see the legendary Kakashi Hatake sitting atop a nearby rooftop, a serious glint in his eye. In a matter of seconds, the mob was surrounded by Kakashi's dog summons. However, this wasn't their only problem. Looking around, they could see a large number of people, each of them shinobi of varying strengths. What? Kakashi simply smiled at the mob and said, "You see, when I saw a mob forming, I decided to investigate. I guess I shouldn't have been surprised that you were all after little Naruto-kun over there. Still, to think you'd be willing to attack a shinobi of Konoha. For shame people, for shame." Smirking behind his mask, he said, "So, I decided to recruit a small army of my own. If you insist on attacking a shinobi when you're mere civilians, we're going to have quite the problem on our hands. It would be well within our right to fight back. And if some of you were to die, well, so be it. So, here's what's going to happen." Making sure he had their attention, Kakashi clapped his hands together once and said, with a large grin behind his mask, "You're all going to go home and think about your pathetic lives. I want you to keep something important in mind as you contemplate the meaning of your worthless lives. Naruto Uzumaki is not the Kyuubi. Never has been, never will be. Besides that, he's never harmed any of you. Naruto-kun is a well-behaved young man that has only ever wanted to be a productive member of our fair society. I think that's fair, don't you?" When the leader of the mob looked about ready to speak up, Kakashi disappeared from sight. Blinking a few times, he opened his mouth to speak before he suddenly froze. A kunai was pressing against his throat just enough to draw blood. Remaining perfectly still, the man glanced to his left, staring into the Jonin's lone eye. "I didn't give you permission to speak, little man. I want you all to make me a promise. Promise me that you'll leave Naruto-kun and his loved ONES alone from now on, or we can start killing all of you. Believe me, I have absolutely no problem killing each and every last one of you. It might be cathartic, in a way." Shrugging his shoulders, Kakashi smiled again and said, "Still, I'd rather not have to go through the hassle of explaining everything to the Hokage. Too much work. So, can we all call it a day and get a move on? Or should my friends and I start killing you? I'm cool either way." The various members of the mob looked around at all the shinobi surrounding them. There were even some summon animals in the mix, which did not help steal their nerves. Slowly, they turned into a quivering mess and chose to run away screaming. Those that remained behind were either rooted in place by fear, or they were too stupid to realize they were utterly fucked. Then, of course, there was the leader, who still had a kunai pressing against his neck. Seeing that a good chunk of villagers chose to remain, despite the rather clear warning to run away, Kakashi simply shrugged again and said, "Well, looks like you all get a free ticket to hell. Enjoy," the cycloptic Jonin said before he slit the man's throat. It didn't take long for others to decimate the remainder of the mob. Seeing that they were done, Kakashi smiled again and walked up to Rias and her peerage. "I'm glad to see you're all okay. Everything's going to be just fine now, I assure you." Rias breathed a sigh of relief and shook Kakashi's hand. "Thank you, Kakashi-san. If you hadn't come when you did." The silver-haired man simply waved it off before stepping past her. Reaching up, he gently patted Naruto atop the head and said, "I expect to see you bright and early tomorrow morning, Naruto-kun. You may be unable to see for the time being, but that's no reason to slack off. I'm going to help build up your other senses so you never have to feel weak like this again." Besides, I figured you wouldn't want to just sit around the house all day doing nothing. Isn't that right? Naruto chuckled softly and said, "Thank you, Kakashi-sensei. I'm looking forward to it." "Good. Now, let's get you home." Hopefully they get the message now that you're off limits. Should they ever attempt something like this again, well, Kakashi said, leaving the sentence hanging at that. Naruto chuckled again and said, "Yeah. Thanks again." "No problem, Naruto-kun. We're going to have such a fun week. By the time you can use your eyes again, you're going to just love me." "I'm sure of it," Kakashi said, a wicked grin hidden behind his mask. Naruto felt a cold shiver shoot down his spine. But he pushed the nervous feeling aside and said, "Good. I don't want you holding back just because I can't see anything." "No worries there," Kakashi said before ruffling his student's hair. As they journeyed back towards the Uzumaki compound where Naruto and his mother now lived, Rias couldn't help but clutch at her chest, where her heart was located. "I thought we were in trouble for a while there. Thank you so much, Kakashi. We really owe you." Rias agreed with what Kakashi decided, though. And she'd be right there to help him train Naruto and Haku. After all, they still need Ed to get the hang of casting magic and getting the hang of teleporting to and from separate locations. So while Kakashi would train them in the arts of the shinobi, she'd train them in all things Ical and fill their heads with as much knowledge as she possibly could. "I promise, you'll be more than ready for the upcoming Chunin exams, my darling Naruto-kun. You'll become a Chunin for sure once they see what all you can do." Little did they know that the Chunin exams were going to be an absolute hell for each of them in one way or another. In the back of her mind, Rias couldn't help but worry that something was going to go horribly wrong during the exams, though she'd push that thought aside for the time being. No sense in worrying about what may come. Instead, she let her mind wander to the familiars her new pieces might get. Frowning after a moment, she thought, "I guess we'll have to put that off for the time being. I forgot Naruto was getting the eye transplant today. Damn it." With a shrug of her shoulders, she figured there wouldn't be any point in rushing. They had all the time in the world, after all. "Ow," Naruto said as he walked into yet another solid object. This one actually felt like a tree. Oddly enough, it was a welcome change from the usual training dummy or obstacle he kept walking into. It was the following day after the villagers were successfully cowed by Kakashi and his allies. As promised, Kakashi had come to collect Naruto early in the morning, not even 4 a.m. yet. It turned out that he had collected both Haku and Sakura as well, considering Haku had been added to their team in place of Sasuke. Honestly, they felt it was a welcome change, especially considering the fact that Sasuke was always such an insufferable asshole at the best of times. Besides, who would want to work with someone that would so willingly sacrifice and/or kill their allies? They certainly didn't. Oddly enough, for Naruto and his loved ones, at least, Kakashi had expressed his concerns about the Hokage and his odd behavior. The silver-haired Jonin warned Naruto to be careful of the Hokage and vowed to do whatever he could to protect the teenager from harm, even at the Hokage's hands. Something about the third Hokage was rubbing him the wrong way, and Kakashi always trusted his instincts. Shaking those thoughts off, Naruto decided he would focus on the here and now. Despite the fact that he was currently blind, the blonde knew that he had enough situational awareness to avoid the worst obstacles, even if he couldn't see them. So why, then, was he having so much trouble? Kakashi, in all his infinite wisdom and sadistic humor, had inserted earplugs into his students' ears, cutting off his hearing as well. He apparently felt that, instead of working on his hearing, they'd work on his remaining senses first. Though, Naruto got the feeling that Kakashi was finding the whole situation a tad too hilarious. Taking a deep, steadying breath, Naruto focused on his remaining senses. Come on, if you can't see or hear, then feel for something else. Maybe if I use my mana, I can work through this somehow. Worth a shot, I suppose. Shrugging, Naruto decided to just go with his new idea and see if he could make it work somehow. Feeling for his mana, Naruto soon began to release small pulses of mana from his body, almost as if he was trying to mimic a bat's skill of echolocation. When he began to feel the pulses bouncing back towards him, he began to get a picture for the surrounding landscape. After a time, he felt like he had a good sense of where everything was. including just how far off the obstacle course he had wandered. So, turning around, he walked back over to the obstacles and released some more small pulses, waiting a moment to ensure he got a good picture of what to expect. When the spiky-haired blonde started making his way carefully through the obstacle course, Rias smirked to herself and said, "That's it, Naruto-kun. Very good job." Kakashi chuckled and said, "I see he's using some of that mana you told me about. It feels different from chakra, but at the same time." The crimson-haired devil nodded and said, "They are fundamentally similar, yes. Naruto-kun has far more mana in him than normal people do. It's just as vast as his chakra pool. Powerful, but without form. Without purpose. Until he can master control over his chakra and his mana, he'll expend far more than what is needed for the task at hand. Just trying to make use of this sonar-like ability he's employing, he's expending far too much mana. We're just lucky he hasn't managed to accidentally topple any trees or destroy the obstacle course with all the mana he's expending. Control is something we're going to need to work on while we have the time." Kakashi nodded in understanding. "Of course. Right now, my goal is to get him used to using his other senses, rather than trying to rely on sight to get him places. I would really rather he not get into situations like the one yesterday ever again. However, I would like to start him on control exercises once he has passed this particular test. Do you think you could get him to use that blast of mana you told me about before?" Rias frowned in thought for a time before saying, "Maybe. I'm not sure if he's even consciously aware of how he fired a concentrated blast of mana like that. We'll just have to see if we can get him to use it again." Yes. Rias had confided in Kakashi all about what she and Naruto were, all about the wonders of mana and magic, the various races and species, etc. Kakashi had proven himself to be a true ally and she knew that he could be trusted with their secrets. So far, he had not let her down and she knew that he would not betray their trust in him, which she was more than thankful for. When Naruto got knocked flat by a swinging arm obstacle, Rias winced in sympathy for him and said, "Ouch. Poor Naruto-kun." Kakashi chuckled softly and said, "His sonar ability seems to be helping. But he still has a ways to go if he wants to perfect such a useful ability." Poor Naruto, indeed. As Naruto pushed himself back up onto his feet, he shook his head free of the cobwebs before taking a deep, calming breath. "Okay. So that didn't work. Stationary objects are obviously no problem, but moving ones will still kick my ass. Definitely going to need to work on that. So, let's try this again. You can do this, Naruto. If you don't master this exercise, you're never going to be able to defend yourself against those bigots." Sadly, try as he might, Naruto continued to have trouble with the moving obstacles. Oh, he had perseverance and stubbornness on his side, but trying to work your way blindly through an obstacle course the way he was just wasn't working for him. Eventually, after narrowly making it about 90% of the way through the course, Naruto took a nasty blow to the gut and was sent crashing to the ground below. Thanking the rook inside of him for the boosted defense damage resistance, Naruto simply rolled over onto his back and muttered, "Damn it," to himself a few times. When he felt someone's fingers tapping him on his left side, he reached up and removed the earplugs. "Hello." Rias smiled down at him, even though he couldn't see it. "You did very well, Naruto-kun. I was very impressed. I'm sorry you couldn't make it all the way to the end, but you really did do very, very well." Before Naruto could say anything in response, Kakashi said, "You made it pretty far for this being your first time through something like this. That trick you used was clever. But you'll need to refine it until it's battle ready, so to speak. Right now, you're still a sitting duck out there, just waiting for someone to get the better of you. But we'll continue to work on that. For right now," helping Naruto to his feet, Kakashi placed his hands on the blonde's shoulder and turned him towards some trees. "I want you to point straight ahead and try to do what you did in the Land of Waves. I heard you used some kind of concentrated blast of pure mana to hurt Sasuke. I want you to try and do it again. Just do whatever comes naturally to you. And remember to point straight ahead while you do this." Naruto was puzzled by Kakashi's insistence to fire one of his magic bullets in that specific direction, but he decided against questioning it. Instead, he pointed his finger straight ahead and began to focus on trying to get a grasp on his mana. At first, there were simple sparks shooting from his fingertip, but after getting the hang of it, he formed a large ball at the end of his finger. Grinning slightly, he released it straight ahead in one powerful, concentrated burst. Phew! Did it! Naruto said excitedly. Rias and Kakashi didn't exactly share Naruto's sense of excitement. They just continued to stare as a large, very large trench was cut through the ground and still going. When it eventually hit the third's face on the Hokage monument, they both sweat dropped. Once the mana dissipated finally, the duo stared blankly at what they were seeing. The third Hokage's face was just gone. There was no trace of it left. On top of that, pieces of what was once the third's nose rained down on the village below. Sure hope nobody was crushed by those, Kakashi thought as another sweat drop formed. Rias, meanwhile, found herself giggling at the sheer panic they could all hear coming from the village. Naruto-kun, you supercharged your attack and left a trail of destruction in your wake. You're lucky your attack was angled upwards, otherwise a lot of people could have just been killed. You even did a little remodeling of the Hokage monument. They're probably going to try and repair that later, but it's bound to take years before they've fixed the damage. Wait, I did what? Just what the hell was I supposed to be aiming at? Naruto questioned in a panic. I thought I was just firing a small bullet or something. Not whatever the hell I just did. Kakashi chuckled and said, I was honestly hoping you would hit our guest and force them out of hiding. I wasn't expecting you to completely remodel the Hokage monument. Though, without the third's face up there, it does look better. Off in the distance, they could hear the Hokage shouting about the damage that had been done to his face and who was responsible for such a thing. They didn't focus on that, though. No, somebody else had their full attention now. You could have killed me. Just what the hell were you thinking, aiming that at me? Before Naruto could say anything in reply, Rias placed a hand on his shoulder and whispered in his ear, it's your godfather. Jiraiya of the Sannin, be careful not to say too much. Kakashi stepped in front of his student and stared coldly into Jiraiya's eyes. I do not take kindly to people trying to spy on me, let alone those I cherish. We expected privacy while here. Why, then, did you feel it important to use your technique to spy on us? Is there some reason for you to be here, Jiraiya? Jiraiya scowled at Kakashi for a time before turning his gaze on Naruto. I heard some rumors and received some interesting reports from my sources. I needed to investigate. I didn't expect to find my godson blind and shooting magic bullets willy-nilly. Besides, this is deviating from the plan. Naruto frowned distastefully and asked, what plan? What else do you and that old bastard want from me? Jiraiya turned his scowl on Naruto and said, don't call him that. As for the plan, it's none of your business. But, if you must know, you were supposed to keep the Kyuubi and harness its power. I was going to train you in the proper usage of that beast's power. More than that, I'm afraid you don't need to know. But, I've heard that you supposedly died on your last mission and lost the Kyuubi. Do you have any idea what you've done? Rias reached down and took one of Naruto's hands into hers. If you want to blame anyone for what happened, then direct your blame on Sasuke Uchiha or even the villagers that were responsible for Naruto's neglect and Sasuke's inflated ego. Hell, blame the Hokage if you want. Besides, where do you get off, saying the things you are? Does all of this anger have to do with that screwed up prophecy you were told? Naruto frowned in thought for a time before saying, a prophecy. Those are to be taken with a grain of salt. Do you realize how many prophecies have turned out to be nothing more than hogwash? After a moment, it clicked in his head, and he looked in Jiraiya's general direction. This prophecy has something to do with you. Something that would bring you glory. It has to be something big, something you could brag about. And, considering you apparently wanted to use me to further such goals. Rias and Kakashi's eyes widened before they narrowed their gaze at Jiraiya. So that's why you were so obsessed with molding the perfect apprentice to suit your needs. Let me guess, world peace. It has to be something really big like that, something that would practically guarantee you would have women practically throwing themselves at you. But it's not a direct result of your actions, is it? Somebody else is involved, and once they're successful, you could ride on their coattails and bask in their glory. Kakashi surmised. Before Jiraiya could say anything in response, Naruto spoke up again. You can't just manipulate a prophecy to suit your needs and desires. If they're meant to happen, then they'll happen. Let me guess, you tried this same tactic with my father. Was he aware of this prophecy of yours? Was he willing to go along with your plan? Or did he shoot you down? Because I have no interest in participating in your plan, Jiraiya. I won't let you manipulate me like that old bastard has been all my life. The Toad Sage clenched his fists angrily, glaring heatedly at the three of them. Taking a few deep breaths, he looked straight at Naruto and said, "You don't know anything, Uzumaki. Yes, I was told a prophecy, and yes, I wanted to see it come to fruition, but that doesn't give any of you the right to mock me and badmouth Sensei. So what if you've suffered a little?" Before Jiraiya could say anything more, Naruto interrupted him once again. "Suffered a little? Let me guess. Part of your plan was to ensure I was too stupid to realize what kind of pompous jackass you are, right? I've been beaten, scorned, bullied, and even killed by the people of this village. You and the third wanted me to be so desperate for any kind of positive reaction that I'd GLA jump at the chance to learn everything I could from you. I'm right, aren't I? This prophecy, it involves you training the person who will bring peace, doesn't it? Tell me something, Jiraiya. How many students have you trained so far that you told would be the child of prophecy? I was just the next one on your list to try and manipulate, wasn't I? Just how many times have you tried this same old ploy of yours? I reiterate, you don't know anything. Jiraiya bellowed angrily. If you must know, Sensei and I came up with this plan together. He listened to me when I told him about the prophecy. He believes in me and knows I have what it takes to be really great. But, you're right, Sensei fucked up the plan. He made deals with these devils and the plan was shot to hell. But, Kakashi, I and Rias easily saw the maniacal gleam in Jiraiya's eyes at this point. The plan can still be salvaged. So what if you don't house the Kyuubi anymore? You have access to powers nobody else does. Massive chakra and mana reserves. One of those sacred gear things. You can still become powerful enough to save this wretched world. And I'll teach you everything you could ever need to know. Sensei may have made a mistake, but I won't. So, what do you say, Uzumaki? Ready to learn under the best there is. Rias held Naruto protectively against her and looked into Jiraiya's eyes as calmly as she could. Jiraiya, you need to leave. You're not in your right mind. Maybe once you've calmed down, you can try this again. You're scaring us. Out of the corner of his eyes, Kakashi saw Rias and Naruto taking cautious steps backwards. They're getting ready to run. I don't blame them, he thought to himself silently. Returning his gaze to Jiraiya, he said, "She's right, Jiraiya. You're not well. Go see Inoichi and talk to him. I'm sure he can help you. Maybe, once you're better, you can talk to Naruto then." Okay. The large sage looked between them for a moment before turning his gaze back onto Naruto. Seeing the frightened look on his face, Jiraiya smirked a bit, but still nodded his head to signify he understood. I'll leave. For now, at least. I'll be back, though. I'm not giving up on you, Naruto Uzumaki. I'm not giving up on the prophecy. And with that, he turned and walked off, a sinister grin on his face. If that attack of his is anything to go on, then Uzumaki is going to be a true force to be reckoned with once he has the proper training under his belt. I may not know jack about mana, but his chakra. Oh that I can work with. So, little devil, teach him all the tricks that you know. Once he's ready, I'll mold him into the perfect tool. I won't give up. As soon as Jiraiya was out of sight and out of their hair, the three of them breathed a simultaneous sigh of relief. Looking at her rook, Rias asked, "Are you all right, Naruto-kun? You looked frightened for a while there." Kakashi chuckled dryly and said, "He wasn't the only one. I think we all were terrified for a moment there." Naruto nodded once and said, "That was definitely scary. Who knew he was so deranged? Seems to me that he's desperate for positive attention. Like he wants to earn Hiruzen's approval, no matter what it takes." But, Kakashi nodded in response, "There's definitely more to it than just that. I think you were right when you said he just wants all the glory. He's meant to train the child of prophecy. Or something along those lines. The problem is, who exactly told him this prophecy? Prophecies are intentionally kept vague for a reason. You're really not supposed to put so much stock into a prophecy. As they aren't set in stone. Things can change and prophecies have a funny way of changing as well. It's like the butterfly effect that you hear about when discussing time travel. And the slightest of alterations can cause a serious ripple in the timeline, causing any number of things to happen. Only, in this case, the fact that you died was never meant to factor into the prophecy Jiraiya was told about. The problem we're faced with now is the fact that he doesn't seem to understand that concept. He's obviously been obsessing over this prophecy for a long time now, and the T-Herd Hokage has only exacerbated the problem. He's been adding more fuel to the fire and it's been left on for far too long. In other words, not good. Very not good, Kakashi-sensei. Naruto said. Jiraiya was the class clown that always felt inferior to someone like I felt compared to Sasuke. Am I right? Rias nodded and said, you're correct. And, like you, he was placed on a team with that person. Orochimaru of the Sannin. And, to make things worse, Hiruzen favored Orochimaru over Jiraiya. He was always proudest of that wretched snake. He felt such a powerful bond with that scum that he even let Orochimaru escape instead of killing him when he had the chance. Actually, blinking a couple of times, Rias ended up facepalming herself and said, Kushina probably knows way more about the situation than I do. She's been trying to gather information on all the goings-on in the world. I'm sure that she's probably got a ton of information on Orochimaru and his dealings by now. I can guarantee right now that Orochimaru will make a move sometime in the near future. He's obsessed with a few goals in particular: immortality, knowledge, and power. And trust me, he is not the kind of person you want to give any of those things. In other words, the third Hokage fucked up big time and now it's up to other people to clean up another of his messes. Peachy. Naruto said, bringing his hand to his face. As if we didn't have enough to deal with already. Between the three of them, Tsunade seems like the least fucked up of the bunch. Not to say she doesn't have her own set of problems, considering what I've been told about her. Still, might be a good idea to look into getting her back here to Konoha as soon as possible. We could use an ally like her. Rias frowned slightly and shook her head. You're right. But it won't be that easy. Let's do what we can together before we try anything with Tsunade. Sounds like a plan to me. Kakashi said. Now, before Kakashi could say anything more, they heard the third Hokage coming closer, if his angry ranting was anything to go on. Did you do this, Naruto? Why would you cause such blatant destruction of the monument? What were you even thinking? Sorry, Hokage-sama. We were trying to help Naruto familiarize himself with using his other senses to get around. I decided to try and test his capabilities with his new abilities by having him aim at that target over there. Something distracted us and Naruto lost control of his powers for a moment. It was a complete accident, I assure you. But, if you need to punish someone, let it be me. I'm the one who came up with the idea to test his powers when he can't see anything at the moment. Kakashi said, trying to ease the Hokage's boiling temper. Naruto chuckled nervously and rubbed the back of his head. My bad, Hokage-sama. I was told to try something small, but I kind of overcharged my technique. I had no idea I could do something like that. I'll try some control exercises and try to get it all under control. I'm really sorry. Hiruzen scowled for a time before releasing an exhausted sigh. That blasted thing is going to take forever to fix. But, I suppose you aren't to blame for a training accident. Just, promise me that you'll focus on controlling your abilities before you attempt to do something like this again. Sure thing, Hokage-sama. Honest mistake, I swear. Once I can use my eyes again, I should have a much easier time. Right now, I'm pretty much running blind. Naruto said. So you are. Hiruzen said, sounding genuinely exhausted. It's fine. I'll get some people to work on it immediately. You three should take a break and get something to eat. It's almost lunchtime and you'll want food in your bellies if you want to resume training. And, without waiting for a reply, the Hokage turned and walked away. Left alone, Rias let out a breath before saying, hopefully that's the last interruption for a while. He is right, though. We should go get something to eat. Would you like to come with us, Kakashi? Kakashi's initial response was to say sure, but then he got an amusing idea in his head. Shaking his head, he said, no, I'd just be a third wheel. Go on and enjoy your date. Have fun, kiddos. And with that, he walked away with a smile on his face. Rias blushed slightly before looking at Naruto. He was just teasing. You don't have to. Naruto sighed and said, it's fine. I know how you feel about me, Rias-chan. I'm still upset with you for what you did, but I also know that I care for you a lot. I don't want to stay mad at you forever. I want to get over it and be happy with each other again. So, if you want to treat this as a date, then I'll play along. But, if I'm uncomfortable with something you're doing or saying, I reserve the right to tell you so. So please, try to take it easy, okay? Let's start slow. The crimson-haired devil smiled at him and took one of his hands in hers. Thank you, Naruto-kun. I know I let you down. I know I hurt you. And I'm truly sorry for doing it. But, thank you for being such a wonderful person. I know I should have said it sooner, but I really do love you. I can't imagine my life anymore without you in it. I'm just so glad to have met you. I'm happy just being near you. Naruto sighed softly again and said, it's okay, Rias-chan. I understand. I really do. I care about you. I always have and I know that I always will. I don't like being mad at you. I do feel bad for treating you and the others the way I did when I first learned Kushina was alive and you kept her from me. I promised you that nothing would change between us and ruin our relationship. And I broke my promise. So, I'm sorry. I should have waited to hear the truth. The full truth. But, I didn't. I flew off the and I ran from my problems instead of facing them as I should have. I should have believed in you and kept my word to you. I think that's part of what has me so frustrated. I couldn't keep my promise to you, and it hurts. I'm mad at myself for not trusting you. For turning on you and betraying you like I did. I'm truly sorry. Rias frowned sadly at him and began to struggle to find the words she needed to say to her beloved Rook. After a moment of silence passed between them, she finally came to a decision. Placing her hands on his shoulders, she turned him to face her. Then, without a word, she pressed her lips to his, giving him her first kiss. Naruto was stunned into silence as his king kissed him. At first, he wanted to back away and say something in response, but he quickly squashed that part of him down. Instead, he wrapped his arms around Rias and began to respond in kind to her affections. When they parted, he smiled at her and said, thank you, Rias-chan. The busty Rimson-haired lady giggled cutely and asked, thank me for what? I'm the one that hurt you. I should be the one thanking you for giving me another chance. Naruto chuckled softly and said, let's just agree that we both needed to thank each other and forgive each other at the same time. If you're still willing to be with me after I hurt you, and if I'm still willing to be with you after you hurt me, then I say we're perfect together. What do you think? Rias giggled and said, that sounds fine to me, Naruto-kun. Now come along, let's go get something to eat. Then, why don't we return to my abode and cuddle for a time? I don't want our time together to come to an end too shortly, after all. Smiling at Rias, he wrapped her in a hug and said, I love you, too, Rias-chan. Don't ever doubt that. Feeling tears welling up in her eyes, the beauty quickly wiped them away before giving her beloved one more kiss. Once they were done pouring their hearts out to one another, they linked hands before making their way towards the village proper once again. Nobody will ever come between us again. You have my word on that, Naruto-kun. Later that night, Uzumaki household. So, you're all in my house, why exactly? Kushina questioned her fellow peerage members. Looking around at the various members of Rias peerage, she honestly wasn't sure how to feel about some of them anymore. Sure, some of them were okay in her book. But that didn't change the fact that they helped their master, or king, as Rias was called, in hurting her precious baby boy. Hell, Kushina was still upset that they had dared to play on her little boy's desire to keep a promise, just to get out of some arranged marriage with some prick. Taking a deep breath to regain her mental faculties and to quell the burning rage she felt inside herself. Kushina looked at her son and asked, are you sure you're comfortable having all of them here right now, Naruto-kun? Naruto offered his mother a smile and said, it's fine. Rainer and the others here, too. Quote, we're here, Naruto-kun. Rainer said, I wish I could be closer to you, though. Naruto chuckled softly and said, sorry Ray-chan. Maybe next time. Reaching up his hand, he began to gently pet Koniko's hair. She had made sure to sit on his lap and nestle herself back against him the very moment he sat down. Meanwhile, on his left sat Asia and on his right, holding his hand, was Akino. Sorry about this, Kushina. But we were hoping to hear what you've learned about Orochimaru of the Sannin. What can we expect from him? Will he be making any moves anytime soon? Rias questioned her bishop. Chancing another glance at her son, Kushina frowned slightly before turning her gaze back onto Rias. From what I've seen, Orochimaru is starting to make movements throughout the elemental nations. He was a member of the Akatsuki for a time, but after making an attempt on Itachi's life, or whatever it was he was attempting to do, the snake was forced to go into hiding. Naruto frowned in confusion for a time before asking, why make an attempt on Itachi's life like that, though? That doesn't make sense if his goal is for immortality and, when the answer dropped on his head like a ton of bricks, he said, the Sharingan. Orochimaru wants the blasted Sharingan. And because he couldn't get Itachi. Kushina nodded along and said, Sasuke was his next target. However, Sasuke no longer possesses the Sharingan. You have what Orochimaru wants. Naruto stopped petting Koneko for a moment as a look of horror came to his face. Quickly shaking it off, he resumed petting his girlfriend's hair and said, well, that's just peachy. It's likely that he already knows what's happened and has worked his plans around a bit to account for the sudden change. But, it would make sense for him to go after Sasuke, as well. Sasuke has the ability to pass down the Uchiha bloodline whereas I'm just a temporary Sharingan wielder. I won't live for, eyes widening in realization, he said, oh shit. Kushina nodded and said, Orochimaru wants to live forever. I don't know if he's been made aware of the various factions and if he knows about the long lives of we devils. Or the other mythological creatures or not. So, because you were seemingly revived from the dead by some unknown means, he might feel that you hold the true secret to immortality within you. Orochimaru has been cheating death by use of his curse seals and jumping from one body to the next every 3 years. He likes to take the best genes and the best people to serve as his host bodies. It's not a perfect solution. But it works for him. I think he originally intended to take Itachi's body as his own, but when that backfired on him, he decided that Sasuke would be his next target. After all, Sasuke is younger and, most importantly, weaker than Itachi. It would be easier to take over Sasuke's body rather than try for Itachi again. Naruto-kun, Orochimaru will target you to get what he wants. But, at the same time, I'm almost certain that he'll try to extract Sasuke from the village, as well. If he can force Sasuke to breed him some new, willing hosts, each with their own glorious pair of Sharingan eyes, he'd be a happy man. Again, not a perfect solution, but it would serve Orochimaru's needs well enough. Kushina said. He plans to strike during the upcoming Chunin exams that are being held here in Konohagakure. Rias frowned and said, that's not good. It's almost certain he'll target Naruto-kun in the Forest of Death, if they're holding the second stage there again. They almost certainly will, too. And we already know Hiruzen won't listen if we try to advise him otherwise. No, we'll have to enact some kind of countermeasures to deal with Orochimaru, should he go after Naruto-kun and his teammates. It would be terrible if he inflicted one of those curse seals of his on poor Naruto-kun. Naruto let out a frustrated sigh and said, great. Just, great. Taking a moment to just breathe. While continuing to make his shorter girlfriend happy with the head petting, Naruto soon said, at the same time, Hiruzen is likely making plans of his own that revolve around the Chunin exams, as well. I'm 99.99% sure that the Hokage has been in contact with Riser Phoenix. After what Rainer-chan told me about the rating games between devils, I'm certain that Riser will come to you and challenge you to a rating game to decide your fate. Looking in Rias' direction, he continued, knowing the professor as well as I do, he'll have instructed Riser to hold the rating game at the SAM. time as the final matches of the Chunin exams. Hiruzen will be trying to force Haku-chan and me into participating in those matches, so we won't be there to help you against Riser in the rating game. I think he already tried to plant the seeds of distrust in me yesterday morning, before he took me to get the transplant done. He tried to spin things in a way that would paint you in a bad light, Rias-chan. He tried to convince me that you had twisted his arm and were simply trying to manipulate me all this time. It was all a bunch of bullshit, but it was obvious what he was after. He wanted to ensure that at least I wouldn't be there to help you in your fight with Riser. He wouldn't have done that if he wasn't certain that Riser was coming to collect you. That tells me that he and Riser are working together to ensure they both get what they want. Naruto explained. Rias and the others scowled at this piece of news. Damn it. That's a problem we really don't need. But, looking at Kushina at this point, she asked. There's more you aren't telling us about Orochimaru and his dealings. What has he been up to, exactly? Kushina frowned and said, well, not like we needed more oil for the fire. But Orochimaru has been in contact with Konoha's ally, Tsunagaku. I'm not sure if you were aware, but Hiruzen and Danzo were conspiring together to weaken Suna. They convinced the Wind Daimyo to start delivering the best missions to Konoha instead of providing the funding needed to keep Suna afloat. Orochimaru is playing on that problem and using it to his advantage. So, Orochimaru's new village of Otogakur and Tsunagaku have allied together and will be staging an invasion of Konoha during the day of the final matches of the Chunin exams. Rainer frowned at this and said, that's not good. Orochimaru is a snake in pretty much every sense of the word. There's no way to trust someone like that. Chances are that, as soon as he has what he wants, Orochimaru will kill Rasa, the fourth Kage. In fact, it might have already happened. There might be no way for us to stop this invasion from happening. Kushina, what's their trump card? Looking into the Fallen's eyes, the redhead said, Gaara is their trump card. He's Rasa's youngest child and he houses the Ikibi. However, thanks to some shoddy Fuinjutsu work, Gaara is mentally unstable and doesn't listen to reason. He thinks that the only way to prove his existence is to kill everyone else. He'll obey and behave for a time, but if he's allowed to unleash that beast on Konoha. What are the odds that Jiraiya has learned of Orochimaru's plan? Naruto asked. Kushina frowned slightly and shook her head. Not high. Jiraiya may be this village's spymaster, but he doesn't have access to the same kinds of sources I do. Besides, he'd much rather sat his vices than do his job properly. I think the most he'll be able to tell Hiruzen is that Orochimaru is on the move and will be striking Konoha during the Chunin exams. I don't know if Jiraiya knows more than that or not. Rias frowned as well as she brought a hand to her chin. Tracing her fingers along her jawline, she thought over all the information that had been presented thus far. So, we can't rely on Jiraiya or Hiruzen to put effective countermeasures into place unless something drastic happens earlier in the exams. At best, they know Orochimaru is on the move and that's it. They probably won't even have access to the full details on the invasion plan and won't have any way to counter Orochimaru until it's too late. At best, Jiraiya would be on the lookout for some giant snakes with no clue about the real threat. Orochimaru will likely be trying to kill the third Hokage during that time, as well. Gaara would be left unchecked, free to go on a rampage throughout the village. Unless we do something and set up some countermeasures of our own. Since Haku-chan and I will be helping you against Riser Phoenix, couldn't we recruit Sona-chan and her peerage? Naruto questioned. They're powerful and smart enough to be able to deal with somebody like Gaara. Heck, if they work together, like I know they can and will, Gaara probably wouldn't stand a chance. Before Rias could say anything in response, Kushina's eyes widened and she exclaimed, that's brilliant. Gaara is known for his control over sand. The Ikibi is a giant tanuki-like monster made of sand. Sona wields powerful water magic. Rias' eyes widened and she said, the Ikibi's greatest advantage can also be turned into its greatest weakness. But its massive size would pose a problem, even for Sona. At best, she might be able to limit its mobility, but she couldn't stop a tailed beast ball aimed at Konoha if it came down to that. Oh, if only Minato were still alive, we could have made use of his flying thunder god technique. Then we'll just have to help her. Calawarna said, getting everyone's attention. When they all looked her way, the buxom brunette looked at them all seriously and said, if you lot can convince the Sea-Tree heiress to cooperate with us when it's time to fight that thing, then the three of us can help her defeat that thing. Her peerage will be need Ed to set up a barrier to contain the fighting, leaving Sona and her queen to fight that thing on their own, more than likely. The two of them cannot handle the Ikibi on their own. So let us help her. Rias frowned sadly at them and said, "You'll be putting yourselves in a great amount of danger if you try to fight that beast. Are you sure the three of you can handle it?" Mitelt placed a hand to her chest and said, "Don't you worry about us. With the 5 of us fighting that thing together, we can put a stop to it before it can hurt anyone. Heck, we'll put the fear of God into that thing. It'll never want to cause chaos of any kind ever again." Before anyone could say anything else, Naruto spoke up, catching everyone's attention. "Let them try. I believe in them. Like they said, if they work together, it'll all work out." But, looking in his mother's direction, Naruto asked, "With his seal as unstable as it is there something in particular we should be concerned about?" Kushina nodded and said, "We can't let him fall asleep. He hasn't permitted himself to sleep much in his life. When he sleeps, the Aikibi can get free to run amok while Gaara rests. So, if it's at all possible, you 5 will need to defeat him. But not knock him unconscious. If he uses that feigning sleep technique, your best bet is to wake him up as soon as possible. So, just make sure Gaara is too beaten and broken to get up and fight anymore. I'll leave a shadow clone with you that will make some modifications to his seal, but it's up to you 5 to break him down. Do you understand? That could be tricky. But we can pull it off. Seitree will be our trump card against Gaara and the Aikibi, just as Gaara was meant to serve as Orochimaru's trump card against Konoha. You lot just need to focus on freeing Rias from her arranged marriage with that turkey," Rainer said before staring straight into Rias' eyes. "Make damn sure you all win that fight. I don't want to have to go break up a wedding if I don't have to." Kushina smirked and said, "Oh, don't worry about that. Riser won't know what hit him once we're through with him." Rainer smirked back and said, "Good. I'm looking forward to hearing the good news." And Naruto-kun, seeing she had his attention, she said, "Make sure you give Riser and Rias' dad a good smack for me, would you, sweetie?" Naruto chuckled softly and said, "Oh, I plan on it. Riser is going to learn real fast why you don't fuck with Rias-chan's peerage. As for her dad, I've got a few choice words I'd like to say to him, too. Don't worry, they'll both get the message loud and clear." "Good," Rainer said. Rias couldn't help the smile that crept its way up onto her face. "I have such a wonderful family and a great circle of friends. Riser, Dad, I will get out of his unwelcome marriage contract with their help. For once, I can see the light of hope at the end of that tunnel and not some black void of nothingness that I thought awaited me. And if I have my way, I'll be marrying Naruto instead. Ooh, I can't wait." Thanks for watching.